the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap. Always do the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
I talk that shit to my hood, how we done lost it all. Had some good and bad times, never thought we would fall. It's like we even up the score, then we missed the ball. Hey, what's up, UB? Hey,
Actually, I was listening to your show all day.
what?
Yep.
What's up, baby? See the camera? What you do today in school? What you do? In the streets and they what you do? I know you just did. What you do? Dreams down a long haul. Obstacles in my way, I start to fucking crawl. Gotta get it by any means, it's the casting call. Free the gang, that's behind the walls. Say it twice, let you know that I mean it, dog. Come from
All right, we live from the boxing section. What's going on? Jalen, what's going down, bro? You know what I'm saying? I'm a little under the weather, but we'll get it rocking. We'll get it rolling. You know what I'm saying? Shit. So we got my boy Fred on for Movie Mondays. Y'all know how we do. Movie Mondays is going down. So we got Big Fred coming through for the Movie Mondays to talk about his new film that he's working on. And we're going to chop it up. We're going to kick it. We're going to go back and forth, talk about certain things. Shout out to Brandon Washington. Shout out to my dog, Best Pugilist, man. Oh, we dropping links. We're going to drop the link in a minute, Brandon. Calm your ass down, man. I know you ready to goddamn go and shit, but hold on. Yeah, so we're going to have a good time, though. We're going to go back and forth. We're going to talk, we're going to laugh, we're going to chill, we're going to kick it. You know, the same shit we do every night on the boxing section, man. You know what I'm saying? Ain't shit changing. Ain't shit changed. You know what I'm saying? But the address we still do. Yeah, man. Shit, they got like a pit bull behind the gate, man. You know what I'm saying? Calm down, man. You know? Well, yeah, we're going to have a good time tonight, though. You can disagree, but we'll be respectful. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing about it. Just gotta be respectful. We have a good time though, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so we watched the fight last night. Brandon Washington, I don't know where you was at last night, but we went through the whole entire fight last night. Tell me who you got, what you have, or who you had winning. I had Charlo winning that fight. Not by a lot, but I had him winning that fight. Who did you have winning that fight, Brandon? Yeah, so it was a good fight. So this weekend, hopefully I can get my ass to Philly. My boy Josh is supposed to be fighting, so I'm excited about that. We got some interviews that we gotta tackle. We gotta handle, so I'm looking forward to that. Man, I'm just looking forward to everything that we got going on, man. It's gonna be a great time. We got some shit going. I like how I chose this. I got a few more pictures to get, but hey, shit, you know how it is. My dog, man, where you been, dog? When we watch that fight, let me know who you got next time. We watch it on Tuesday though. So Tuesday, we go through a lot of the fights and stuff like that. So we're definitely gonna go over that fight again. It was too close of a call to say who really won this fight decisively. So you already know. But we're gonna get it. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna see exactly who won. Because you know it's gonna change. You know what I'm saying? We might feel this way one day, instead of next. So you been slacking. Yeah. Where's the thing close? Like, for sure. Like a hair. You know what I'm saying? Like the thinnest hair, guys. So for sure. Hold on real quick, y'all. Hold on real quick. Don't go nowhere. Hold on. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and do this real quick before. Matter of fact, let me do this shit before I cut, because I don't think we want that. I don't think it's if niggas ain't being entertained, they gonna cut shit. So let me get this shit together. Set this shit up real quick. Alright. See real quick. Share that screen. Share the audio. Share. Mama's in the kitchen with sauce.
I could be dead by tomorrow. Let's speak my big brother in. Trying to speak. So why ain't got time to wait? Get out, I've been down and out for too long. Yeah. Shout out my nigga Bruce. He quite sweat. That Marvel tatted. Look. I'm living at the speed of life, cause I'm just trying to make shit's too real, nigga. I can't even fake it. Early morning moving too fast, but ain't got no time to break it. Cause I lived in my life last night, a nigga try to take it, and I'm just trying to face it. Time ain't waiting, so I don't waste it. Gotta go get it, niggas tired of being patient. We come from the basement, elevation, blood, sweat, and tears on pavement. Now when we step out, it's a celebration. Fuck you mean, they did me dirty, so I'm coming clean. But I'm fresh, so in her mouth, just like it's the ring. My brother got 2Ks, just like it's the cream. Masked up at your door, but it ain't Halloween. But we still make them scream, do anything for the cream. Because we know that it rules. Niggas with the class, the judge, and they would never shut up no schools. We just trying to bang blood, but I gotta swim in pools. I guess this is what happens when no one follows the rules. Look. Been a minute since Terrence got the vent. You a snitch, I always see your name on document. We on the go, you throwing shade like a great tent. And every time I shoot you straight, you get all bent. Out of shape, gotta skate, your body exercise. I need that shit organic. You be bringing the pesticides. You write a fiction book with your excessive lies. Me and in my bag like extra fries. I come from the bottom, she love my death mob, sweatsuits and how a nigga rock. Loving hip hop, how bitches jockey. Just touched down in Atlanta. A nigga feel like Julio, but he was raised around wolves. I'm Rubio. Still be on these hooks like Rubio. It's murder in the studio. Coming up, we ain't have Fruit Loops. We had Fruitios, nigga. You probably grew up spoiled brat, silver spoon. I remember walking in the back and seeing my dad light a spoon. Stop playing. Somebody tell me where these new niggas come from. I don't love them, don't trust them. Shit, we might as well rush them. If I get my little nigga something, he probably gon' bust him. But I want the crackers to come and cuff him. See, these days, if you white, you can murder a nigga on TV and still get off. It's the same, but it's different like a spin-off. Cause when we do it, we just animals killing our own kind. When they do it, mental health, something is wrong with their mind. Goddamn. See, that's the type of shit that sound crazy to me. They play dumb, but it's simple like 1, 2, 3. If he didn't want an F and I'm a letter A, B, C. Keep it 100, G-Y. I'm the same old G. Yeah. Been down and out for too long. Nigga up too strong. I'm gon' move on.
Swagger on the
Diamonds just Sakashi trying to pick my brain and judge me like a book. I don't got many likes, but I got a lot of looks. My picture on the news, they trying to label me a crook. They say I do too much, I say I'm off the hook. They ask me where I've been, I say I just came from the hood. Smelling loud off this good, the whole day out in Jug. These niggas wanna go to war, man, I wish they would. Oakland like Baghdad in my neck of the woods.
Rest in peace, my nigga Lil E, man. R.I.P. my big brother here. Shout out my nigga J. Martin. Just let him on. Speed of life.
I love you, Daddy, and I love you, Uncle, and I like your song, and I really love you singing in a song. Love
All right, yeah. So that was Terrence Keith, Speed of Light. You know what I'm saying? That's my joint, dog. I ain't gonna lie, that's one of my joints. Shout out to Terrence Keith. He is the intro outro song. You know, so shout out to him. We like to shout out like the boxing section. That's my dog. So shout out to him. Let me see, man. We got Rolling Banks, salute Kyle, the boxing section. No, for sure. We always try to bring it, man. We try to bring that content every single time, every day. We try to get it going, think of new, different ways to innovate and calculate. You know what I'm saying? New ways to improve. So you know that's man. That's one of the things we try to do over here at the boxing section, man. You know what I mean? You know, verbal sparring. You know what I'm saying? Verbal sparring matches. You know what I'm saying? Don't leave the gym. You know what I'm saying? Salute to my guy. You know what I'm saying? The OG, Santos. You missed the show last night. We needed you here last night. You know what I'm saying? We needed you here last night. So, right now, we just waiting on Fred. We get to the other chat, man. No, it's doing a lot better. It's doing a lot better. It's doing a lot better. Yeah, it's doing a whole lot better. Yeah, man. So appreciate everybody that's been doing the cash apps. Really appreciate y'all, man, for really supporting the channel. The cash apps really go to the StreamYard. So being able to stream and have multiple people in here kicking it with us, that has to do with you guys donating to the channel. So I appreciate y'all, man, for constantly supporting the channel. Big Cletus, what's going on? Big dog, what's happening? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. D-Man, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We here. But yeah, so so tomorrow night we're gonna break down the Charlo fight. Listen, in the chat, give me a fight y'all want us to break down tomorrow. A close fight that y'all want us to break down. We'll probably do Canelo Triple G. But yeah, that's what we'll break down some fights. So this weekend, ain't nobody really fighting this weekend. The fight that was supposed to happen ain't happening. So now we're kind of in limbo. So we got to figure out who fight we're gonna watch. So we got to figure out who fight we're gonna watch because we don't really have we don't have nobody fight this week. It would have been Deontay Wilder, but Tyson Fury's a fucking loser. And he fucked up the church's money, of course, like you always do. He's just a fucking clown. Fucking clown, dude. I hate that fucking guy. Okay. All right. Okay, Brandon. Okay. I like that. Write that. Hold on, let me put that in my notes. Porter Spitz. Okay. Okay. Who else? What else we got? E1K was headed. Yeah, so y'all give me the fights y'all want to see. Kilo Jones, what's going on? Hey, D-Man, I like that. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Those are good ones. Those are some good ones for sure. Yeah. So we'll figure that out. We'll get that together and shit. Man, shit. What's going on, family? What's going on? Okay. Let's see. All right. We'll go here with it. Rob Brown, YV, Mr. Money Mac, what's going on? Yeah, Floyd, Coach. All right. We good on that. We good on that there. All right. Yeah, they beat the shit out of me right now. They beat the shit out of me, bro. I'm telling you, that shit's fucking crazy. Tone Brown, salute. Ooh, Margarita. Okay. Hold on, let me handle that. Then money to get on. Hold on, man. Hold on. I gotta get on my phone and shit. Hold on. We just waiting on Fred ass to get over here and shit. All right. Taylor, bruh, that's it. I like that. Yeah. Salute Roger Phil, box fans, Mark Nash, SF City Slicker. Okay. Yeah, we got some shit. Yeah, we on some shit. I like that. I like what we're doing. For sure. We here. We doing it. DB, Cuzzo. Salute to you. Yes, sir. Now we just waiting on the guest to arrive. Yeah, so we all put a lot of great fights. Y'all put a lot of great fights in this chat in the chat. I gotta write these shit down for sure, because these are some good ones, dog. Yeah, hit that like button, man. Let me put the link in the chat, because I'm trying to figure out when Fred pop on in here and shit. Hey, so MMA Thursdays, matter of fact, DJ, MMA Thursdays, we breaking down that fight. That's the fight we'll break down. DB, give me an amen if you with that. DJ, give me an amen if you with that. We'll break down Francis Ngannou versus Derek Lewis 1. Brandon, it ain't your damn time yet, brother. Slow down, cowboy. Jesus. That boy like a pit bull on a leash, boy. Trying to get to a piece of steak, boy. Golly, hold on. Hold your horses, cuzzo. Damn. We'll get you on, man. After Fred hop on, we chop it up for a minute. We talk, we laugh. I got you. Slow the hell down. All right. So y'all know what it is. Y'all know what time it is, man. I got my motherfucking guy just here. Emmy nominated. You know what I'm saying? Your friend, my brother, your brother. We don't agree with the nigga all the time, but you know what I'm saying? That's our motherfucking guy. You know what I'm saying? The owner of the barbershop, the franchisee, you know what I'm saying? To let niggas franchise the shop. My motherfucking guy, you know what I'm saying? Frederick S. Hawthorne in the motherfucking house, man. Big Fred, what's going on, Big Fred?
I like the backdrop. I got to do that for myself.
We can't horse around tonight. We can't horse around tonight. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no horse around. We got pit bulls waiting to attack. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, for sure.
All right. So listen, we're gonna make sure everything this is the right Fred and shit. DB, I need you to work the chat like you always do. You know what I'm saying? So to everybody, listen. We got a guest here tonight. Y'all gotta show the hell up, man. Hit the damn Cash App tonight, man. We got a guest here tonight, man. We got, you know what I'm saying? We got a fucking star here tonight. So all right.
Family dog.
Man, my motherfucking dog. Hey, look who in the chat, man. My motherfucking guy, man. Champion Heart. Salute to my brother. So we're gonna talk. We're gonna really break some shit down. Now, we don't, you know what I'm saying? We don't normally get this time to really break shit down. So I want to talk about your journey leading up to this movie.
Sure.
What took you on this journey to start this movie?
I think honestly, I thought about that. COVID played a huge part in it because it allowed me to be introspective. I was home every day. And all I was doing was watching videos, reading a little bit, not in terms of books, but in terms of articles and stuff. And then you naturally navigate towards what means most to you. And because I was home and there was no boxing, I wasn't traveling. I didn't travel for a year. You know, my first time was on the plane was when I went to Chicago, and I naturally rewatched not the autobiography of Malcolm X, but X, Who Killed Malcolm X. I saw that, and Godfather Harlem is on. I binge watched that again, and round about the top of the year, I would say December, November, between November and January, I knew in my mind what I was going to do. I just didn't know what the final product was going to look like. And because I'll tell you guys after August 6th what I originally went into it, what it looked like. And then it came out completely different. Project is completely different. than what I had in mind when I started it.
Okay, so what was that? What was like when you went out to Chicago just for the movie, or was it for something else?
Just to interview John Ali. I was there a day and a half. Just to interview John Ali. He was an important piece because he knew the financials of the Nation of Islam, and I just wanted to get like the structure of it. I sat down. I hung out with him. I interviewed him for a couple hours, and then we hung out for about 10. And and he was giving me information all day. And I asked him about at least 500 questions, man. I mean too many to count, man. And and I think he was the linchpin for me understanding like the structure and the personalities that are in play, and he gave me a lot of great insight. That's why I wish I would have produced that whole day. That whole day could have been a documentary. The whole day, because I'm gonna lose some of it because I don't have it on record. But I learned a lot about like the inner workings of the nation and how they worked, and how they traveled to Chicago on the weekends and gave them the money, and how much money the newspapers and like they had steak and takes back then, so it was like a store, and how much money they made, and what city made the most money when he was in charge, and it was a whole lot of that. And then what's most importantly, he knew the people, the major players, so it was very compelling to hear and to see his body language talk about like all these other players that are attached to the Nation of Islam. And it was an awesome day. It was a day I'll never forget. Honestly, it was a day I'll never forget.
So when you think about this project, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is your main focus? What is your main
I got it.
What is your reward? Like, what is your like your, you know what I'm saying, your end all be all? Like, what's the message you're trying to convey? Yeah, let me say that.
Tell the whole history. I think the nation has done a very good job at not telling the entire history of what I care about most, and that's the relationships between Farrakhan, Malcolm, and Elijah, and every other subsidy that comes from that. I think that I know that it's been very one-sided, obviously, because he's dead and he has 6 daughters instead of, I believe if Malcolm had a son, narratives would be different. You understand? I genuinely believe that you wouldn't have got, because men move differently. And I don't believe that like the lies, like Wesley Muhammad, man, I just, the lies that he spewed, man. And I'll say this, on some nights, when you're doing a lot of reading and you doing 4 interviews in one day, it gets cumbersome sometime. But the one quote that keeps me, like, as it pertains to him and this project, he said, the Nation of Islam, or Elijah Muhammad, cured Malcolm of queer. And I'm like, come on, man. That was like that fake narrative that they gave out, years back, and some people ran with it, some people didn't, but it's totally up to them. So, it's a strong project. It delves, it's straightforward to the point, and it's an actual conversation. Well, I'm not going to give it away, but it's a strong piece of work, man. God, it's strong. My God. Fuck. Yeah. And yes.
How important was it to put this movie out?
Oh, it was so important. And when I'm gonna do a part 2, part 3. I don't know when part 2 or part 3 is gonna come because I'm doing another project in between. But this project was important because I genuinely believe, I know that the nation doesn't tell the whole truth as it pertains to that, because when you do your research and you see the different answers and you see all the players that are in, a lot of facts cross reference themselves, and there've been some lies that's been told, and I think those lies need to be rectified, and it's so that's why I believe this story needs to be told, and it's going to be here forever, and
How do you think that it will be received from the Nation of Islam?
Oh, they're not going to like it. No, they're not going to like it at all, because it's not something that they want out. It's not something. And the beautiful thing about this project is, Kyle, is I interviewed other entities, but primary accounts, like, how fortunate enough was I interviewed 2 people who were in the house when Malcolm in 1963 went to go talk to Elijah Muhammad about the 9 wives. And that's the day that Elijah Muhammad told Malcolm that he had those women and had all those kids. I spoke to 2 people that were in the house that day, and they gave me the different story, and they're months apart in interviews. They gave me the same story as it pertains to Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm, and what happened thereafter, and what they believe happened in the room. They wasn't there. They wasn't in the room, but when he came out. 2, I interviewed, throughout all of this was going on, I interviewed Louis Farrakhan's best friend, and I interviewed him for 2 hours, and it's great to see. What's beautiful about that is when he say he's traveling, and he says this year I can go to Google and see where Farrakhan was let's say hypothetically, May 19th. No, let's not use May 19th. June 3rd, 1964. So I Googled Louis Farrakhan, June 3rd, 1964. And if it pops up, he's giving a speech or something like that, then I can know, like, that's accurate and stuff. Like, so it's, did I answer the question?
So the co-host of Barbershop Conversations, right?
Oh, DB.
He says, does Fred think the X movie by Spike Lee is accurate?
I think some of it is, for sure. It's a 3-hour movie, and that wasn't completely funded by Spike Lee. So, but Frederick Hawthorne's project was completely funded by Frederick Hawthorne. So when you have other people's money, when you have other people that's in charge that has to go give the final say so, you have no bearings on what the final product is going to look like. And that's one of the more powerful things about this project is it's all my money, and it was a pretty penny. Like, it's going to be, it's going to be expensive by the time it's done because of the film festivals that we're going to be in, and all that stuff going on. So
how do you think his daughters are going to receive this movie?
We'll see.
Malcolm X. I'm saying Malcolm X.
Yeah. I figured you're talking about them. I'm going to send them the film. The film should be done Thursday. Film should be done Thursday, Friday, because I go out of town. So film should be done before I go out of town, and I'm going to send it to them. And I may even personally deliver it, So we'll see. Sure. I don't know, because you don't know their threshold of trauma. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They may be tired of it. They may be tired of these conversations. You know, they've been going through it their whole life. You know, oldest daughter was 6. You know, and it's been 55 years, 56 years since. So, you know, it's I can't gauge that.
So, what do you want this film to say? What do you want?
The truth.
Okay.
What's
the biggest takeaway from the movie? You would say?
My biggest takeaway.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, there are a few, but my biggest takeaway is why hadn't the Nation of Islam addressed this a long time ago as it pertains to healing? People always going to equate the but at the Apollo they did that. You hear the nation talk about that, but I'm talking about like a complete overhaul, and it's I find it ironic that the nation devalues the other side of the pain, you know, and they protect Elijah Muhammad through and through at all costs. Like, this man has no flaws. Like, they really believe that he's God, or the last messenger of God. They really believe that, and they have every right to believe it. But you know, I don't. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe when you go from an alcoholic to going to jail. But he went to jail for not going to the draft, not because he committed crimes, but he was a low-level criminal prior to that, according to his wife, and his brothers and stuff like that. And you know, and he ended up becoming the last messenger of God. So that's pretty interesting to me. You know, I don't believe that, not one bit. And when you question him, they say, "Who the hell are you to question him?" But if you pinch him, he's gonna say, "Ouch," right? And if you pinch a man and he says, "Ouch," he's human. And so that's just what I.
Okay, so what do you say to the people that says Fred is a coon, or Fred is making black people look bad for making this movie?
It's not for them. It's not for them then. You know what I mean? You asking good questions, Kyle, too. Thank you. It's not for them. I honestly could care less. I see my finish line. When you start a project, you know the backlash. Like, you weigh the pros and cons, right? And I live in Los Angeles, and I think Los Angeles is either second or third largest concentration of Nation of Islam members. I don't know what it is. Chicago, New York, LA, I don't know. They know their enrollment.
Oakland used to be huge, though. Oakland used to be real big.
Yeah, and I don't care. I personally don't care. You know, and I've always had that attitude. I mean, I've always bet on myself. If I believe it, you know, then I'm going to do it, you know.
For sure. So we'll get into the movie, and then we're gonna get back into some more of the story. I want to kind of pick your brain, kind of steal some shit.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And also just get some more information. Okay, so when writing this script, how long did it take?
Months.
What was the mindset?
Months. And it took months because I wasn't in a rush. I wasn't in a rush at all. Because one interview always led to another interview. Every day I was doing interviews. Like, it was just incredible the amount of interviews I was doing and the conversations I was having. You know, I've interviewed from Elijah Muhammad's family all the way to a person who been in the Nation of Islam now, you know. So it's I just wasn't in a rush to complete it, but you feel it in your belly, though. You feel it in your belly when you about to get done. You know what I mean? Like you know the next step you feel it. So it's like you know, you just know you should write that day, you know.
For sure. So when writing it, when writing the story, how many times did you go back to the interviews to write
Oh,
and then to get your
all the time.
okay.
All the time. It's like, for example, since this is a boxing platform, right? When Bob Arum said, "Oh, we will bust it down the middle. I take 50%, you take 50%." And I'm like, "Oh, John Ali said the same thing about getting the money from the boxing." And it ended up being like, when he said that, I knew something small. I knew John Ali was getting the money from Bob Arum. You understand what I'm saying? And then when you realize, and then you could put the pieces together when you hear Khalil Ali talk about the money, you know what I mean? And because I've interviewed her for about 20 hours now. You think about it, like all the interviews we've done. When you piece it together, you realize that that's the circle of currency. You know, Herbert, John Ali, Bob Arum, and obviously Don King. In the movie, you guys see Don King in the movie, but between those two promoters and the Nation of Islam, that was the circle of currency.
So when did you know I got something?
I always knew I had something. I always knew I had something because I knew Farrakhan was lying. Like, listen to this. Farrakhan tells this story. Farrakhan tells this story about him going to dinner with X in Queens at Malcolm X's home. And he said that when he went there, Malcolm X told him about, he says, "Oh, Betty made some bean soup," and so on and so forth, right? And we had the conversation, and he basically said, "Don't tell him until I can talk to Chicago." And from that point, Farrakhan had to make a decision. Farrakhan says, "I'm either gonna go with Elijah or I'm gonna go with Malcolm." And he obviously chooses to go with Elijah. But now we're in 2021, and we now know that those kids are real. You understand what I'm saying? Now we know that those women and those kids are actually real because they're alive. Many of them are still alive, you know. And I'm not going to say the ones that I spoke to, you know, just because of so I'm always going to deny if I spoke to them. But I'll just say this: Elijah Muhammad never played catch with his kids. You understand? He never pushed them on the bike. He never went in the backyard and played basketball with them, you know. And but when Farrakhan, you know, but they may think Farrakhan's gonna live forever, but if I don't know, but I can release those interviews when he's gone, you know. So that's the agreement that we had. And and what else? What'd you ask me? Oh yeah, Farrakhan. So now we know that Farrakhan, now we know that Elijah Muhammad was lying as it pertains to the woman, because he has an interview on YouTube where he denies being immoral. "I only married one woman," you know, and Claire Muhammad, and there's another guy in there, and he says, "Women throw themselves at me all the time," and this is his quote, and it's a 6 or 7 minute interview, and he basically denied having any sexual relationship with these people to tell his followers Malcolm X is lying. But now we know it's a lie. So just from that standpoint, from him being the messenger of God, right? Just from him being the messenger of God, he should be the messenger of masculinity, the messenger of manhood, the messenger of fatherhood, and And I'll never DB. I'll never disclose the kid, the people I spoke to, because I just won't. But stick around long enough, you will get these interviews for guaranteed. And I know for sure. Just understanding Claire Muhammad never thought he was the messenger of God. And when you watch the movie, it's gonna be proof. It's gonna be a primary counts of proof to prove what I'm saying. So it was like she was trapped into being a scorned woman. She was trapped. And I'll just leave it at that. You got to watch the movie. So click the link, go to my IG and click the bio, click the link in the bio, and feel free to buy it. But it's going to open up some eyes, because it's not going to be in my voice. It's going to be in someone else's voice, and you guys get to hear it.
For sure. So picking the roles. How did you go about picking them, and was it more than one person to choose from, or did she just win you over immediately? What was the process of picking the lead?
Picking the lead. That was easy because I've always wanted to work with Rihanna. Obviously she's beautiful, but I mean, she's a talented woman. And I always go from within. I've always been that way with most things that I do. I always look within. So if I know I'm going to spend $10,000 on something, I'm going to see who any of my friends I could spend this $10,000 with. You get what I'm saying? I'm going to spend $1,000. I'm always going to say, hey, do you know somebody that can do this? And that's it. So picking the roles was pretty easy. It wasn't hard, but it was taxing though, because I'm building a cast, So when you're building a cast, you got to you're accountable for everything, because I mean, shit, it's a $10,000 day. You get what I'm saying? So you're basically, the day of shooting, that's like $10,000. You get what I'm saying? So it's like you need everything to work, and I didn't have no cancellations, and so on and so forth. So,
okay. So now I gotta pull this up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, real quick, Brandon. It's an interview, bro. I'm gonna get to you. Hold on.
He dying to get in, right? He died.
Yeah. Hey, man, listen. It's a real interview. We still, what I'm saying? It's an interview.
What he beaming it or something?
Yeah, he already locked in and shit.
I'll just say no comment when he asks a question. I'll say, because it's no point even talking to him. It don't make sense because we disagree. What's the point of us talking? We done disagreed for a year and a half. It's nothing he's going to ask me, and it's not one of my answers that's going to change his mind. So what's the point?
So we need to know: is this the right Fred Hawthorne, man?
No, that's not me. I only got one.
Okay.
Only got one nod. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that was for it was for a project that I don't think I should have worked on. That's kind of why I'd be like, man. I say it now to grab people's attention. But because in this industry that gets people's attention. But I have one. But I won so many film festivals though, like too many to count for sure.
But what's crazy, when you type that in, your picture pops up though.
That's great. That's great.
He could have ran with it.
Nah, I can't do that. He earned it. Whoever he is, he earned it.
Yeah. So now, what goes into a day of filming, of shooting?
Oh shit, man. Let me say, PPD was amazing, dog. God damn, she helped me so much, man. The internet is amazing, dog. Like, it's crazy because we don't see each other, but I'd be like, man, PPD, I need help with this, I need help with that. It's crazy. Like she was a huge help. Structure, format, you know what I mean? Because I'm a big brain guy. I mean, big picture guy. So the details of little things like I forgot the makeup artist. I'm not even thinking about the makeup artist. I'm thinking about the talent. You know what I mean? Shit, the makeup artist is a ridiculous cost. So, you know what I mean? So it's just little things like that. Set design was she helped a great deal with the set design. I think one of them. Say it again.
How long did it take to find that spot that y'all used?
Months.
Did y'all build it from the ground up, or was it already kind of?
It came with some stuff, but I had to build it. I had to build it in, and you'll see it in the film.
Yeah, man. Cause I mean, just off the previews that I saw, I mean, it just looks something cool.
No, we built it. We spent a lot of money on that set. I spent a lot of time too, because we had to create it. Stuff we couldn't buy. You know, we had to create it. So
yeah. So so this movie, you think what do you think it'll do? What is your besides getting the truth out, besides getting this story out, what do you feel, or what do you want this film to do, either financially or
you know,
awards and shit like that?
Well, I know we're gonna win a bunch of awards because of the production. Like the production is just amazing. You know, I'm gonna win film festivals. You know, I've never not won on every film that I've done. I've won. You know, so so I go into already. This is like my 5th or 6th film, so I already go into it knowing that it's gonna be well received. I want everyone to have honest conversations. Everyone, you know, whether you're pro one side or pro the other side, have honest conversations. You know what I mean? The conversation don't start and stop with Malcolm X is a hypocrite. He betrayed Elijah Muhammad. That's not the whole story. You understand what I'm saying? That's definitely not the whole story. Elijah Muhammad is the what do they call him? The last messenger of God. That's not the whole story. You know, the whole story is you're dealing with what could have been a powerhouse. You know what I mean? I mean, now it's not as strong as it was back then, obviously. But now, instead of like thriving businesses, they get government contracts now. So the Nation of Islam gets government contracts now. So it's a little bit different now, you know? So, so I think like they have gone from power to the people to, shall we say, pretending to slap the hand that feeds them, you know?
Now, is this going to be a most important movie?
Yeah, for sure. Everything from now is going to be important. Everything is, everything from this point on is going to be important, because I'll be honest, if I do a short film, I'll just stay home for a couple of months. You get what I'm saying? Like I won't spend any money. Like so I can put that in my budget, you know. But a full-length feature, I would need some help doing that. So I would have to make some real sacrifices, you know. But in terms of short films and getting it out, I think it's gonna be. Everything's gonna be powerful from this point on. Everything's gonna be powerful. Yeah.
How hard is it to do a short film?
It's the same way as a big film. Same thing you're doing with your documentary. Same thing, same format. The only thing is your settings and conversations are not structured. You get what I'm saying? So when you're doing scripted, you literally got to pick up. When you do your pickup shots, it literally has to look exactly like it looked when you stopped the camera. But when you're doing a documentary, you don't have to do stuff like that. You know, like you don't need markers in documentaries. You just let them free flow and you just record. In movies, you need markers and well, you got to say this right here. You got to step right here. You know, the camera is set up right here. You know, because if you're doing a 2-camera shoot, both cameras can't be in the shot. You get what I'm saying? So all that stuff is a little bit different. It's not bad if you're doing 2 cameras in a documentary and you see a cameraman on the other side. That's okay because it's a documentary, you know.
Okay. Now, what's the easier? So you would say a documentary is easier to make, or is it a?
I would say it's easier to film. It's still a lot of work, man. Like, man,
the editing process is so hard because you want to keep everything.
mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You want to keep everything, but it's so hard to keep everything.
Squeeze your clips, and squeeze your clips as far as you can squeeze them, and make it a 3-hour movie to start.
For sure.
And then it's gonna naturally just keep on cutting. I don't need that. Oh, that's redundant. You know, he done said that already. You know, you don't need to see him training for 10 times in the movie. You know what I mean? Like, that gets redundant after a while, or he don't need to be in the gym for half the film, you know, shit like that.
For sure. And now listen, fellas, ladies, if ladies in here, y'all know how we do interviews. Y'all know we don't just let niggas jump on in. Y'all know, come on now. Y'all know just because it's Fred and we know the nigga, that don't mean I'm changing the format of how we do shit. When Boots came in here, I gave y'all niggas the opportunity to talk to the nigga after I talked to the nigga. So let me finish talking to the nigga. Everybody that has a question in the chat.
I'm biting at the bit.
Yeah. So listen, everybody that got a question in the chat, hold on to it. Y'all gonna be able to ask this nigga every question. Y'all know he don't run for no questions, but we got to keep the same exact format. That's how I do the show. I talk to the guests. I let y'all niggas get it in. Y'all know that I had Boots on here, fighters on here. So you know what I mean. That's what we doing. All right. So let me talk to the nigga a little bit longer, and we're gonna let y'all niggas go. All right. Let me put the link in the chat so y'all niggas can see so y'all niggas can beam in and shit. But I'm gonna say this though, we're not finna be arguing for hella long neither.
I'm not debating. You could debate on my show. You could debate me on my show. I'm just ask the question, I'll answer it.
All right. So, and it's the thing. We didn't talk about the questions that I asked the nigga. I'm asking niggas some good questions. I'm asking niggas some hard questions too. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't soft throwing the nigga no shit. I'm asking some real shit. So let me keep asking some real shit. And if y'all got some real shit to ask the nigga about something, then
let them ask anything they want. Let them ask anything. I have the right to say no comment.
All right. So getting back to film. You said you think this movie's gonna do great things. You said festivals and the whole shit.
Oh, for sure. 1,000%. Now,
we talked about this before. You said leasing a project, right?
Mm-hmm.
How important is it to keep the project your project? Although you already did everything that you need to do, you already paid for it, signed, sealed, and delivered. Mm-hmm. Why is it important to keep the project your project?
Because it'll be in my family to perpetuity. I don't have a problem leasing it, you know. And what I mean by leasing it, so let's say, for example, if CBS wanted to air it, sure, CBS can air it. You can't own it though. I'm not selling the project, you know. It would be the same as a bigger YouTube channel wanting to air it. Yeah, you got to pay me for it, you know. I did the hard work, you know.
For sure.
I took the risk of getting the coronavirus, doing these interviews and driving here, driving there, flying there. So
hey, listen, you remember I got the coronavirus fucking with that documentary and shit.
Oh, you did?
Remember? I mean, I was down bad.
Yeah. I remember. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah. So basically, we're gonna get to the folks. Let them ask some questions. We're gonna chop it up. We're gonna laugh. You know what I'm saying? because this had nothing but the remix of the barbershop. You know what I'm saying? It's just the same shit, but multiple people gonna be able to get in and talk and chill. All right, so right now we're gonna get the pit bull out the fucking way.
Yeah,
He's been waiting. He was waiting for a whole fucking hour to talk to Fred. So we're gonna allow him to talk to Fred, and then everybody else we'll get y'all in. All right. So this is what we're finna do. So we're gonna get Brandon Washington in here, and then we're gonna get back, and then we're gonna chop it up live. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, cool.
So we started out. We had to start out extra professional. You know what I'm saying? Just in case PBC is going to watch the first half of this shit. You gotta sell them. You gotta sell them a bill of goods.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the pit bull, aka Brandon Washington. Let him in real quick. B-Dub, what's happening?
What's going on? What's up? Can everybody hear me?
You breaking up? You breaking up?
Okay, hold on. Let me take my earpiece off. You can't hear me? Hold up. I've been waiting too long for this.
Yeah, I was finna say, nigga, you better have your shit together. You've been waiting for a long time.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you good.
Okay, cool. Okay. I got a bunch of questions because based on what he said, he lied and he's making up stuff. So let's get to the first points I got. I got a bunch of questions. The first question I have is, you called this a documentary. What historical research did you do in calling this a documentary?
No, this is not a documentary. I got a documentary. This is a feature film. Mine is I got a documentary.
I'm asking him. So what is?
And it's not a documentary.
Okay, so it's not the documentary. So okay, cool. Let's move on. Okay, the next question. You said you talked to Minister Farrakhan's best friend. What is his best friend's name, and what does talking to him mean in regards to this documentary?
If you order the film, you can find out all that on your own. It's on the paid page.
No, Fred, you came here to talk about the movie. I'm asking questions that you just said. You talked to his. I'm asking you questions based on. I wrote down everything you said. So everything you said, I wrote it down. So I'm asking you questions based on the interview that you gave in Kyle. What was his name?
B-Dub, it's not a documentary, B-Dub. You keep saying it's not a documentary, it's a movie.
No, I'm saying Fred said he talked to Minister Farrakhan's best friend. I'm asking you, what is his name?
If you go to,
because I don't know his best friend.
Okay, well, I'm going to answer it for you. If you go to the page on the documentary, I mean, not now you got me saying on the film, that answer will be there. So just go to the page and you'll see.
Cool. Okay, the next question I have is, you said that Dr. Wesley lied. How did he lie?
Too many lies.
Okay, just give me one. Just give me one.
I did already.
Okay, give it here.
I said it already. I gave one already.
You said, what is it? What? Okay. Now you said that it was a rumor about Malcolm X being a homosexual. Where did that rumor come from, and who started it?
Oh gosh.
Okay, I'll tell you. The man's name is Manny Marable, and he wrote a book.
But he died.
Next. Okay, let's move on. Let's keep going.
Keep going.
You said you also said.
Let him ask.
I'm saying, like, you calm down, my nigga. Ask nigga the question, but just, you feel me? Try to side a little bit.
You're right.
He's a
nation. The reason I'm excited because the reason I'm excited, Kyle, is because he won't answer these questions, and it's the only time I can get to speak with him without him filibustering me on his show. So that's why
buy the movie.
I want to get this out,
and you'll have all that you need.
No, if you here to talk about the movie, you're going to answer questions about this movie, or you not here to here to talk about him, or you here to answer questions to talk about the movie. Which one? Okay, now back to what I said. Now, you said that you called your movie 9 Wives. If he had 9 wives, what are their names, and how many of them did you talk to personally?
I'm not going to, I told you I'll disclose that when Farrakhan dies.
So okay, so you are sure that he had 9 wives and you have all their names, correct?
I will disclose that when Farrakhan dies.
Okay, no problem. Let's move on. Let's move on to the next question. You stated that you believe that the Malcolm X movie by Spike Lee, you believe that it was based on historical fact, right? Do you know who wrote the screenplay for that movie and what it's based on?
You didn't hear my answer. You only
No,
hear.
I'm asking a question.
No, I answered that question already.
Stop filibustering. Stop
can answer-
filibustering, Fred. Let's just have a dialogue.
I answered the question. You asking the question I answered already.
Okay, what was your answer?
It's in the tape. You gotta rewind the video.
Okay, now, okay, for Kyle's show, I will tell you what the screenplay is based off of. I have the actual book. James Baldwin wrote a screenplay. Fred doesn't know this because he's ignorant. James Baldwin wrote a screenplay, and that's what the Malcolm X movie is based on. Go get the screenplay, Fred, just to learn you something. Now, next, Fred said that it was 2 people in the house when Malcolm was going to meet with Elijah Muhammad.
I said,
who were those people and what were their names?
You'll go,
I can't hear
go
you.
by the movie. You'll see.
So there's 2
Okay,
things.
once again, he don't want to have no. Okay,
Go by the movie. You'll see it. You'll have your answers. Because I'm ignorant. I don't
okay.
know if
The next thing I want to ask. Ignorant means you do not know. That's all it means. It just means you don't have knowledge.
So
then don't act like it's a derogatory term. It just means you don't know. Stop filibustering. Now, the next question that I have. You said that you done research. What kind of research did you do?
I answered that question already. You asking questions, okay. I answered already.
No problem. We'll keep moving. No problem. You said that the Elijah Muhammad, you said that in one breath, you said that he admitted to Malcolm that he had wives and other children. Then in the next breath, you said he denied it. So does he admit it or does he deny
it? Malcolm said that he told him, right? Elijah Muhammad said in an interview, and that the only person he's married to is Clara Muhammad. And then I said, in 2021, now we know all these kids are alive. So
who said in 2021? No, Fred. Wait a minute. Wait, stop. Because you selling a narrative that's not true. First of all of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's children and so-called wives, whatever you want to call them, they were all inside the Nation of Islam, and the children were not hidden. So what are you talking about in 2021?
I said in 1965 or 62, 63, 64, you're yelling without comprehension. It was hidden.
You said what?
Let me talk. In the 60s, it was hidden. H-I-D-D-I. How you spell H-I-D-D-E-N? Hidden. And it was, and even Elijah Muhammad said, I have the interviews. If you guys want them, I'll send them to you. Not a big deal. He said the only person he's married to he only has one woman. It's Clara Muhammad. And this was in 1965 when he gave that speech. So
okay, next question I have.
No, wait, let me finish.
Why are you so
let me finish.
You already said that. You already said that part. He already said that, Kyle. You already said that. Now let's move on. Let's just get questions out. Let's just please answer my questions. I don't have time for the filibustering you telling these stories. Please answer my questions because I want to learn more. Okay.
I want to finish answering that question.
You told me once.
You see how they don't want the truth to come out? Can I finish answering that question?
Yeah, let the man finish. Let him finish and then go back to it.
Okay. In 1965, he said the only woman he's married to is Clara Muhammad. And I said in 2021, now we know that to be a lie in terms of the kids, because he has multiple kids by multiple women. So Elijah Muhammad lied to his congregation, because in that interview, you hear the rah, right on, preacher, whatever they say. So if you want that, I can give it to you, and you can. I'll give it to DB because I see him in the chat saying I'm lying in this. So I'll send it to DB, and you can have it. And so he's actually lying. Elijah Muhammad is actually lying because he had shit too many kids to count by then.
B-Dub, I didn't kick you out. I don't know what the hell happened. Your connection might be bad. I didn't kick you out though, player. You know, I don't kick niggas out, but I put the link back in the chat so you can hop on. Yeah, so we'll go best pugilist, and then we'll go 817 boxing. What's up, best pugilist?
Peace. What's good, Kyle? What's up, Fred? Peace.
Hey,
How you doing,
what's up,
Fred?
man? I'm feeling great, man. What's popping?
Good. Yeah, great. Yeah, I just want to let you know I already ordered. I had purchased the film.
Thank you, man. I appreciate.
I purchased it like last Wednesday or something like that.
Thank you. What number we?
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah, I did it like last Wednesday, something to that effect. Yeah, let me ask you a question. But like depending on the on how successful the film is, are you considering maybe doing a longer, fuller length version of it?
For sure. I would love to.
Okay.
I would absolutely love to. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's pretty much what I wanted to say. I just wanted to tap in on that because that's the only real question I had. Because most of the other questions I had, Kyle put them out already.
Okay. Yeah.
he asked pretty much what I was going to ask. So, but I just wanted to know, if it's successful enough, would you consider doing a longer version?
I want to do it. I just can't afford it right now. I just can't afford to do $1 million movie.
Okay. All right, man. No doubt, brother, man. Good luck with everything. And Kyle, you know what time it is. I'll be back in the chat.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Peace.
Salute to everybody that's here, man. This is the world record right now, man. Shout out to Fred. We're gonna go 817 boxing, then we go back to you, B. Listen, let's try. All we gotta do is just talk.
Let me answer the question. I'm fine.
Yeah, all right. So after my boy Boxing B, we get right back to you, Brandon. Hey, listen, if y'all want to join, where the hell you just go? This nigga just left again. All right. 817, what's going on, big dog? Shout out to my boy Tay Jones in the building, man.
What's going on with you, man?
What's going on, big homie?
What's happening, Fred? Look like it's hot in that seat over there, Fred. Uh-oh. Fred over there spinning.
Oh, shit, he got a bad connection or something. Might got a phone call or something.
Yeah, got to beam back in. But I just want to pose to the brothers, really. I just want to salute Fred for being brave. And I just want to pose to the brothers, what would they do? I mean, let's take everything out of it and put you in a real scenario. Put yourself in that situation. Anyone you find brothers that are part of the nation, I don't judge either way. Anything that keep a black man solid, you know what I'm saying? I'm all for it, But at the same time, man, it could happen to any one of you cats. And I'm going to ask you, Kyle, I guess this is the best way to do it. Kyle, man, if you join the organization as such, and you believe in it wholeheartedly, you change, you start changing your ways and change your life and do a whole, change your life, essentially. You do a whole 180 from being whatever piece of shit you was before, becoming a man, through it or whatnot. And then the very man that, brought you in, let's say, or the very man that you look up to within that organization ain't living up to what he preaching. Or let's say it involved one of your women, one of your wives, or one of your brother's wives that or something, basically the question is one brother's life worth the movement? And to me, it's like these brothers saying, nah, it ain't worth the movement, but it ain't your life though. So that's the question. You know what I'm saying?
My internet went out. I'm sorry. I guess some winds are blowing or something. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
For sure, Fred. I just want to salute you on your bravery for getting out there and even talking about this topic. You know, the way they want to talk about it, you know, the way a lot of people look at it is, you know, we got so much shit from the white folks going on. Why we even focusing on this? But you know, black lie, white lie, whatever it is, I think our people need to stop being lied to. And I just take a little bit of exception of my own people lying to me. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. But I'm gonna say it again, Fred. Any one of these black men that's involved with the nation right now could be picked in that very same situation. You know what I mean? And the question is a movement worth one black life? And it seems that a lot of brothers don't feel like it's worth it, but at the same time, it's not their life. You know? So I think it should be told just like anybody else's. You know what I'm saying? I don't think, you know, one lie is bigger than the other, white, black, indifferent. All the lies need to be exposed, and we deserve the truth. I salute you, Fred, for your bravery, bro.
Oh, thank you, man.
All right. Before B-Dub, before we get to you, appreciate you. Hey, 17, appreciate you for coming on. Before we get back to you, Brandon, hold on, man. I gotta shout these boys out, man. Lynn Ray, appreciate you, big dog. Salute to you, my dog. Appreciate you, man. One more time, my boy Lynn Ray, man. Appreciate you, big dog. And my boy JJ, Mr. Jarvis Johnson. Appreciate you.
That's love, man. That's love.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all, man.
You out here in these streets.
Yeah, we're trying. All right, man. We're gonna bring the pit bull back, and then we're gonna open up the panel. We're gonna laugh. We're gonna talk. You know what I'm saying? So we'll get all this shit out the way, all the tough shit, all the hard shit, all the hard questions, we'll get all that shit out the way. And after this, we're gonna do the regular kickback, and we're gonna laugh and have a good time. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna talk boxing, we're gonna talk about women, whatever we're doing, we're gonna do our shit. But let these niggas, whatever the fuck they about to do, get that shit out the way, and then we're gonna have a good time. All right. Is that orange juice, Fred?
Yeah, orange juice and I eat it at the end of every show. Orange juice and pistachios.
Hey, all right, so let me go to shit.
It cures my sugar high.
Champ just joined in. All right, go ahead, B Dub. We're gonna go to Champion Heart.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I had a few more questions. Also, the next question that I had for Fred was, you have one of your actresses, the main actress, she has on a cross. Why do you have her with the cross on?
It'll make sense when you watch the movie.
Okay, well, I'm gonna make a statement behind that. Are you aware that people in the Nation of Islam do not wear crosses?
You got to watch the movie.
No, I'm asking you a question. Are you aware that we do not wear crosses?
He can't get a movie away though.
Let him go. I told him if you watch the movie, it's gonna
okay. What I'm saying, now, Kyle, the point that I'm making is he's supposed to be making a movie about MGT. The women of the movie. Hold on. I'm making a statement. He's supposed to be making a movie.
No,
about,
you're not supposed to tell me.
Can you stop? Can you stop? Fred,
no.
Okay, go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
You didn't produce this movie. I did.
I'm gonna let you finish.
So you don't know what the cross means.
You don't know what the cross means because we don't wear them. So why would you depict the MGT with the cross, a woman in the Nation of Islam with a cross on, when we don't wear crosses? That's what I'm saying. Your movie's already inaccurate because that's one of the. Do you know what the cross represents in the Nation of Islam?
That's why you gotta watch the movie, and that's why you gotta watch the movie.
Here, man. So what I'm trying to explain to you is you're already, just from the frame still, you're already depicting the women of the Nation of Islam inaccurate because that would never be worn. It would never be worn. Even the way she's wearing her headscarf. Why do you have her wearing her headscarf like that? Why?
Because you have to watch the movie.
Okay. Well, let me say. Okay, that's fine. Let me say some things about what I've seen so far about the movie, just to steal images. First of all, women in the Nation of Islam, the way Fred has depicted them, they do not dress like that. Fred keeps talking about he's telling the truth, but he's even with the simplest thing, which is the wardrobe, he's getting wrong. He's getting wrong the wardrobe. So
let him go. I'm
trying to tell him that was he got a clip on his Instagram right now where he has the lady that comes in with the baby in the full Muslim wear, my boy.
But what I'm trying to explain, see, Fred don't even understand. It don't work. Anyway, what I'm trying to explain and get over to the audience, what I'm trying to get over to the audience is that Fred has not done really any research. This is a passion project for him that he pulled out of his ass. That he didn't do any. He talked to disgruntled members, or he talked to people that haven't been around the Nation of Islam within the last damn near 40 years. So when he keeps saying tell truth, it's not truth. It's propaganda based on what he read from the bullshit that he's came across. Fred has no facts about anything. He don't even, he's telling you, I asked him about, okay, you said Louis Farrakhan's best friend. Who is that? I ask him specific questions based on what he's up here talking about, and he's not able to answer them. So the point that, and this is the point, and this is why I'm here. The reason that I'm here is that he's depicting a group that I belong to, that I'm a registered member of, and he's saying things that are inaccurate. He's saying that this group covered up the murder of Malcolm X, and that's not true. I'm telling you that's not true. He's saying that the Most High Elijah Muhammad did things and hid things and did certain things within the Nation of Islam. That's not true. Fred is telling y'all that he went to meet John Ali, and John Ali told him the financials of the Nation of Islam. That is a lie. John Ali stopped being the national secretary, I believe, in 1971 or 72, which means that he was only privy up to that time. So the point that I'm trying to make is Fred does not understand the inner workings of the Nation of Islam, and it shows based on his still clips, the way we dress. He didn't even get that right. So that shows that he did not consult with any active member right now within SI, and it's just a propaganda hit piece. So when y'all talk about truth, it's not even based in fact. That's why you can't call it a documentary, because it's not based in fact. Now, the next question that I have is, you said that to you in the narrative that you've gotten, Fred, is that Malcolm X was not a hypocrite to his teacher. And a lot of people say that he was. Why do you think it's your business to speak on the Nation of Islam? And why do you think it's for you to try to put a narrative out?
You just got to go enjoy this propaganda. You got to go enjoy the propaganda. It's a beautiful piece of propaganda. It cost me a little bit of money. And
of course,
you just got to just go enjoy it. It's propaganda.
What you do is what millionaires do. They collect things, and they have, when you have money, you can influence certain things. So all the thing you did was just use your money, and you use the little influence that you have on social media, and you trying to turn it into a cachet. But that's all you're doing. It's nothing more. And not only that,
I agree.
Hold on, let me finish.
I agree.
Also, I know, because that's what you're doing. Also, what I will say is that it's disheartening to see that we have great leadership, and leadership that taught us well. They gave us Malcolm X. They gave us Muhammad Ali. They gave us Naeem Akbar. They gave us Rizza Islam. They gave us Louis Farrakhan. They gave us all of this. And we have men like you who do not understand what they're dealing with, and have just not started tapping into their blackness. So now you figure you want to destroy one of our great black leaders, and we don't need white people to do that. And they sitting back laughing. So what I will say is, Fred, thank you for your COINTELPRO project. I appreciate for everybody to see where you at. Now you will go down in history at this position, and I hope that you understand the gravity of the position that you take. But you're more than welcome to do what you do with your money. Hopefully you run around, and hopefully you don't go around and tear down Frederick Douglass next. Hopefully your next project won't be going around tearing down great black leaders who taught us not to drink, not to smoke, to live upright, and to be upright men. So outside of that, that's my only statement. I never speak on this again. I've said what I had to say, and that's that. Kyle, thank you for being patient. And Fred, I hope you get what you're looking for. Peace to you all.
Next caller.
For sure, Brandon. Appreciate you, man, for sliding. For sure. All right, we got my dog Champion Heart. We're gonna lighten this shit up real quick. For sure, we're gonna lighten it up because y'all motherfuckers got a little too deep.
No, it can be heavy. It can be heavy. This film ain't for him. I didn't make this film like, hey, I hope Brandon likes it. I hope the Nation of Islam like it. I don't care I don't care how they respond to this film. I'm not going to the Nation of Islam website. Can you help me promote the film? I'm not tagging the Nation of Islam members. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what they think about the film. It's not for them. If they want to watch it, they can go watch it. I mean, that was pretty beta, if I say so, but I'm proud of this film. I'm proud of this film. And I can't wait for the world to see it August 5th. If you haven't bought it yet, go to my Instagram, Silent Heroes. SILENTHEROS, and click the link in the bio. And if I'm an agent, I guess I'm an agent of truth. If I'm a COINTELPRO member, I'm a COINTEL member of truth, because here's the difference. I just sent the check to the government for $20,000. I pay quarterly taxes, right? I just sent the check yesterday, 2 days ago, for $20,000. The Nation of Islam gets checks from the governments. We're different. We're two different. We're different. We're two different people. I'm not asking for money from the government. They are. I'm paying the government. There's a big difference. And I paid for this film. White people are devils. Don't trust the government. But here, give me this check. Give me this $400,000 a year. Come on, man. Give me a break, man. Give me a break, man. Oh my God. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. And that's why this truth needs to get out. I don't understand for the life of me how a grown man can say one man is right all the time. I don't understand how they can say, oh, Louis Farrakhan is the holy apostle when he turned his back on Khalid Muhammad to get privileges from the US government. First of all, if you're a Nation of Islam, you don't care what the government says about the Nation of Islam, because you are your own sovereign nation. Why are you caring about what the Black Caucus in the Senate says about Khalid Muhammad? Why? Why would you care? But you got to go on a speech and say, I didn't like what he said. It wasn't in the. But last month, the 2 months before that, Farrakhan gave the same speech. Make it make sense. And a year later, he's on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial asking people to donate. Make this make sense. So you get a check from the government and you get cash from the people. And all this is facts. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not asking money from the government. I'm paying my taxes to leave them out of my life. It's not the bean pies. It's not the Muhammad Speaks, not the final call. It's those contracts with the government that's keeping the nation alive. But white man's the devil. White man's the devil. And if this was my show, I would show the government contracts. I would show that. And we got quotes from Demetric Muhammad, who was on my show, and said, "Oh, this is great for the Nation of Islam. Now we get to go into these prisons and teach Islam to these I'll forget the term, prisoners or whatever, but you know what I'm saying? But the hits just keep coming. I know it's not true, but I'll show it tomorrow on my show. We'll do it like that. And then they got millions of dollars from their AIDS project. Millions of dollars from their AIDS project. Didn't cure not one person. Not one person they didn't cure. and they charge 4 to 5 times more. Inmates, yeah, that's the right term. Yeah. You drink milk, you can cure raw milk will cure you from AIDS. Farrakhan is saying, yeah, give me the check. Say what you want. What I forget the doctor's name. It's in my notes. Yeah. But I'm not even doing the movie on the current nation. I don't care about that. I'll get there. Yeah, this is true. They said raw milk cures AIDS, and they got close to $3 million from the government. Make that make sense. It's documented. Do a quick Google search. Google it.
Yeah.
You ain't got to take much. You ain't got to take much to Google it. Farrakhan would introduce the doctor. I'm going to show, matter of fact, tomorrow, we're going to talk about Farrakhan tomorrow. We're going, because this needs, and I'm going to show y'all proof. I'll do that tomorrow for the people.
Champ, what you got for him, Champ?
Oh, go ahead, Champ. He's old enough, so he remembers the milk. I remember my mom saying that's a whole bunch of hogwash. Yeah. I remember that.
I was just chilling, man. You know, letting Fred speak. You know, waiting patiently. If they are getting the government contracts, like you said, and that makes what some of the things they say hypocritical. So I get that. I was also watching a video about that whole milk thing, and that right there, that sounds like, you know, do they have money involved in that? Is that why they're pushing that? Because we all know that milk is pus and blood.
Yeah. I mean, you know, even
DB knows that, and it causes mucus. So I don't understand why they would be pushing that. But anyway, I get, you know, why, you know, brothers are upset, you know, because when you are attacking, you know, someone's belief, it's just like people with their religion and their beliefs. You know, they get to the point to where they have lived their life a certain way, and it's become a fabric of their life. So when you attack it, it's like you're saying that their life has been a lie. You know, and sometimes people are more comfortable with what they want to believe as opposed to what's reality in some situations. Malcolm X said himself, the truth is the truth no matter who tells it. And one of the things that bothered me was I heard Nuri Muhammad say this, and I heard Dimitri Muhammad say this, that Malcolm was actually being allowed to come back to the nation, and that wasn't true. Malcolm said himself that when he realized, because his plan was to bring Ali to the nation, when he realized that didn't get him the credit that he thought it would get him to come back, he knew then he wasn't going to be allowed back. So I don't understand why those brothers were saying that when that wasn't the case. And Malcolm himself said that he knew he wasn't going to be coming back. So one of the questions that I was asking DB was, and I was saying this, everybody knows who Eddie Long was and stuff that he was doing. So my question is, you know, should he had been exposed for what he was doing because it attacked other people's religious beliefs? You understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. If this was a priest, a black priest, if this was a black pastor, they would say get him out of there because it elevates the Nation of Islam. Oh, this is the righteous way to come. But now that we're attacked, Kyle, I just sent you a link. Put the link up, please. And please get Dimitri Muhammad, who was on my show. There is a direct quote from Dimitri Muhammad about him happy that the Nation of Islam is getting money from the government. All right, just pull that up, and I'm going to go into greater detail on my show tomorrow. And it's all a game of charades. That's why I say God is in your actions. God is in your thoughts. God ain't in a building. God is not in one man. It's impossible. Right. He's a human.
That's one of the issues that I have with Farrakhan. I didn't like how they did Khalid Muhammad. and I didn't like how they did Dr.
Khalid Muhammad.
No, not what's the shit, who cured AIDS. You know what I'm talking about?
Sabi. Yeah,
I
Sabi.
didn't like
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't like how they played Sebi as well. But you know, I do think the nation has, you know, has done some good things. I've really lifted up a lot of black men that were headed in certain directions, you know, changed their life. I know brothers personally, the nation changed their life. And but now they are no longer NOI members. Because as they got older, they began to believe different and they separated themselves from the organization. But I do know guys personally who were a part of the NOI. So again, I get why, you know, brothers are upset because, you know, again, you're attacking someone's belief, then of course they're going to be upset. So I get it. But I'm gonna sit back in the chat, man. I just wanted to speak up on that real quick. All right. Salute to you, brothers.
All right, peace. Brandon, pull that up because the U.S. government is supposed to be public enemy number one to the Nation of Islam. White man's the devil. Don't trust the government. We are our own nation. But I mean, people from the nation can't go on welfare, can't vote. You know, no government assistance. It's out of Elijah Muhammad said this out of his mouth. Out of his mouth. This ain't I got all the interviews out of his mouth. He says that. So, anyways, go ahead.
All right, Rob Brown, what's going on, man? What you got?
What's good? What's good, Kyle? What's good, Fred? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you well.
Yeah. So I was just gonna ask a couple questions, man, because you know, we just all here together.
Yeah.
So I kind of wanted to know. I guess this is two parts. You might have answered it already. Why do a scripted movie instead of a documentary? And then like what's I know you've said it before, like about the audience. What's the target audience?
I don't. My target audience obviously would be people who look like me. And in addition to that, the reason why I did scripted over documentary was I thought it would be better served in a short film. I could have done a full-length documentary. I have enough information to do a full-length documentary with just the interviews. I absolutely have it. I have, man, too many interviews to count. You know, I don't even know how many I've done. And I have a whole hard drive full of interviews. I felt it was important to do a scripted piece because it'll get straight to the point. And I wanted to do a scripted piece. Like I really think people gravitate a lot towards scripted pieces, especially since it's going to be 13 to 15 minutes, I believe. So I'll know Thursday of how long it's going to be exactly, but it's 13 to 15 minutes, I believe.
All right. So now, like, how would you answer the question, or I say, I guess, more or less the challenge, if somebody was to ask you, like, what makes you an authority if you're not a member of the nation? How would you answer that question?
I'm not an authority. I would consider myself a historian of sorts. Okay. The only expert you can be is on yourself, you know, and I know this to be true. I'm not in the business of debating a Nation of Islam member. I'm not in the business of that. I'm not in the business of debating DB and them. They'll get it later on down the line, because you got to ask them the question. If he had 9 wives according to, or if he had multiple wives according to Farrakhan and Wesley Muhammad and Malcolm, would you want your daughter being the next one? And
okay. And so more of an outside looking in type thing.
Oh, for sure. I've never been a part of a group now, like not outside of a basketball or football team. So I did the best I could with the information that I was privy to, and I dug deep. I dug really deep for this, and I have enough primary resources where it all makes sense, So, but I'm not in this to debate or satisfy the Nation of Islam. Don't give a fuck. Don't care. I don't give a fuck what they think of the film. I don't give a fuck at all. 0%. I didn't make this for them.
So I was just thinking, like, in terms of when you said, the target audience is people that look like you and whatnot. So why not expose like another organization who's like, I kind of put this in the chat. There's some organizations that do nothing but terrorize our people, demonize us, tear us down.
Some may say the Nation of Islam has done that to us.
You think they do? They did?
I said some may say. Some may say.
I'm just asking, because I like to know like your thoughts on the Nation of Islam and Elijah Muhammad.
I don't have an opinion on them. My job is not to tear down. My job is to give you the information, and you can do what you want with the information.
Okay, so it's not a narrative then. It's okay. I got you.
My next project is not even on the Nation of Islam. It's on something else. This is a project that I've been wanting to do for some time, and it's actually being done. But I guarantee you, what grown man would say they would allow their daughter to be the next wife?
Right.
DB, would you want your daughter being the next wife? Brandon, could your daughter be Elijah Muhammad's next wife? Who else in the chat? Reggie, you want your daughter being the next wife? Why not?
So I'm gonna ask you my last question, Fred, and I'm gonna jump off, man.
Yeah,
so you mentioned like it's for people to have an honest conversation, and so
absolutely, that's important.
I'm just trying to get what's the bottom line? Like an honest conversation, kind of like leading to what? Because I know you mentioned that how some people feel about Malcolm, but look, I'm in the South. I was up north. You know what I'm saying? Everybody I've ever ran into, looks at Malcolm in a good light. I don't see like the discredit of him. So, like, do you want the NOI to kind of end? I know you say you don't have no feeling toward him, but like, do they need to? I mean, what's the solution basically? Because I mean, we have a lot of conversations, but
the truth stands
what's
alone.
the solution?
The truth stands alone. Why do you need a narrative with the truth? To make you feel better? If I'm 5'7" and black, I'm 5'7" and black. Well, you're taller than this guy. No, I'm 5'7" and black. It is what it is. You know what I mean? And I'm not into that. I'm not going back. I'm not going back and forth. I'm standing on what I create.
So you think the truth is actually going to help a situation?
The truth always helps.
Okay. All right.
Let's get to Troy.
Hey, I just wanted to get your thoughts, man. Appreciate it, Kyle.
For sure. We're gonna get to Troy, then we're gonna go to Eli, and then we just gonna chop it up. All right.
Yeah.
So let's get
yeah,
Troy.
Yeah, they in their feelings now. They think Elijah Muhammad was God.
Troy, what's going on, man?
Hey, how y'all doing? Hey, Fred, I was gonna ask you, what is the purpose behind doing this now? Because I think it's so much more going on in the world. What is the purpose on doing this movie now? What is it? What is it supposed to be about?
Your creativity and your purpose is different than mine. So
right, that's what. Yeah,
I just answered it. When you feel inspired to do something, you do it, and that's simply put. I'm not on no one else's rubric. I do this on my own.
I got you. I got you. Let me make the question a little straighter.
Yes.
What inspired you to do this now? Then.
Now, like I think I was ready to do it now.
He said,
I don't.
He said COVID earlier. He said the COVID.
Oh yeah. I had the space in my life. Now, like I had the space in my life in terms of being introspective. You understand? And I didn't do films for for a few years because Kennedy came, and I had to build a foundation around her. So I didn't So I developed my relationship with Kennedy, and now that she starts school in September, I'm gonna keep it going. I'm gonna keep it going, keep it coming. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm keeping pumping them out. You know, I can't afford a full length feature. You know, when I see Kennedy's trajectory, then I'll know what to do with my finances. But I can't take that. I can take that risk, but I will not take that task right now, currently.
Right. I guess.
That's all.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm trying to just get to the point of what inspired you to bring up something about the nation now is what I'm saying. Did you?
I just told you it's my inspiration.
You're
it's
right.
not you're gauging me on your beliefs, on your perspective of the nation.
No. You know, I'm not in the nation or anything like that. I don't follow any religion or anything like that. I'm just trying to find out what drove you to actually do something about the nation, other than the fact that you said, okay, well, this is just your time, is your creativity, fine. But everything comes from a spark. Everything has a root. So what was the root?
I mean, it's just ongoing. It's just ongoing. I've always like, I think Malcolm is I know Malcolm is my favorite guy to research. And that's simply it. He's like my favorite guy to research. And so when someone becomes like your favorite person to research, then and you feel like the story ain't been fully told, and you have the abilities to do so, and you have the abilities to create what you believe to be as a truth, then you do it, you know? So that's simply it, you know? It's just simply what I believe, you know, and I have people's voices to substantiate my claims.
Gotcha. And I guess the last thing would be, you mentioned truth and you mentioned research.
Yes.
If you could tell where you got your research and whose truth are you telling right now? Because this is really, whose truth are you telling? Are you telling Fred's truth, or are you telling, whose truth are you telling, man?
The truth is based off of my research.
All right.
And I've done a lot for this film, and in time, you guys are gonna see it. And it's but people get offended when they feel like like their God is being attacked, and I get it. You know.
Well, I'm not one of those people. I was just curious.
I'm just saying, just the general consensus upon my naysayers.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you before I jump off here. There's no problem. I'm not gonna watch it. Anything personal with you. I just could touch a lot of elders that Malcolm actually touched that are still alive. And if I need to find out any information, I can find out from them. And at this point in life, I just don't see the need to go backwards and tell any more of those stories, because the information is out there already. So I think
I agree with
you.
My film ain't for you. My film ain't for everybody. I'm not offended when people say, "Oh, you full of shit. This is terrible. This ain't no." It's a part of life. It's a part of life. I don't like shellfish.
Y'all have a good night, man.
Appreciate you, man.
All right.
All right, man. We got my dog, man. You know what I'm saying? My boy Eli Zachary.
Hey, what's up, Eli?
Eli, what's up with it, Eli?
What's going on? Shit, man. Honest to God, bro, I want you to know before we even start, I don't have any disdain or any kind of dog in this fight.
You don't have to preface it.
Yeah, but okay. I had to, because that way we had the right energy when we start, because it's, but my questions are more geared towards the origin of what the real purpose was and where it's really geared towards. When I think of the NOI, I think of the NOI, just me, myself, as an organization that has taken care of a lot of black people, a lot of black men and women. When you think of the NOI, how do you think of it? Just the NOI, not Elijah, just the NOI.
They're good and they're bad. They're good and they're bad. They're both. Like I drive up Crenshaw every day. So I know I had good conversations, and I've had Nation of Islam members begging me for money. Like same, like it goes both ways. I've seen them, you know, I've seen them drinking alcohol. I've seen them like it's that duality. Like I live in a big city. So to put it under one blanket, like I think what we're misconstruing at the end of the day is the human element of life.
That's what I'm getting to.
People think like this group is all one thing, that group is all one thing. You understand? And I've literally had to feed Nation of Islam members. You understand what I'm saying? Like not because I mean just because it's life. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I think we're being disingenuous when we're saying you can't tell a story. You can or can't tell a story. You can do what you want in life. And if it's positive reactions or negative reactions, you got to deal with it. And I think the fact that people are so hung up on black this, black that, and they're not being introspective on what they're protecting. Like DB said, he would allow his daughter to be the 10th wife. That I don't understand that at all. That's brainwashing. That's a cult-like mindset. You would let your daughter to be the 10th wife? Wow. You understand what I'm saying?
My thought behind that question, I don't mean to cut you off, but I got to keep that process. Yeah. And my thought behind that question was, so when you say you saw NO guys that were NOI guys that were drinking and
I see them come out the 54th Street, 54th and Crenshaw all the time, and they put it on the. I see it with my own eyes.
I'm saying just my thought. So generalizations.
I'm not generalizing. I'm telling you what I see.
Check me out. Okay. Generalizations a lot of times, whether we understand that we're doing them or not, or what kind of create that void in between perspective or viewpoints. Because if you were to say that the NOI is drinking and not the individual is drinking,
that's what I said. I've seen NOI members buy alcohol. I'm telling you what I saw.
Okay, but I asked you, what's the NOI? Them as an organization, what they've done for Black people. How did you view it? You didn't tell me what the NOI did, how you viewed it.
Okay. So just re-ask the question. Re-ask the question, please.
Okay, so when you view the NOI, how do you view the NOI?
I maybe I didn't word it right. I think they're a normal organization like anything else. They have good, bad, and ugly. You understand? And I think 50-50, like I don't have no emotions towards them. None. Like I don't care. I have none. Like I'm emotionless as it pertains to them. I don't zero.
My thoughts are that's it's not my business when I think of the NOI, but I do view it as the NOI structuring and what is meant to stand for and what is created has been great for a lot of Black people, but and a lot of its members. But when the members themselves do the wrong thing, it leaves a reflection of the NOI, but it is not the NOI. It's those people choosing to do.
So when they do good, is it a reflection of the NOI?
That's the bad. That's why I say that's a reflection of it. But it's not when they do good, it's a reflection of them and their growth as an individual.
So when they do bad, that's what I said. People are just saying the NOI only does good. NOI, no, they're human. Like they're human. They're normal. Like they're normal human beings. They raise kids. They send their kids to school. They go to work. They just like you and I. It's no. Listen.
I get what you're saying, but the only thing I was saying in that perspective is that when you say the NOI, those members that are doing good, it's that slap in the face. You feel what I'm saying? That's like
if I was say that for anything. You can say that for any type of organization.
You're right. So
Well, I
that's
don't
why I'm
get.
saying, like in your household, if you for everything that I see you do in your household, Fred, you
Uh-huh.
do a good job with your kids and your family. If your kids make a mistake and do something wrong, and I say Fred ain't shit, Fred whole household ain't shit.
I never said that. I never
No,
said that.
no, you never said that, but everything that's layered on this is
Yes,
almost
because I'm coming from a different perspective. Obviously,
what I'm saying. So
I have the right to come from that perspective.
I'm
It's
not
my
taking that right away
story.
from you.
It
I'm
don't
not taking
tell me
it
how
right
to
away.
know. Don't tell me how to tell my story.
I got you. I'm not taking that
And
right
that's
away.
it. That's it. This is mine.
But
This
I'm
ain't
saying
yours. You can
I
disagree
got
with
you,
it.
Fred. But check me out, Fred. I wouldn't. As a man, whatever someone else does is what they do.
So whatever I do is what I do.
That's true. But I'm saying, as a civilization,
As a
as a
what? As a what? As a what?
as a community,
As a community.
in communication. Check me out now. In communication with others, you want your point, your understanding to be heard and to be noticed. So it's not a matter of saying, fuck it, I feel how I feel. It's a matter of saying, hey, this is the grounds that I feel like this on. So you don't have to give an explanation for nothing that you do, but you being such an intellectual man and you being such a profound person to put forth a project like this and wanting people to know where you're coming from.
I did already a million
Take
times. People just don't. You don't agree with it.
no, I do. I actually do agree
You
with.
think you don't agree with it, and that's okay. Like I said,
No. You're
it's not.
you saying I don't agree with it. There's only one part that I wanted understanding from, and you want to allow it because you're saying in your mind it's fucking because your back been against the wall. That's why I preface.
No, 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 no. Don't put words in my mouth. I don't. You should know me from day one. No, 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 no. You should know me. If you've been following my channel for a long time, I've seen your name in the comments for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I never succumb to whatever I believe in is where I'm going to go with it.
Yeah.
I don't succumb to outside entities. I don't succumb to, oh, Fred, you're going to get your credential taken since this is a boxing channel. Oh, Fred, you're going to get laid off from teaching. I don't care. Take it. Take
Fred,
it.
My whole thing is if we want to know where you're coming from and we come back night after night, it's only because we support you anyway. Regardless of all of this, we still support you. So I want to know where you're coming from. So if this is me saying this, if your movie, if your motivation was towards the Elijah and what he did and what he influenced, then that's on him as a man. He's not God. That's what you're saying.
No,
And,
definitely not.
and I agree with that. He's
That's
not God.
Mm-hmm.
It's on him as a man. But the NOI, those other members that are there that are good, upstanding people, when you preface it as, well, I don't care what NOI say, nobody say, and it's geared towards NOI.
I can't. No, I can't. If my mama disagreed with this film, I wouldn't care. I'm in it.
It just shuts out good people and good dialogue, good healthy dialogue for somebody to say in the
Well,
NOI.
they've had 56 years to have this dialogue. I've had them on my show, and what they say, he betrayed his teacher. He's a hypocrite. That's what they say.
If I'm not targeting the NOI and I let a member know, hey, I'm not targeting the NOI. It's just this man and what he specifically did. You know, NOI, for what I've seen, has done some good and some bad. You know, then that person can take themselves out of defense mode and be like, damn, well, the next time I see that within my nation, within my people, maybe I should be a little bit stronger about my stance on, hey, we can't look like that. We can't have that effect. Maybe the next time I do see them brothers that taking that drink and go and do that, maybe we need to clean this up and check this up or check this out within it.
Yeah.
But that's what I get from you when you say the movie, because I'm on the outside looking outside looking in. But a person that may be that may feel under attack because it's just the thought of, oh, he's attacking the NOI, And when they ask you for a real thought or process on it, and you say, look, I don't have to explain myself to nobody,
I don't.
then they'll never get to that point.
I don't. Watch the movie. Watch the movie. There's a lot of answers in the movie. Watch the movie. Watch the movie.
Say it though, Fred, without saying,
I can do what I want, Eli. I can do what I want. You're asking me the question.
You're right, Fred.
I can do what I want, and that's the most beautiful thing about me. It's hard. Is going to do what
it's hard. It's hard to answer the questions about the movie without giving the movie away.
Exactly. That's one of the reasons why I didn't answer those questions. 2 and 3, Eli, don't put your beliefs on what you feel about the nation on me and how you would solve it. You ask me a question, I answer it, and I don't answer questions to go back and forth. If you ask me a question, I will answer it. I told you I've already had the toughest conversations in my life. You ask, I don't go back and forth. You ask me the question, I give you the answer. That's it. If I choose to answer it, I answer. If I don't want to answer it, I'm not. You can't pry it out of me. I'm not 9 years old, 9 wise. You know what I mean? I'm not that. So if I don't have to. You don't have to go back and forth with me. You really don't.
And I'm not really trying to go back and forth, which this is just purely.
But I'm firm on everything I believe in. I'm real firm on. Firm, like I won't budge on it. Especially when I'm in the middle of creating something. You ask me to know. It's coming out August 5th. If you disagree with it, that's fine. If you don't want to pay for it, that's fine. I'm not here begging you to spend $5.19. Nah.
This is, and I was just speaking for myself.
You're being rhetorical right now. You're being rhetorical. I'm not. I answered the question already.
No, I'm not being rhetorical at all. I was looking to take a dialogue a certain way to kind of have a more open communication than it being your side, my side type thing. But I mean, you have your views and you stated that. But my reason for my line of questioning was just to say that everything that go against my religion, that are my beliefs. Pastor Eddie Long getting outed as a pastor and somebody saying, that ain't got nothing to do with me believing in God and me believing in Christianity or me believing in anything. That's that man that messed up. So I have to, when I hear y'all talk about certain stuff, I have to take it out of context of that Christianity was attacked. When y'all do actually say that, hey, them Christians don't know nothing, they don't know that, I'd be like, hell, that was your uncle that did that. In my head, I'm really laughing. Your uncle did that. You believed your uncle was a God. You believed your pastor was a God, and it hurt your feelings and hurt your spirituality. But for me, that was a man that did that. So I'm not gonna turn my back on my beliefs on God because of that. When I look at the NOI, if the honorable Elijah did something wrong, then he did something wrong. But as a nation and those beliefs, if it's working for those people and their core is strong, then I'm not gonna try to tear them from their core and try to tell them that their core ain't nothing and this is what it is, when I can say, hey, Elijah did these things and it is what it is, but the nation, it is what it is. And I ain't gotta like, it's nothing beta about me saying that to those people for understanding. That's just a
Hey Eli, not to cut you off, but I'm cutting you off. That's basically what he was saying. That's basically what he's been saying the whole time.
I just wanted to get him to say it. I understood that's what Fred was saying. That's why I said I wasn't against him. But sometimes to hear it from the person that's presenting the project comes out better. But Fred is so headstrong that he don't want to say it.
But he been saying it the whole interview though. But
he hasn't been saying it in that way. He's been saying it in a way to always present himself as an alpha. That's beta because you asking these questions. Sometimes a good communication is one thing. It's more beta to have to put up a wall on everything, bro. Everybody ain't got to be, every situation is not the toughest situation. Every situation is not the situation to be the strongest. An open line of communication means more. Everybody in here done been through a whole lot in life with different things. So all these walls and boundaries, I'm gonna stand on it strong. That's overdone sometimes when you can just have the line of communication. And Fred is too intelligent to not understand that sometimes that's what comes across and separates the relationships of people and growth of our people. That was my thoughts, but that's the only reason why I asked those questions. And in either way, I appreciate Fred's drive. I appreciate what Fred does for the community as a whole and what he pushes out. How much positivity that he does pour into it. But some of these things, when he doesn't explain those point of views, they create a negative energy because it becomes about him and what he's not gonna do, what he's not gonna accept. That's all I'll say. But I appreciate y'all, bro. I appreciate you.
Hey, Eli, you can stay on. We're about to open up the panel for everybody. We're gonna chop it up for a little bit before Fred.
Okay. And let me say this about boundaries: you have the right to put whatever boundaries you want on yourself. Don't fall for this narrative. Oh, you got to answer the question because you asked. No, you don't. No, you don't. You ain't got to do none of that. If someone is being or infringing upon your boundaries or asking you, I say rhetorical question. I think you're asking a rhetorical question because I answered it 45 minutes ago. And if you're doing all of this, then I have the right to say, no, I don't want to answer it. I don't have to. I do not have to commit to you if I'm not hurting you, if I'm not bothering you or committing a sin. How about, since this is a spiritual conversation, if I'm not committing a sin against you, I can create whatever boundaries I want. And if you feel uncomfortable with my boundaries, it's on you. I have civil liberties in this life, and I love it. All I got to do is pay that tax man, and I'm free. I don't have to adhere. I choose to adhere at this age. I choose to respect my relationships. I choose to love. I choose to show physical expression of love, mental expression of love. That is my choice. I think we're just so accustomed to just falling in line and wearing this uniform. We don't have to wear this uniform. I don't have to answer nobody's question. I choose to answer the question. And if I don't say it in the words that you like it, and I don't want to reiterate myself, I have the right to do that.
You do. It's just communication with me, bro. I don't mind breaking something down a little bit, especially if somebody is intrigued enough to have a want to indulge in what my feelings and my beliefs are. I don't care, but you do have that right. I'm not taking that from you.
The premise of this show is for him to come on and answer questions about the premise is for him to come on and answer questions, and he's acting like a female.
What's up, bro?
Shut your
Come on, man.
I don't want to do that, Kyle. Please don't do that.
Hold on.
See, he enjoyed it. But here's the catch. He could call me ignorant. He can call my project shitty. But him and DB time out H Money every time they talk about Elijah Muhammad. I don't care. Yeah, every time H Money come in, I don't care what nobody says on my show. You can curse me out, you can call me a coon, you can call me whatever you want to call me. I just sit here and I read the chat and I just take it because that's the platform I choose to have.
Yeah, well, we ain't doing that.
This is your platform. I'm not telling you what to do on your platform.
Not tonight, man.
I'm just saying you can. The fact of the matter is, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Listen, man. This shit too fucking heavy anyway. Listen, I told you motherfuckers a fucking hour ago that I didn't want to do this heavy shit that long. Now I gave you niggas an opportunity to do the heavy shit. We've been on this heavy shit for way too fucking long.
All right. Well,
all right. Listen. I already told y'all we asked serious questions. All right, but now listen, bro. Let's have fun like we normally do. All right. Y'all done custody. We done had serious conversations for too fucking long. You know what I'm saying? And we're not calling each other no bitches, man. All right. I gotta debt that shit. On my channel, bro, we can't keep calling niggas bitches, man. We gotta get up. We gotta get beyond. We gotta get past that shit, dog.
Oh, Brandon throws the rock and hides his hand, man. Oh, he can't talk like that. You need to time him out. But he done called me everything in the book for the past 2 weeks, and I don't care.
All right, so listen, we finna chop it up we about to talk about some boxing.
Man, niggas are funny, man. Niggas are funny, man. They funny style. They funny. They funny.
A little too deep.
They funny. They can say whatever they want. They don't talk to their boss that way. I guarantee you Reggie don't talk to his boss that way. I guarantee you Brandon don't talk to his boss that way. I guarantee you. But they say, oh, you got to be so kind and so to black men. And then what? And then so be the example. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I don't mind what people say to me. Like I said, I've already been through the toughest. I've already been through the toughest points in my life. And at this age, I choose to be where I want to be. I choose to say what I want to say. I can get up and leave at any time. You know what I mean? I don't carry my emotions from day to day and get angry. If that's the case, I would be mad at Brandon for the rest of my life. I don't care. That's the whole point. My job is to do a 3-hour show every night. 2 hours. I wish it was 2 hours some days, but and that's the reality of it. So go ahead. It's on you.
Let's get some. We got.
Fred, I've never disrespected you. So I wish you would stop saying that. I never disrespected you, Fred.
Brandon, I don't deem your word.
I never call you. Hold on, Fred. Let me finish. You said what you had to say. Let me finish.
Stop yelling, please.
I have never called you out of your name. I've never called you a coon. I've never called you a coon. I've never disrespected you, and I've never talked about you personally. The only points I make is about what you put out. And I only talk about the points that you put out. I've never talked about you personally, and I've never said nothing derogatory about you because I'm intelligent enough to argue the points that you make. I don't have to attack you personally. So stop selling that cry, baby. So please stop selling that narrative.
That's the whole point. I don't cry. You cry.
You do. You whine and cry.
You're a female. You're a female.
What's going on, baby? What's going on, baby?
Hey, female with a penis.
Hey,
Fred,
DJ,
why are you attacking me personally when I never?
Man, what's going on?
Hey, DJ.
Fred, you're being disrespectful.
What's up, Kyle? What's up?
Female with a penis, man.
Okay.
Hey, Kyle. I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna hop off, and I'm gonna hop back on later. I just want
that I'm a female with a penis.
Hold on. I'll be glad to, Brandon. I'll be glad to.
Yes, sir. I would love that conversation from you, Fred. Please.
All right,
Santos, you missed a great one last night, man. We broke down the fight and everything. First of all, Fred, how you doing this evening? Brandon, how y'all doing, man? We gon' corral y'all combative relationship. Y'all got this love-hate relationship going on, man. I just want to corral that.
He's sensitive. Brandon is sensitive.
I love y'all.
He a grown man.
Hey, how am I not being fair? Somebody said sensitive. Somebody in the chat said I'm not being fair. How the hell am I not being fair? I don't let Brandon talk to this nigga for an hour. How am I not being fair? I let the nigga talk to the nigga for an hour. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Kyle, let me get this off real quick because it's just on my chest, and then I'm gonna hop back off, and then I'm gonna let y'all continue. Now I hop back on in a second. Santos don't go nowhere. Fuse don't go nowhere. We're gonna talk in a minute. I just want to say this real quick. Troy Graham, if you listening, I said it in the chat earlier. My man, I have no respect for you whatsoever. I will not engage. This is the last time I will speak your name or engage with you in any type of conversation after the shit you pulled the other night. When I truly don't give a fuck about someone, I do not give them any type of energy. So this is the last little bit of energy you will get from me. That shit you pulled the other night, and the people who were on the panel or heard the playback know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm glad you got back on. No, I'm not done. When I get finished talking, then I'll let you talk, because this is the last little bit of energy
don't
you'll
let me
get.
do anything. Go ahead.
No, this is the last little bit of energy you'll get from me. This is what I'm saying. I have no respect for you as a man. I just want to go ahead and put that out there, and I'm gonna leave it at that. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say. We're not gonna see each other. We're not gonna run each other. We're not gonna run into each other. We're not gonna no longer exchange words. This is the last time I will speak your name. I have no respect for you as a man after that shit you pulled the other night. You lucky I couldn't get back on the panel and really go in when my emotions were high. But this is the last time I will ever say your name.
Like
this is the last time I will ever. No, my emotions are not high. My emotions are not high. This is just me telling you, you will no longer get any energy from me. You can pull that crap on everybody else's channel. You can do, because you just, as In-Shape Street Fighter got you together the other night. I just wanted to let you know that you're not gonna get any more energy from me. Hey Kyle, I'll be back in a second, bro.
What the hell happened?
Oh, I can tell you what happened. I can tell you what happened.
You know what he did.
I can tell you what happened, Brandon, since he said I simply called in here and I was marketing Major Key show, and I said that Tyson Fury is making Wilder his boy, and then he got offended about that. That's what he's offended about. See, that's something that's simple.
What really offends people, Troy, is the fact that you come in to spark some negative attention, and then you plug a channel. If you're gonna plug a channel, don't come in with the with the negativity. We have positive energy going on over here on the third shift most of the time. So all you got to do is come in with some non-negative energy. You want to plug your channel, plug it. If Cal ain't got a problem with it, we don't have a problem with it. But at the same time, you come in with that negative energy that puts everybody in a certain mindset about you, and that's not cool.
Where did this happen at?
This is right here, Kyle. It's on the show.
Yeah,
it was on your show, Kyle. Don't let him hijack the show. Don't let him hijack the show. This is what he does. Don't let him hijack the show. Don't let him hijack the show right now. That's what he does. That's what he does.
Hey, we got a fucking guest on the show. Y'all show y'all fucking asses tonight, dog. Everybody's
showing out in front of company. Showing out in front of company.
Y'all show y'all ass tonight, dog.
Well, let me say something to Fred. Let me say something to Fred real quick, man. Fred, you have a right to produce whatever your money can pay for, my brother. Everybody has the right to their opinion. Everybody has the right to their beliefs, and everybody, every organization, every religious organization, every religion and every organization has positives and negatives. And if you're gonna tell one side of it, tell all sides of it. I'm a Christian by faith. I did research the Nation of Islam at one time in my life, but it wasn't for me. And I have no negative things to say about the Nation of Islam. What's been said negative about it is already out there. But at the same time, if one story is gonna be told, the other stories have to be told about Christianity, Islam, Nation of Islam, whatever it is, the government, the civilians, whatever it is. And we got to understand that we as people have our opinions about things. And I understand people hold certain things sacred, but this is the fact. If we're not going to combat these bigger conglomerates who put multi-billions of dollars into film to get their point across about certain things, then we don't need to be doing that to the small guy who's trying to put his idea about things out there as well. And we can probably pass a better judgment on a personal level after we see the film. If you haven't seen the film, you don't know what some of the things are. That's why Fred keeps referring to watch the film. Watch film. Yeah, he has a personal agenda. He wants the film to sell. I don't blame him. He put his money into it. I would too. It's a product at the end of the day. But all the combative stuff that's coming toward the film, maybe it needs to be saved until after the film comes out. Then you have a better perspective on what it is. Even on non-fictional movies that hit the market, we don't know if it's good or bad until after we see it. So, right now it's more personal reasons why people have a problem with it versus others. And hey, At least the man is trying to, regardless if it's good, bad, or indifferent, the man is making a film. None of us can sit here and say that we made a film that I know of. I know Cal's working on a documentary, but that's a feat in itself, in my opinion. I just wanted to say that because we don't need to be going to war with each other about all this stuff, man.
Hey, Fred. Okay, Brandon.
Hey, Fred.
Brandon.
Hey, Fred.
Real quick.
Hey, Fred. I want to say this one thing, and I'm going to jump off. You know, I'm a personal friend of the Shabazz family, and I don't know if a lot of people know this or not, but Fred is actually Emmy nominated for his work. The dude is you know what I'm saying, the dude is certified for his work. So there's a lot of people that criticize this brother that ain't qualified to criticize this brother. The dude been doing this, and a lot of people that's criticizing this dude on his panel is not qualified to criticize this dude on his panel. So let's like get that out there in the air. Ain't nobody here like qualified to be criticizing this dude. No, you can't say ain't nobody qualified. You can say you not qualified. I can say you. The dude Emmy nominated. So you the only one speaking up. Okay, you not qualified. But how you not? You can't say that's not fair, bro. You can't say nobody's not qualified to speak on. If he's qualified to make a film, qualified to speak on. That being said, brother, I haven't gotten around to purchasing your product, but I will be purchasing your product because I know what it's like to be out here trying to get something done for your people, and I will be matter of fact, I will be purchasing several of your films, not just one, but I will be purchasing it several times over, just to support.
Thank you.
And I will be getting the other family members to purchase your product.
Thank you.
And on that note, man, I got to bounce, man. It's late. It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Kyle, I got to get back to work. Thanks, Kyle, man. I appreciate you for letting me on your channel. I pretty much got to say what I needed to say. I hate that it went the way it went. Man, and Fred, I hope you get what you're looking for, and I hope that that you go in the direction that you need. But all the disrespect, man, you ain't got to do that. It ain't never personal between me and you. We disagree on ideas and philosophy. Nothing personal, brother. So keep that personal stuff to a minimum because you had a chance to be personal with a lot of people you really have physical conversation with. Not me. I'm not your enemy. And you'll come to see that after time. We just disagree. And I think you misguided and I think you ignorant on a lot of things. But outside of that, I'm not your enemy. I don't come to you trying to be the opposite of you. What I do is offer a different side, and we think different, and that's it. I'm not your enemy. I would never ever. I'm not an enemy of another black man. So that's the waste of time. So I just want to say that I'm gonna get out of here. Thanks for the dialogue. It didn't go the way we didn't get clarity, but hey, dialogue is dialogue. Maybe we could try again some other time. But on this subject, I think I'm just gonna gracefully bow out. So thanks for your time, Fred. Hey man, on Thagates, I hope you get what you're looking for. And when it comes to the wives and girlfriends, hopefully your daughter's not one. Peace.
Wow. Okay.
Woo.
Okay. I wanted to step in now. I just want to step in and speak to Brandon real quick. No, let me step in right now because I've been patiently waiting. I wasn't hijacking your show, brother. I simply said what I said to spark a conversation. How it went is how it went. You know, how people took it is how they took it. I was always taught from a child, people could call you anything. You don't have to answer to anything. You answer to your name. It isn't what somebody calls you. It is what you answer to. So if you want to answer to boy and anything like that, and that bothers you, then the problem is not with me. It's with you. And Fred, you know, keep on doing what you're doing. I don't agree with it, but you know what? At least you're strong enough to step out there and say that this is me. And a whole lot of us aren't. We'll sit back and talk a whole lot of stuff. We ain't going to do nothing. So, you know, I'll give you respect for that. And I do the same thing when I go to his show. I say something, and then I advertise, and I move on. Same thing.
Hey, what's up, Troy? What's good, Reggie? Hey, that nigga ain't gonna disrespect Fred Child like that in here, bruh. Straight up. Fred over here as a guest, bruh. He had no right to talk about his daughter, homie. That shit ain't cool, bruh. Real talk.
H Money, he ain't talking about his daughter like that. H Money. He ain't talking about his daughter like that. Don't even start that shit.
So disrespecting Fred, man. Fuck that.
He ain't
nigga, fuck that.
Fred.
Nah, that nigga a bitch. Brandon Washington, you a bitch, nigga. Talking about my niece like that. Homie, you better respect her, bro. Real talk.
H Money. He ain't talking about his kid like that.
Nah, nigga, that shit ain't straight.
H Money. No, don't kick him out. But no, let me say this what Terrence Bay was saying about people ain't got the credentials. Niggas get on here every day criticizing Niggas get on here every day criticizing these fighters, and near nigga on here in the ring doing what these fighters do, and we criticize them. Just because a nigga ain't done a field, people are critics who don't produce shit. Like I say, I rock with you, Fred. I ain't fucking with that movie. I didn't know in the wide. I think the film is bullshit. I think the concept of what you touching on is bullshit. Some old 70-year-old shit that didn't go nowhere legally when it came down to it. Did the FBI go after him? Did he face charges? Did the local police go after this dude? What charges was Elijah Muhammad up on for impregnating, if he did impregnate these women or whatnot? Was there anything brought up on him? I say no. I'm going to answer for you. So I'm Fred. The answer is no. So 70 years down the line, you pick and choose to do a film on some stupid shit. Then we got all this shit going on in 2020. I'll tell you, you changed ever since that pussy lost that election. And that's just some real flat out shit. Ever since the pussy named Trump lost that election, you've been on some funny style shit. And this goddamn shit going on. We got shit going on with police issues. You don't speak on none of that shit. You hide away from it. You deal with when this cop got sentenced. You touch on Maxine Waters. You touch on a lot of weird shit to me as soon as the pussy lost. And a lot of that conservative view shit that you caught up on, which is white boy shit to me. And that's my views on that shit. I rock with you on a lot of shit, but that don't regardless. I don't care if we was family or whatnot. If I see a nigga doing wrong shit, I'm gonna disagree with that shit because it's bullshit. I don't rock with motherfuckers because we cool, we family or whatnot. I don't do that shit. I don't follow bullshit codes. Like I say all the time, codes is for pussies. Codes from niggas who can't get right. So y'all can stick codes up your ass. And that's my thoughts on that shit. But once again, Brandon wasn't disrespecting. Why you kick H Money out? Let H Money back on here.
He left on his own.
Oh, get back on here, H Money.
I didn't keep the nigga off. But niggas, we still, this shit crazy. So listen. Cause y'all, since y'all niggas just gotta have these damn conversations. We can't move the fuck on. You know what I mean?
Can I respond to that, please? That was disrespectful what he said about Kennedy, and it's okay.
But Fred, you said the same shit about everybody else.
I didn't talk when you talked.
Go ahead.
That was 100% disrespectful, and it's okay. I'm not mad at the man. I'm not. I don't get mad at people how they respond. People have the right to respond how they want to respond. I'm not caught up in his life and how he responds. It's okay. That's why I don't care what people say on my platform. But if you say something about Elijah Muhammad on my platform, DB gonna block you. Brandon gonna yell at you and then hide his hand. It's okay. I understand that. They can't handle both sides of the coin. I can. I'm not mad at what he said. Yes, of course it's disrespectful, dog. You know what I mean?
So Fred,
I'm not done yet. I'm not done. And so at the end of the day, I'll say this. People can say what they want to say to me. Brandon has called me everything under the moon in the chat. Everyone has seen it. Reggie has called me everything under the moon in the chat. DB has
it's all love still,
let me finish. DB has said some slight things in the chat. hundreds of times, all of them, thousands of times collectively. I just take it. It's okay. People have the right to say what they want. I can't control a reaction. I only can control my action. I don't mind what people say. I'm going to keep on being me. I don't care what Reggie say. I don't care what Brandon say. I don't care what anybody say. At the end of the day, I have to be introspective. If I deem it worthy, then guess what? I'm going to value it. If I don't deem it worthy, it falls by the wayside. Personally, don't care at the end of the day, because I'm a solution-driven person. How do we get to the finish line? If it's money, it's easy. We just work for it. But if it take a collective effort to get to the finish line, it's cool. I know my job in a non-censored platform. I have to do a show for 3 hours. That means every opinion, every personality is welcome. H Money get on my show. Everybody say, "Oh, get on." He has a right to his opinion, but he doesn't have an opinion in the chat. You got to make this make sense. That's exactly what I'm talking about selective morality, selective accountability. At the end of the day, we all agree in the barbershop, we all got to be men to our kids. But if I say Elijah Muhammad wasn't a father to his kids, I'm wrong, because he wasn't. And I have documented proof that he wasn't. I can say that because I know. Have you played basketball with Elijah Muhammad? No. Do you have any childhood memories of him? No. I have proof of that. I can prove that. And I have the right to be creative on anything I want to. That's my right. That's why we live in America. You can do what you want. She can do what she wants. We can do what we want. And you have the right to critique it, but you don't have the right to control me. And that's the bottom line. I don't say, Reggie calls me a coon every night.
When you do coon shit.
I don't. You call me regardless of when you call me a coon. That's your response to everything you every time you disagree with me, you call me a coon. Guess what? I don't care.
No, I don't, Fred.
Let me finish my point. I don't care. The point I'm making is you have the right to respond. You have the right to respond. I don't edit my show. If you talk too long, maybe. I'm done.
Let me say this, what you were saying about Brandon disrespecting your daughter. And it's funny how you have this double standard, because you said the same shit to me, him, and DB about our daughters.
I said, would you allow your daughter? I asked.
It was no different than what he said to you about Kennedy. But you personalized it and it affected you. Yeah, but you said the same thing to us.
No, I'm not affected by it. I'm being honest. If you hurt my feelings, I'll tell you hurt my feelings. No, I asked the question because I need to know where your moral compass is.
And he was basing your same thing on moral compass. Would you let Kennedy do it? It's no different than what you asked us.
No, he said he didn't ask the question. He didn't ask the question. He didn't ask the question. It wasn't a question. It was a declarative statement.
Right.
I asked a question, the same question I asked Wesley Muhammad. If he's so great, would you let your daughter? You created that little girl. Would you let your daughter be the 10th wife? So I need to know where your moral compass is. I would never disrespect the child. Fred don't disrespect children at all. I talked to a 12-year-old child. He's 12 years old. Brandon say, I love white people too much. I love white people more than I love black people. He's 12. So I got to push and pull a little bit different than I would push and pull with you. I'm going to make this kid feel at home because I know to him, I quite possibly might be a trailblazer to this kid. Both ways, whether he's going in for a job or whether he's hiring somebody. I don't know what his future holds, but I know he's 12, just like I didn't know the definition of tribalism in its truest form. I know what it means in my brain. I know what it means when I articulate it in a sentence to people, but I wanted to make sure that this kid had a full understanding of what tribalism was. And instead of me trying to create a definition, I told him the definition.
Yo, Fred, let me just say one thing, because Fred asked, he said, would you like your daughter to be the 10th wife? He asked a question. What he said, Brandon Washington said, Fred, you better hope your daughter don't be the 10th wife, saying like his daughter's supposed to be a hoe or some shit like that. And she a little kid Kennedy, bro. That shit ain't cool, man. That man been trolling Fred every night on his fucking show, calling just to disagree with him every day. That shit ain't cool. And he's doing it on your show, Kyle. He doing it on your show now. You know, he went overtime. So he couldn't do it enough on Fred's show, so now he's on your show to troll him every night. That nigga's a bitch, bro. That's all I had to say. And show your face then. You know, you talk all that tough shit, talking about niggas getting physical with Fred, nigga. Fred, he stood his ground, nigga. What about you? You won't even show your face, bitch. Talking that tough shit, nigga. Nah, he a bitch, nigga.
Hey.
Nah,
bro, I don't be doing that shit.
It don't matter, my nigga. I don't care, nigga. Ain't nobody gonna disrespect his daughter. Straight up.
But that's okay, though. See, the beautiful thing about it, Reggie's gonna defend that. DB's gonna defend that. Presidential, no, you just defended it. You just defended it. Y'all gonna defend that bullshit. And that's the whole. No, don't Fred me. Because we're speaking in facts now. We're not speaking in opinion or emotion. This is a fact. You defended that statement. DB defended that statement. Presidential Mike I'm watching the chat.
It's no different than your goddamn question. I don't get how y'all don't get that shit. Okay, you niggas are loose booty as fuck with what you try to deliver. Just because you phrasing the question is no different than asking, "Are you a bitch?" than saying it. What's the difference? You try to preface some shit, but you conceal it behind the question. Why would you have to ask somebody if they want their daughters to be something?
If they want you,
come on, man.
Okay, well we'll just disagree. We agree to disagree.
Hey, can I ask y'all brothers let's respect Cal's platform, man. I mean, we got a lot of profanity that's unnecessary that's going through the air right now, and this man is trying to build his platform. He's not at 5,000, 10,000, 2,000, none of that stuff. That profanity is going to hinder his growth.
Sure.
With YouTube. So can we just be a little mindful of that, and we all are intelligent enough to speak without the harshness of profanity. So let's, no matter what we're talking about.
Exactly. And I'll say, just to substantiate my point, I set this up so perfect. I waited till after the fight. I knew what I was doing. I asked DB about Jamel Charlo. You called me a coon for disrespecting Jamel Charlo. Presidential Mike called me everything in the book. Brandon called me everything in the book. I know it's coming. I asked DB the question. None of y'all mentioned his name at all. It's always attacked on me. That proves that you come in here to attack me. And he said the same thing I said, even worse. And I did that intentionally to prove y'all selective accountability. I proved it. He's on for an hour every night. Y'all didn't hold him accountable. Zero in the chat. I watched. I specifically watched. I said, let me see if anybody gonna say anything about DB.
Fred, I ain't called you no coon yesterday, and I watch your show because you got good content, but you do be doing coon shit. I'm gonna call it just like we call anybody else on coon shit. But
I'm saying I don't care. Okay, talk.
No. The thing is, I don't be sitting there calling you no coon because I ain't what the hell I do. And it's a lot of people who come off on ignorant, stupid shit who I just don't watch that shit. I don't watch a lot of people's shit on here. I rock with your shit, but you be doing some iffy stuff. But yesterday, I didn't say shit about you being no coon. I said you was doing it. I don't even remember writing the word coon in there, but I said I got on you about the little iffy shit you was pulling up. Well, his ticket numbers and Al Heyman this and Al Heyman that. The shit is nonsense, buffoonery. But that's it.
And I don't really care. The point I'm making is I just wanted to prove that am I just is it me? Am I wrong? Am I wrong for thinking this?
Yes.
Am I wrong? But DB said it. That's the whole point I'm making. That's the whole point I'm making. I don't mind. See, here's the catch. It's not on me. It's you. It's not me because I'm comfortable being the villain every night. But are you comfortable being consistent every night? You're not consistent. He said Jamel Charlo don't deserve our support. Nobody said nothing. Jamel Charlo don't deserve. Some people like Jamel don't deserve our support. And what DB said, I knew he was going to ask me that question because he knew where I was going with it. Brandon ain't going to confront him. That's his NOI brother. See, that's the whole point I'm making. That's the whole point I'm making. Malcolm X's life is expendable because it doesn't agree. It doesn't align with what I agree with.
But let me add this.
That's the whole point that I'm making. Everyone, if it's comfortable to us, we'll digest it. But when I gotta hold somebody accountable who's been riding in the passenger seat with me for 99 miles, and I'm trying to get to the 100th mile, I'll let that slide.
Hey, can I cut in for a second?
Wait, Terrence, I just wanted one quick response. My consistency on point because I called in your show when y'all was talking about Jamel, and I stated I'm still supporting Jamel regardless of what he stated. I didn't agree with what he stated, but I was rocking with him. So you can't put me in that category. Sorry, buddy.
I watched the chat all night. for 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday.
I'm recorded on your show, buddy.
I'm talking about your chat, the chat. And how you attack me for, Jamel ain't this. Oh, you need to do that with Jamel. You just hating. I'm not hating.
All right. Well, we talked about. I think the issue of Malcolm came up, and I was watching some information on Malcolm earlier today. Matter of fact, I watched that video on a regular basis in order to remind myself. It's a speech of Malcolm back in the '60s when he's talking about the white liberal.
Uh-huh.
And the white liberal and the conservative.
Oh, yeah.
And if you look at the white liberal and you look at the current status, our people are following the white liberal agenda. And if you and they're taking our people right into that burning house. So when you look at these elections, the white liberal agenda that Malcolm X was talking about back in the '60s, our people are going into that white liberal burning house. Everything from the alphabet to the abortion to the whatever you want to call it, everything that Malcolm warned us about. They're taking us right into it. So some of the stuff, hey, Reg, man, you know I love you, Def, man. For you, everybody on this panel, man, I rocked with all of y'all. But some of the stuff when it comes to brother, damn, I'm losing your name at right now with the Crenshaw sweatshirt.
Fred?
Yeah, Fred. Yeah, hey, look, brother. I
had a long day.
Yeah, long day, brother. Love you too, man. But some stuff I can't get with you either. But it's the same time I love all of y'all, man. But and some things I can't get with some of y'all with. But we all can agree to disagree. But there's no reason to attack any of us. Because at the same time, we all got the same damn fucking problem. You know what I'm saying? When we all look in the mirror, we all see the same goddamn thing. And we all got the same fucking problem.
You know what problem I got tonight?
This language.
No, that ain't the problem I got tonight. The problem I got tonight is I ain't got no more cash apps, man. Y'all hijack the show. Y'all say y'all don't talk a whole bunch of shit, and y'all ain't drop no cash apps. All the motherfuckers that did all this shit, they ain't dropped not one cash app.
All this good content, no cash app.
Motherfuckers, they done cuss Fred out, they done cuss me out, they called us.
You forgot to tell all these motherfuckers to subscribe. I mean, all these people to subscribe.
Hit the like button.
And that's the point that I'm making. See, you talk about disrespect. I really don't disrespect people on my platform. I crack jokes. I don't call people out their name. And if I do, if I do it, you tell me it's wrong. It's wrong. Happened to me one time on the show. And I said, you're right. I'm not going to call you that name. That's the whole point I'm making when I say you won't tell your boss that. You're so comfortable disrespecting black people. You do it autonomously all the time, like with no regard. That's the whole point I'm making when I say you won't tell your boss that.
You won't. That's for me, Fred.
That's for you in particular, you and Brandon.
Fred, at my job, my boss will never say that to me. In the way we talk,
you're missing the point. You're missing the point. You disagreed with me and you get disrespectful. You don't do that at your job when you disagree with someone.
Why not?
Okay.
Fred,
I mean, we'll never know.
No, what you mean you never know? I got people I work with who would tell you about my track record at work. I don't play that shit with white folks. I don't got to walk around militant. I ain't got to wear no beret on my head. I ain't got to dress in all black to where you gonna respect me racial on from race. You gonna respect me just the same way I respect them. Can't no white boss, I don't give a damn if you the CEO, gonna ever disrespect me. I don't play that where y'all play this double side. I don't change my voice. I don't change my voice when I'm at work. When I go live sometimes at work, I'm my goddamn self. Like, so stop it. Maybe for everybody else out there.
I said your response to a disagreement is disrespect.
Wait.
Your response.
I want to know how the hell did we get here?
Because the point I'm making is he said
no. I mean between you and Reggie. How the blue hell did we get here?
We got here because y'all didn't send no goddamn cash apps. That's how we got here.
I disagree with Fred all the time lately.
But not he don't disagree. He disrespects all the time. All the time.
I'm sorry for disrespecting you, Fred.
This is a private conversation.
No, it's not private because what's done in public should be responded to in public. And I'm comfortable with it. I don't have an offense to it. I'm holding him accountable to his actions. And he's making up shit like if you you don't. You disagree with me, so you disrespect me. And that's the whole point I'm saying. If you disagree with someone at your job, you don't call them a fat ass pig if they fat. You don't say that at your job. I guarantee you don't say that.
Why not, Fred? Why not?
I know.
Come on. I know. Hey, let me bring some of my ex-co-workers on your show.
No, I don't need that. I just gotta take you at your word. But I'm saying that's not how the real world works. You disagree with someone, you don't disrespect them. That's not how the real world works.
Fred,
you don't say your daughter or your son.
So why is it when someone disagree with you is disrespect towards you?
No, you call me out of my name.
You be cooning, dude.
No, that's not the point.
Cooning is a strong word.
That's not the point. That's the point I'm saying. You're being disrespectful. You think disrespectful is cool. Brandon think disrespectful is cool. That's not cool. It's okay on my platform, but it's not okay in the real world. And then when people come back at you, you hide your hand. No. You got to be able to take it.
Fred, what have I cried about? I'm the last. Look, I'm probably the only nigga that do this YouTube shit. I don't cry. I don't bitch. I don't moan about shit. I don't do that.
I'm not.
What are you talking about?
Point. I'm making a point about accountability. Your account. It goes back to when I said y'all didn't hold DB accountable, but you hold me. He was on the show for an hour. Y'all never questioned him about Jamel Charlo. And I set it up purposely for that, to tell you, Reggie, to tell Presidential Mike, to tell Brandon and tell everyone else who disagree with me, who said, I'm just hating on Jamel because I don't like him. You a coon. You always hating on a black fighter. All y'all said that. But you didn't point it at the person who said it worse than me. That's the point I'm making. I don't change that. And that's the point about being a complete man. Being a complete man. You don't change it because it's a different person. You keep the same moral compass. You keep the same integrity. You keep the same accountability no matter what person it is. But you didn't do that. And that's the point that I'm making. You're very comfortable doing it with me. And I don't mind that. Because if I minded, I would have blocked you a long time ago and or responded to you. The point I'm making is it's inconsistent. And I waited 3 days purposely to prove that to y'all. And I did the same thing with Eddie Hearn. When Eddie Hearn said he's not crossing the street, he's a racist and a bigot. When Floyd Mayweather said, who is alkaline with Al Heyman, Floyd can't make a fight without Al Heyman. I know that to be true. Y'all say, oh, it's okay. That's the point I'm making. We still on this. Not everything is, you got to hold the black man accountable too. The same way you say I'll be on some coon shit. Isn't that coon shit as it pertains to boxing? If you're going to use it in that term, no, it's not to you. Only if Eddie Hearn or Bob Arum says it. Bob Arum kept all his fighters together. He didn't bring Lomachenko across the street. Y'all crucified the man for 6 months. Eddie Hearn didn't fight Andrade against anybody. Y'all crucified the man. We did shows on it. And I said, I got proof in my DM. I said, watch tonight's show. Watch they get on me. Watch they get on me for bringing up Floyd wrong across the street and they say I'm hating on Al Heyman. I got it in my DMs. I set y'all up for that to prove that y'all are subjective when it comes to integrity. The same way about Elijah Muhammad. NBA Youngboy, R. Kelly, Sean Kemp, Demetrius Cromartie. How the hell he got too many kids? But when it's Elijah Muhammad, oh no, we can't talk about that. See, that's the whole point. That's the whole point that I'm making as it pertains to it's not about me. If you're gonna be that way with me, then you got to be that way with Floyd. Then you got to be that way with Brandon. But no. And I'm telling y'all that I used to be that person. I used to have to lie. I'm telling you, the hardest conversation I ever had is with Dre. And ever since that conversation, I've been as honest as I can, and I plan to be that way my entire life. I don't have to hide nothing anymore. What I do, what I say, how much money I spend, nothing. I'm free. So that's why I say talking to y'all is easy for me. I can sit in this chair and tell the truth. But you can't be selective about the truth. If Floyd does the same thing Eddie Hearn does, he should be held accountable. If Al Heyman does the same thing Eddie Hearn does, he should be held accountable. Jamal Charlo's not fighting Demetrius Andrade because Al Heyman don't want him to fight him. Andrade's not fighting Jamal Charlo because Eddie Hearn don't want it to happen. But no, you choose sides. And you forget who you are in this battle, in this war. You're a fan. You're not an ally of a fighter. You're not an ally of a promoter. You're a fan.
And shout out to P Good, man. Shout out to my dog P Good.
Oh, I'm glad.
In the chat. You know what I mean? The rest of you niggas, fuck y'all, because y'all didn't send shit. But shout out to everybody that sent some dough tonight. Oh, Jafar, man. Jafar, appreciate you, Jafar. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. And I want to thank Fred for coming on the show. I want to thank everybody in the chat. I want to thank everybody that came through with some questions for the nigga. This is a good show. It got a little too deep for me and what I had planned for the night.
Well, step your brain up, nigga.
I mean, fuck you, nigga. We were supposed to be, the tough shit was at the beginning. I let y'all niggas get the tough shit, but it was supposed to go away after that. We were supposed to get to the normal scheduled programming. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Well, actually, you got to blame DJ for that because he started that shit with Troy.
Yeah, y'all motherfuckers, and shit went south. Motherfuckers said I was prepared, nigga. Y'all niggas went south. Shit, you know what I mean? I just
Mark Nash is a contrarian, man. Let Mark be Mark. He gonna disagree, and and play in the margins, man. Let Mark Nash be Mark Nash, man. He got the best barbershop out here.
All I was saying, man. I haven't seen the video or Fred's movie, and I'm just saying sight unseen.
If it's bad, it's bad.
Support the brother and make your judgment after you've seen the product. Now, if it's trash, you know what I'm saying, call the brother out on the trash. It's like watching a fight. Like we saw that Rolly fight, and that dude trash. You know what I'm saying? Call it trash after you watch the trash. But support the brother like we supported that trash ass fight. You know what I mean? But if it's good, it's a good, you know what I'm saying, like a good fight. Like we all support the channel because we because we all fight fans, and we all support black media because we don't go to the barbershop just to talk about fights. We go to the barbershop to talk about black news, black events, what's going on in the black world. Like we just the same way how we come to your channel, Kyle. You know what I'm saying? So and Reggie's especially Reggie's channel. You know what I'm saying? More so Reggie's channel. Reggie's on the cusp of everything.
Hell of a fucking channel.
You know what I'm saying? Everything that's popping in the news. You know what I'm saying? Reggie got a clip, and Reggie's giving his commentary or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Reggie's black CNN. You know what I mean?
And listen, what I need to tell y'all though, before we cut, I gotta tell y'all niggas this. Okay? Without Fred, this shit don't happen. Because without Fred, I don't meet Reg. And without Reg, I don't have this slot. So I always gotta say shout out to Fred. He the whole reason why I got this platform. I asked a nigga 100 million questions about this shit. So listen, y'all might say I'm caping for the nigga. Fuck be it. Shit, because motherfucker listen, man.
Let me say this real quick. You know,
Fred, the reason why I got my channel. I haven't done a show in a minute, but Fred, the reason why I got my channel. I haven't done a show in 2 months, but Fred, the reason why I got my show.
I done heard brothers say that they didn't appreciate that shit that Charlo said. They didn't rock with that shit Charlo said, but yet they said they was gonna watch the fight. They was gonna support it and watch the fight. And that was some coon shit that he said. But cats still said they were gonna support. They would and watch the fight. But here we have a more of a personal relationship with Fred, and we may not agree with his film, but let's support the brother.
Me and Blue Blood just had this conversation, dog. It's the most amazing thing. Oh, keep going, please, God.
Yeah, you know, I mean,
my God,
you know, let's support the brother. This is someone that that we have a more personal relationship as opposed to these fighters. You know, let's support this brother.
I'm glad you said.
Let me get on real quick. Yeah, I agree totally because that's my main reason. That's my main reason for have gotten the film. For that reason, because you know, I've come to know y'all brothers, been on the shows, And this is somebody who I've come to actually know, albeit through the internet, but I see what he's doing on his platform, and it's someone I come to know, and you know, and I'm all for supporting black-owned business, period, to the day that I drop. You understand what I'm saying? So I totally agree with the brother who was just speaking on that. It's somebody we have a personal relationship with, and for that reason alone, is my reasoning for putting that money towards that.
Dude,
you know,
I'm glad you said that. Me and Blue Blood just had this conversation, and I'm gonna tell you guys the weirdest shit ever. And Reggie comes to mind when I said this. I said one day, and I'm just gonna tell you guys the cold, the honest truth. Al Heyman had to make a decision. Either he was going to side with the Jewish girl or let Fred be Fred. He sided with the Jewish girl. You know what Reggie said? I hate Al Heyman. No, if that's the case, I would hate Oscar, Eddie, Bob. I don't hate them. I tell you guys the truth now because I am not attached to them like y'all are. Y'all are attached to a narrative. All four of these guys are the same. One pays a little more. One has the gift of gab. One is old and been in business for 50 years, and the other one is hanging on. They all in business together. They all got the same business model. And we fall for it all the time. We fall for it all the time. Just like the Democratic Party, we fall for it. The second term of Obama, we fell for it. And that's the problem. And I hope to God that we get it one day. It may not be with me. The reason why I use Al Heyman all the time is because I'm going to get a reaction from y'all. I know I'm going to get a reaction from y'all. That's why I talk about him once a week on purpose. I don't care about Al Heyman at all. I care about the kids when they get killed. That's the only time I've cried on this show. When the man got out of prison and when Ahmaud Arbery got murdered. Because Ahmaud Arbery was me. I run in a community just like he was killed in. I don't give two shits about Al Heyman, Bob Arum, Eddie Hearn, Oscar De La Hoya. But the reason why y'all deflect and say, "Oh, I'm Bob Arum's this," I'm not. I done cursed Bob Arum out 10,000 times. He'll tell you to his face.
Do it on camera for us.
That's over with. I done cursed Oscar De La Hoya out. I done cursed Eddie Hearn out on camera. I have, and Bob and Eddie, whatever the guy's name. What's the guy's name? Al Heyman. Yes, he does great by the black fighters, his top level fighters, not the B level. They starving. I'm telling y'all this, but y'all believe the narrative. I only use Al Heyman when I realize y'all respond to it. Just how I purposely said my words to make y'all respond like I'm a Trump supporter. I know what I'm doing. I got to do a show for 3 hours. 90% of the time, I knew I would get a reaction out of y'all because 9 out of 10 of y'all vote Democrat. So you know who I'm going to be? I'm going to pretend to be the contrarian because y'all going to respond without being introspective. I was driving. Reggie was helping me drive content for 3 months because I knew you was going to be a ringleader in the chat. I got DMs with Patty to prove it. I said, I think I'm gonna talk about Trump tonight. And y'all respond exactly in line with the Democratic Party and the white liberals. Donald Trump ain't the problem. It's us. We can alleviate 80% of the problem if we trust us. Personal accountability. Like me, and I'll shut up after this. I don't experience half that shit. And that doesn't mean that I'm not sensitive to. I have a great empathy for it. But like I said, my life is real simple. I go to a private gym. I go to a private mailbox. I go to private property, and I come home. So I'm not preview to that in that everyday life. But the point I'm making is we got to be sensitive to the whole black man experience. We're not that, because we got to have a profile. We got to be Democrat. We can't speak about black people in public unless we're a coon. Not everybody can't go. White people out. And then I wish PPD was here because she can validate this so much.
Call her, Fred. Call her.
Hell no. She's 3 o'clock. She got kids.
Hey,
We don't have
Fred.
that type of relationship. Yes.
Hey, Fred, check this out. Everything you just said. There's a guy named Andy Harris, congressman out of Maryland.
I've heard of him.
The one that took a gun into Congress.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know who that is. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Crazy individual. He's a congressman from my district.
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy, Dave Harden, that's running for Congress to try to unseat him. He came looking for me, purposely looking for me for backing to try to unseat Andy Harris.
Mm-hmm.
And all these things that you're saying, I have a meeting with him, and he's a Democrat. And I told his representative, okay, first of all, I have no political affiliation. I don't back political parties. I've never backed any party or anybody running for office. I've never done it. I've never, ever done it. And I don't get behind the Democratic Party. My thing is, I follow the Malcolm X philosophy of the liberal Democratic thing.
I do.
Because the white liberal and the we have the AOCs and this and the other with the liberal, and it's very dangerous, and it does not contribute at all to what we need. Is very destructive to what we need as a black people in this country. It's very destructive, and we do not need anything to do with the conservative party in this country right now, because we have no business voting next to racists who have nothing, who are against our needs in this country right now. So we are in a valley in the middle. We have a mountain on this side, we have a mountain on that side, and we are in the valley in a river.
Mm-hmm.
So we are stuck. So I have a meeting with this guy at the end of the week. And I'm going to tell him, if you're going to beat Andy Harris in this community, which is a majority Republican, you can't bring up BLM. You can't do that here. You need to be, as a Democrat, you need to be pro-Second Amendment. You need to be pro-military. We need a VA hospital here. This dude don't have a snowball's chance in hell of winning here. And be honest, with my family lineage, I can't even back him. Because it doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell, and then I put my family name behind him, and then I fuck up my shit. You know what I'm saying? And he's an Obama appointee, former Obama appointee. So he has another strike against him in an Andy Harris district.
You know what? You know what though, TB? You know what I'm gonna tell you?
What's that?
In the words of the great philosopher Lil E, I want y'all to breathe air and live life.
Hey, let me respond to the chat. The point I was making with that is we have to meet people where they are. We have to have a level of empathy. So the point I was making about me going to the gym is I don't lose empathy. As Deontay Wilder say, I never lose sight of the price of milk. I wasn't putting myself on a pedestal. The point I was making is I can't do that. I still have to be empathetic to the plight of the black man. And I think when we come in here, we wear jackets. We got to take those jackets off. Those are white liberal jackets. Those aren't what we're supposed to believe.
Not at all.
That's the point I was making. Everybody wants to classify everybody and put them on a team. No, we shouldn't be Republican or Democrat.
The NAACP.
I don't think we are. I don't know why black folks title themselves into those classifications. We're not. And just like who was that? Money in the Ghetto, our president, what's his name? President Jafar makes the assumption that I'm a Democrat. I ain't no Democrat. Presidentially, y'all hear me? I rock with the goddamn Democratic presidents. But when I vote, that ain't the gist of it. And I follow elections tighter than a lot of people. Not saying everyone, and everyone I vote for ain't no goddamn Democrat. I follow what the hell is going on. And a lot of people don't follow shit. The assumptions is made is that black folks are liberals or whatever not. A lot of black people in this country ain't shit. And you made a great point about the problem. The problem is us. Ain't got shit to do with none of this two-party system shit, because a lot of people don't participate in it. And then like Money in the Ghetto saying this shit about Maxine Waters, it ain't got shit to do with her. The problem in region by region, you have your own set of issues throughout this country. LA's biggest issue is the gang shit and also the breakdown in families. The other thing that's a problem in LA is that a lot of people from LA have forgot where they come from. They have forgot the history and the struggle of what it took for when we start gaining shit in Los Angeles. We have lost that shit. Now everybody wants to be on some gang shit, and we watch some vicious ass act play out on goddamn Instagram Live that shows the viciousness of what Los Angeles is and what many parts of this country is. The issues are with us. We don't hold shit accountable. When a cop shoots someone, we out there in the streets ready to take these cops' heads off. The same approach should be done for motherfuckers who are out here. Sorry, let me stop cussing. The same approach should be done for folks who are out here doing the vicious killing amongst people who look like them.
And that's facts. That should be happening. And that's, I think that's the biggest problem that people in the community have with BLM, that they are not a across the board Black Lives Matter type of organization. They have a one track mind, I guess, so to speak. They're like, no, we're just a organization where we're only concerned with with cops killing black folk. But no, you have to be an organization that is about black lives across the board, because it's hypocritical to say that you are only concerned with white cops killing black bodies when you're not concerned with black bodies killing black bodies in black neighborhoods. Because in many cases, in black neighborhoods, this is an issue of poverty and a whole lot of redlining and a whole lot of stuff, a whole issue of things that has been going on for the last 80 years.
Fact.
And you're not, you choose to turn a blind eye to it, and you're creating a whole organization that you can get major funding on from the Bezos and this and the other, and they have not put any of that funding back in the neighborhoods. You have one of the founders of it buying major real estate properties. You know, I mean, the whole thing is that whole thing is a damn hustle. It's a hustle, and to be honest, they need to start locking people up behind that.
Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell y'all something real quick. We getting the fuck up out of here. Big Fred, give your final words.
No, we ain't. We got 60 people in here. Take your ass to sleep. Damn, replace this motherfucker.
Hey, no, because listen, every time
we board members, we about to vote your ass out.
Every time I listen, I done heard every time I leave, I gotta watch the playback of some bullshit. Every time
I'm going to bed too, man. I got meetings in the morning, man. I'm about to bounce.
Yeah, I got to wake up earlier too. But these type of topics keep me going, man. Cal want to talk dumb shit. That's why he's trying to get off.
Hey, it ain't that motherfucker. I gotta be at work in the morning. Shit.
In the morning, man. It's 6 o'clock in the morning here, man. I got to meet with with some individuals trying to give me funds for this mural in like 3 hours.
Well,
so I got to bounce.
You might want to get your shit together then, buddy.
Yeah.
But this is one of my favorite live streams. You know what I'm saying? I had my mentor, I could say, on this shit. You know what I mean? When it comes to this film and podcasting, I can ask nigga anything. So Big Fred, man, get out these final words and shit.
No, I just want to say thank you.
Oh shit! Hold on, Fred. My bad.
And thank you for having me on your platform. Thanks everybody coming on, man. It was great. I guess we'll see each other tomorrow.
He can have his face cut off and shit.
But thank you. I appreciate you, Kyle, and thanks for offering your platform too. You know, I know how people value their platforms and how they curate their platform. So thank you, and I'll see everybody tomorrow or later on today.
For sure. And I want to say on the 60 people in here, Cal, you ain't shit for trying to cut the screen.
And make sure they subscribe to your platform. Make sure they subscribe.
Hey, so this is what I'm gonna do. Since it's all you niggas up in here, right? Centos Chronicles is about to go down, but I'm taking my ass to sleep. Listen, but if I hear about some bullshit tomorrow, then I gotta go back and watch because these live streams be longer than a motherfucker. Listen, if I gotta go back and watch a long ass live stream, this shit is over with. God damn it!
What you gonna do to us? You gonna?
Hey, listen. And another thing, man.
Why you keep wiping your nose, man? You on that powder?
Hey, Uncle Phil, you just studying that shit together. But let me tell you this, sir. I'm taking my ass to bed. But listen, hey, can we get all these niggas in here ain't subscribed to the channel? I need y'all to subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. And Fred, man, I appreciate you for bringing all these niggas along with you. You know what I mean?
All right. Salute to my brothers, man. I get with y'all later, man.
Oh man, goddamn.
All right, good night, y'all. Thanks.
All right, man, peace. That was funny.
Keep this shit going, Reg. Keep this shit going.
Yeah. Go ahead, Centos.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, whatever you want. I see Pedro's in the house. Reggie's still in the house.
Yeah, I'm gonna be here for at least probably another half.
Yeah, it was a pretty live. It was pretty live all the way up till. I mean, it's probably still live. I mean, there's about almost 60 people a second ago when I checked.
Yeah, it's a very very passionate topic, man. He's speaking on.
Yeah, it was.
He's dealing with. Right. I learned that years ago. Like my grandmother said, you don't mess with nobody with religion or they food. You know, religion or they food, and you're gonna have it's gonna be like that. So, you know, it is what it is. Like everybody got their opinion on everybody got their opinion on things, and everybody ain't gonna recognize. Like I understand what Reggie says. See, Reggie big point is Reggie big point, which I agree with him for the most part, is we our biggest issue, not everybody else. You understand what I'm saying? I picked up on that from Reg a long time ago. That's part of the reason why I mess with his show and stuff like that, because of the topics he deal with. The topics he deal with, primarily, a lot of them got to do with us, ourselves, as a people, and the things that we need to do. So I understand that point of view. But one thing, when you have, you know, we're not a monolith as a people. You know what I'm saying? And we're in a unique position as a people, man. I think more than any other people, specifically here in this country, with the things and the issues that we've had to deal with over the years and to this day. So for us, it's a whole different dynamic, man. When you were so-called black in America, dealing with the things that we deal with. So it's a very different dynamic. And you know, for us to be able to have these dialogues like that is a good thing in the end, because it's going to flush out a lot of stuff. You know, it flush out a lot of different things that, you know, we need to contend with as a people. You know, me personally, I got love for the Nation of Islam. I practice Islam, you know, so I got love for Nation of Islam and the things that the Nation of Islam has done. And I got a lot of love and respect for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the things he tried to do in this country in the conditions that it existed in at the time that he started that mission. So, you know, people going to do what they do. Great men can do human things. You understand what I'm saying? So when you have to choose to look at it in a way as was his mission, the greater part of his mission, what he did for the upliftment of his people. But you're going to have human frailties that was wrong, and you're going to have people that call out those human frailties. But that doesn't negate the absolute positive things that he did and the people that he created, helped to create in his movie.
Right, and I look at the movement as being such a profound movement. These weren't people who just come out of universities, who come from activism type work. He has lifted people from the lowest stretches of society. People coming out of homelessness, criminals, all these type of elements. He's transformed these people, and the nation continuously transforms people. I know, like I say, I don't come from no suburban area. I don't come from the farm, no rural area, none of that. I come from the thick of Crip shit. And what I've seen from many people who have transformed their lives, and I'm talking about goddamn killers who are lucky to get a second chance at life, who the nation has turned them folks around, as well as Christianity. I've seen do that as well. But to see what Elijah was doing back in the early period of times, and you got to just think about how closer he is with his separation from us barely getting our freedoms. Things were different with those folks. And I don't think he did it out of viciousness or whatever the movie Fred's making. It wasn't nothing vicious about what he is doing. Men create faults. Was he raping chicks? No. But you got other people in history who've done that stuff. But to tear down a dude like that, I can't rock with that. And I ain't got to be in the Nation of Islam or none of that. To me, wrong is wrong. Like, even with those acts, some of got grandfathers who've done other ill type shit. But our standards here in this current age we live in are different than that. Could we hold them to standards? Do that when they're living, not when someone has died and then you step over what they have accomplished. Because I think to create something that has stood the test of time this long inside of a system that has attempted, I mean, one of the most profound things is to create a black nation, the strongest nation of Islam, facing the challenges of dealing with what is that fool, J. Edgar Hoover? We look how short the Black Panthers lived. The Nation of Islam has outlived all that. And they dealt with some very, very harsh shit with people in society trying to come down upon them. And also with what they've done to uplift black folks, to where black folks brought a level of consciousness and pride. Jesse Jackson and them can't even front and act like he ain't get a piece of his pride from what the nation was speaking. So I just can't rock with trying to knock that organization, regardless of what small issue he may have had. If you put in the great shit he did, you just don't tear it down and focus in on trashing someone. I just can't rock with that.
Yeah, I agree. You know, people pick, this human nature. Human beings pick sides. Fred is a big Malcolm X proponent. He's a big Malcolm X fan and proponent. So in that, he chose his side. He chose Malcolm's side as opposed to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's side. Of course, that's something that actually happened in that time period. People were forced to make a choice. You have people like Muhammad Ali, chose the Nation of Islam, and Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Mr. Farrakhan chose the Nation of Islam, Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Fred chose Malcolm at this time in his life. So that's why he's geared to do what he do. And he feels like, from his perspective, that it's a one-sided story being told. I don't let, look, like I said, me having practiced Al-Islam, I don't judge all that like that. I know there's, in trying to raise a nation, like you bring up a good point, Reggie, you bring up a very good point. When you're trying to raise up at the time period that he came to do his mission, That was not too long after you talking about after the Reconstruction period, after slavery. They was living in straight Jim Crow. That's straight Jim Crow time they was living in. So there were certain things that was definitely necessary to be done. And I have to look at when you're weighing a person out like that, you have to weigh out the good and the bad. When you're trying to actually raise a group of people that's in a very bad state. Because we still are to this day. Think about it. It's 2021. I can put on a tape from Malcolm X speaking in 1963, and you will hear those things. If you don't know who Malcolm is, you'll think that man is alive now. So our people, we've grown through space and time, but not really consciousness, really. And like the things that you bring up quite often about how we are towards one another, like with that gang shit. Like I told you, my sister was in college. I got a nephew from there, my nephew Chris, and he almost got killed down there. You understand what I'm saying? He up here now in New York. He's been up here for a couple of years, but he had just came out of a coma from having been into a damn shootout down there. You understand? Or some gang shit. So it's that mentality. So ultimately, we gotta just find a way to go within and get ourselves as a people right. And it's gonna take some hard dialogue, and I'm looking at a whole bunch of things that we may not right to come together under as close as we can to one banner to move forward successfully in this nation. Because we still here in America, man. We're gonna have to figure this shit out. There's no reason we've been here as long as any other group. But as a group, we have the least to show from it. Like the area I work in when I just left, I came to a big Asian area. Here in New York, you got two big Asian areas. And no matter how you look at it, those groups of Asians came to America after we was already here. Whether you look at it as blacks being aboriginal here or blacks being brought from Africa. Either way, both of those groups, these Asian groups here came to America after, and they're doing better economically than we are as a people. These are things we got to really look at. The area I just came through, every building I went past got Asian writing on it. Every one. The banks and everything. So we have to look at these things and stop pointing at everybody else and point at ourselves. What are we going to do to really change that? You understand what I'm saying? We got to really look at these things.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. And like you said, you can't blame anyone. These Asians have lifted themselves up, and a lot of people, well, they get this kind of stuff from that aid and stuff ain't got to do nothing with getting these folks up, because you can give people money and some people will do nothing with it. You see people getting money now and you see them do nothing with it. These people have come up with their forecast. They look into the future. Oh, and Cal and Cameron, can y'all send the link out? DJ trying to get on. I think some other folks trying to get on. And these people have come up with 20-year strategy. You look at China. What people look at with China. China used to be a dirt, raggedy, poor country going 30, 40 years ago. But they strategize. They come up with a plan. They work hard. And look where they at. It's the same thing when you look at Jews. Most people speak about Jews. But look where Jews come from when you think about what Hitler did. They come up from the bottom of society, but they have come collectively with strategies on how to use their money. They don't blow off their damn money. They save it, they invest it, and they utilize it, and they understand how economic systems work. Black folks too caught up in, well, this ain't our country. We've been so far. This is your goddamn country. And you ain't going no goddamn where. You need to understand how the system works. You need to understand how markets work, how you put everything into it. Regardless of the excuses, Black folks come up with too many excuses. And guess what? Time don't wait for nobody. Your excuses get you nowhere. That's why with my kids will tell you, I will come close to whooping the shit out of my kids for just bullshit crying for no damn reason. You cut that crying shit out. Does crying resolve anything? It ain't fixed a goddamn thing, because while you crying, other shit is continuously moving. It ain't stopped for you. It ain't done none of that shit. We got to stop that shit. And we got to prepare our children, even if we haven't made it. Just because you may not achieve a great level of success, if you got children, you can put them in the positions to get there. There's so many immigrants who come here dirt poor, and they may not be able to do it, but they put those kids in the positions to be the next group that take care of everything. We gotta learn how to stop putting money towards bullshit. Like Fred said, he be frugal about shit. That's the way you gotta be. You have to be frugal. Everything ain't worth it. Everything we buy, purchase, think we look cool in, it ain't worth it. Young folks can do that shit, yeah. But at some point you gotta grow out of it. You gotta put money away, save it, and put it towards these kids and teach these kids to not buy into it. We put ourselves at such a late start getting off the damn mark with all the bullshit that we buy into. We buy into brands that don't give two shits about us. We too caught up in the appeal, our coolness and our look. I think back to how we function in school. We too caught up in being the cool cats, being hip, how we look to the females and shit, and they pay attention to it. And a lot of times we're just distracted as people. Then we have parents that come up to school, make complaints about why our grades look like that, rather than seeing what the hell we effing up at and what we need to improve on. That's not my baby. We got to cut a lot of that shit out. We got to hold a lot of shit accountable on what we do. And I can go on and on about the issues I've seen with our damn folks that don't push us nowhere. Let me see. All things says code and culture says are one and the same. Says, but y'all hate a so-called code. A code is for a person that don't know how to live right. When you do things right, you function off what's right and wrong. You don't need a code. Codes is for you to stay out of trouble. Codes is for street bullshit. It don't get you nowhere. What I need a code for if I'm doing shit right, I don't need to stick to no code for that. Do I need to learn? Do my kids need to know a code that they look out for each other? No, they don't need no code. Some things are just instinctive. And I live the righteous way. I don't gotta live off code. I live off instinctive. But I got a brother who's sitting in prison who live off code, and his life fucked up. I got homies who's sitting in prison who live off codes. They life fucked up. I got two homies who's sitting on death row. Their lives fucked up. I got homies who's sitting in the grave because they live off code. Their lives is gone. So you can miss me with that code shit. If you fucking up in life, you doing street hustling shit, then yeah, you gotta live by code. I don't live by that shit because I do shit the right way. I look out for my people. I've always been positive with black folks. Any cat will tell you that. So that's my thoughts. I don't live by code. Y'all can keep that code shit.
I don't think Cal heard you. You said some other people trying to get on, Reggie.
Yeah, I seen him put the link in there. That was DJ was trying to get on, and they want to get back on some boxing talk too.
That's fine. Yeah, y'all cooking, man. Y'all both are right in the points that you're making. I was just gonna say, that's pros and cons and everything, and you just have to make the right decision for yourselves. As far as this film that my man has made, the topic to me is not something that we have never heard of. I mean, it's been conversations about that forever, way before either one of us was born. This conversation has gone on, so it's just I'm gonna check it out. I've already purchased it. I'm gonna check it out, and I understand anyone who doesn't feel the same, and that's respectful. That's their opinion, and that's their choice. I'm checking it out for the fact of support for the brother Fred, and I'm sure he's done some research, put together. Whether or not he's 100% accurate, right, or indifferent, I don't know. I know what I've heard over the years about the situation, and what little bit I have read. I've read a lot about the situation before I started hearing a lot about the situation. So, but I have no real thoughts about it because I'm not a member of the Nation of Islam. I do believe that if something is good, we should support it. a lot of times we have situations in life where someone or some organization does a lot of good things for a group of people, but then we find out later on there may have been some scandals, or they may have not done everything, above board, and everything wasn't done, squeaky clean. But at the same time, I know a lot of good that has come from the teachings of the Nation of Islam for our men, our black men folk, as well as our sisters, but especially our black men folk. There's been some good, there's been some bad, there's been some indifferent, and I like the positivity that they put out there. I don't agree with the negativity that of some of the stuff I've found out that goes on or did go on. But at the same time, if a man sees an opportunity for him to join an organization that's good for him, so be it. We tell people every day, all day, if they're drinking too much, join the AA. If they're drugging too much, go to rehab. All these different little things. If you're seeking truth, go to church. When a person is seeking something to change themselves, if it's working for them, then fine. As long as it's not, causing them to do harm to others, steal from their family to give to that organization, whatever. My church. I won't say what church it is, but my church, not just my church, but the church, the Christianity of church that I'm a member of, is a certain denomination, and they preach a certain thing, and a lot of people don't agree with it, and I totally understand. I don't preach what I don't preach to other people about what my denomination preaches, but at the same time, I understand. But I know there's a lot of good things that come out of the denomination that I chose to leave, to follow my life through, and it just matter, if it's good for you, it's causing you to do some positive things in life to help you grow as a person, as a human being, and it's not taken from your family, it's not harming anyone or causing you to harm anyone. Hey, I have no problem with it, because it's a big thing when it comes to, especially in the black community, but it's black and white community. When it comes down to Christianity in this country, as far as Christianity religion, there's always a bunch of arguments about which denomination is correct for the soul of us people. And my philosophy on that is, if I see a man or a woman who may or may not be in a different denomination than I choose to be in, and they seem to be a positive person and living a positive life, who am I to tell them they're in the wrong place? I'm not doing it. At the end of the day, we're both worshiping the fact that there's a higher being above all of us. So I'm not going through all that, but it is what it is. But we at the end of the day, we're brothers, and we have. I just want the folks that's listening in, want them to know that we have a great infinity of love for one another. Even though it may be some high-spirited debates, but at the end of the day, we're brothers, and we have a love for one another and respect for one another. And when it's family, you're gonna have some differences of opinion. You're gonna have some debates, some arguments. But at the end of the day, you outsiders better not mess with either one of us. That's what it is with family. So we just have to, let people understand and recognize that. And I think it's time to talk about this boxing, ain't it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Because I don't mess with anybody's religion. I know what I believe. I don't even like discussing it. Just because that's just how I was raised. It's like, I had some questions for BB earlier this summer when he was going through Ramadan. I was just curious as to, how does it work? Like, what can you do? What can't you do? Because I've never been really exposed to anybody who practiced that faith. So I just had some questions on how it worked. But, you know, that everybody believes something different. Everybody, you know, practices different religions, you know, whether it's even in Christianity, whether it's, you know, Protestant, Baptist, Southern Baptist, Methodist, everybody's got different things that they believe in. I just let them believe in that. I don't mess with it because I know what I believe. And so I just leave it alone. It's like, it's good to have open dialogue with people if they're willing to discuss it with you. But once it gets to a point that it seems like the conversation's turning and they may feel like you're attacking their ideology and therefore attacking their upbringing. So I just leave that alone, man. Like I'll dip my toe into politics. I really don't like getting off into that because personally, I don't care who the president is. I hadn't voted for either one of the last two presidents. I'll write in somebody because I don't believe in their politics. So I'm not voting for you. Like that second term for Barack Obama, I didn't vote for him. That second term when Trump came around, I didn't vote for him. I focus more on, and it's just the way I was raised, the way my grandmother raised me. I focus more on my local elections, my mayor, my sheriff, you know, because we had a sheriff about 10 years ago, you know, grabbed this kid and assaulted him while he was in handcuffs, and guess what? They voted him out of there. So I focus on things like that, man. I'm the president. I could care less.
That's the most important level of voting. We really supposed to show up for the local level because that's where it determines how we're going to be treated in our community. And then, you know, stuff does trickle up. I vote all levels, but I don't have a particular party that I follow. I have historically voted Democratic on the national level as far as presidency, but on the local level in my state and in my city, man, I'm voting Republican, Democrat, whoever sells me the best, that's who get my vote. And whatever I think is going to be beneficial to me and my family, that's how I vote.
That's a fact. Like your governor, your senator, all them guys, man. Like we had a senator here, Dale Marsh. I tried my best to get him out of office. I did my part. Hell, I even worked at the campaign office of his opponent because he's the ultimate scumbag. He's the ultimate criminal. What he did was he would take money out of public schools. He closed so many public schools, just taking money out of public schools, cutting these districts' funding, and putting the money in what they call the general fund. Now, we're the state that does not have the lottery nor gambling. So where is this money going? And then you find out that our former governor had his mistress out in the islands on vacation on our dime. So guess what we did? We got him out of there. So and he was part of his cabinet. So, you know, it's those type of elections that I focus on. City councilmen, quit put all this money in the jail in the city and refurbish this school over here. You know, redirect some of this money. City councilman, mayor, you know, I'm blanking out, but go ahead, man. We getting back on box.
I'm just going to correct you, bro. You know, we got to lock some of you brothers up now. You brothers can't just be running around here doing whatever you want to, willy-nilly. Got to lock some of you up now. We're going to put them funds in the prisons. You better believe that, buddy.
Yeah, but it's not the high school that I went to, but it's the high school that a lot of my friends went to. I mean, it's literally the same building that my mama was in 1983, 84. You get what I'm saying? So, and they hadn't done
any jail out of an old school.
No. They built a new jail. They built a new county courthouse, and they built a new. They're refurbishing the federal courthouse in this county. Mm-hmm. But they hadn't done anything to the school. You get what I'm saying? They hadn't built. They hadn't redone the gym. They hadn't redone the classrooms. Nothing. Yeah, and they cut funding for teachers. So teachers are having to teach in classes that are like 34, 35 deep. So
wow. And DJ, you know, it's the other thing when you're speaking about general funding when they make these cuts. When they come up with the new budget for the year, you go to see how much that dang police budget has been increased, because you get large cities, LA, Chicago, and all that. It's so much of that money that these dang police departments be taking up like 60% of a general fund for a damn city. Why they making cuts? And even look at what many schools, like even out here, it's so much on lists that parents have to fund for school supplies. It's ridiculous that the schools, when I was coming up, they funded all this stuff. But that's another one.
I thought they just did that in Nashville. That don't make no sense, man.
The whole country.
You gotta supply materials for the whole classroom that your child is in nowadays.
Yeah, I'll do it though. I saw a video that this mom did a few years ago. I'll give you anything to take my kids. You want some super glue? I'll buy your ass some super glue. I'll give you anything to take my kids. Get them off my hands for a few hours. But Reggie, to your point, man, I live in a city in Alabama that's probably maybe 120,000 deep. There's no reason for our police force to have fucking Humvees and, you know, brand new ARs. I mean, they got a tank, bro. Like, we're 100,000. This is not LA where there's millions of people in this city. There's no reason for us to have tanks. For us to have, they have a tank.
What city?
You know what Anderson, Oxford is, Santos?
Anderson who?
It's right. Anderson, Oxford. You know, it's right on I-20, bro. It's about 60 miles east of Birmingham and about 90 miles west of Atlanta.
Okay. What is in adjacent to Huntsville? Probably going.
It's 2 hours. It's 2 hours south of Huntsville, down 431.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I got family and friends up there in Huntsville. I'm up there all the time. Atlanta and Huntsville and Birmingham. I've been there a lot, man. Like I said, I went to school in Birmingham and I lived up there three or 4 years. So.
And they feel like they need a tank?
They have one. They have one. We have a Army installation here called the Anderson Army Depot, where they still build. They build Strikers. They build tanks. They build 50 cal machine guns. It's literally an Army base. And my wife works out there. She builds the GPS systems that you put in tanks. So they take the stuff that's been decommissioned for the military and they'll hold auctions, right? And they'll buy it. The police departments around here will buy it. Well, this stuff costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Right. Where is our local police force getting this money? And that's what I'm saying, to Reggie's point, where are they getting this money? They building on the jails. They tearing down all the public housing and they building on the jails, and they cramming everybody into like 2 different projects. We used to have 6 different projects here at Addison. Now we only got 2. So you cramming all these people into one spot and you building new jails. Like, come on, man. Like, we see what's going on, but guess what? The people that live on the nice side of town enjoy that. They're gonna keep that same mayor in here because he's tough on crime, or he's rezoning and doing this, doing that. So it doesn't matter to them because their kids are going to private school. Like Senator Del Marsh, his kids are going to private school, so he don't give a damn how many public schools he closed. His kids are in private school. He don't care. But yeah, man, I blanked out. Let's go ahead and get to boxing. I can talk all night on that type of stuff.
Yeah, I miss y'all talking about the fight last night. Cause two things. I ran out of battery power waiting to get on Fred's and on my phone, and I was sleeping. Plus, I had to be at the doctor early yesterday morning. But anyway, what is? I still come out with 114 when I rewatched that fight, man.
Really?
I didn't come with that the first time I watched it, but the second time I watched it is what I come out with. Remember, I text you on that, DJ.
Yeah. We talked about that, man. Now I switched up the rounds. Like, I went back and watched it with Best Fuse. Best Fuse hit me onto some things that I was seeing. Because originally I gave that third round to Charlo, and he was like, "No, they really didn't do nothing, but the most significant action happened with Castano." So I switched that round around with the 5th round, but I still had it 7-5 for Charlo. I know Reggie had some outrageous scorecard. He was talking about it last night in the chat.
Red, what you have, Red?
I had it. I still can't score that final round, but even without this final round scored, I have it 7-4. Wait, let me see. What my scorecard? I think may have it 7 or 8-4.
I gave him a draw. I gave them a draw in that 12th round. I thought they both came with the action, went back and forth.
Yeah, that 12th round was hard for me.
Yeah, see, I gave it to Charlo. I still gave 9 through 12 for Charlo. Robert Brown, Best Fuse, how did y'all score it again? Because I think y'all gonna watch it again tomorrow night.
Yeah.
So I scored it a draw, bro.
Hold on.
I scored the first round, second round for Charlo, and I scored 9, 10, 11, and 12 for Charlo. And then the middle rounds I gave to Castano. So I had 114, 114. I didn't do no 10-8 rounds because I didn't see nobody get dropped. So I don't do a 10-8 round unless you just got whooped the whole round. I mean, I did see some wobble, you know what I'm saying, and some running around the ring a little bit, but people are talking, people talk more about Haney getting clipped a little bit than they talk about Castano getting wobbled 3 or 4 times running around the ring. They don't talk about that. And then I hear this narrative about ropes holding Charlo up. That ain't what I saw, bro. 114,
Oh, no,
114.
It actually happened. The ropes did help him stay
Nah,
up.
I saw Charlo dip. I saw Charlo dip and come back up. I didn't see no ropes holding him up. But that's what people want to talk about. That's what people want to, but they ain't talking about Castano dancing. Nah, bro.
I'm talking about both of them. Look,
it.
did you see his eyes go up to the rafters after that punch?
Yeah. You know what? I've been in the ring. I've been in the ring, and you can get jabbed in the eyes and go to the rafters. That don't mean nothing to me, man.
But see, that
know,
wasn't the punch.
That's how I see it.
That was the second punch. I mean, that was the first punch. The second punch was dropped him down on the ropes. The ropes held him up, and the ropes don't held up a lot of fights. Now, I wasn't giving no 10-8. I wasn't giving no 10-8. I scored a 10-9, but he definitely would have dropped the ropes one there.
Again, I don't think so. But you know what, people? That's why the judges were so far off. They see different things, but I think the right outcome came. It was 114, 114.
A draw was the best thing
back.
for the fight.
Yeah, they need to run it back. That's how I look. Because in my opinion, throughout the fight, Charlo hurt him more than he hurt Charlo. If we want to go there, so.
Yeah, he hurt.
That's how I look at it.
He hurt that kid at least 3 times severely. I know. Now he got touched a couple times, except it didn't affect him as greatly as it did Castano. No, you're saying bust about it. I'll be the first to agree to that. Now when I first saw the fight, I felt like Castano had done enough to get the victory. But I said if it's a draw, I ain't gonna trip. But when they said it's
I just feel like a lot of people wanted Charlo to lose. I feel like a lot of people wanted Charlo to lose. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying I feel like a lot of people wanted Charlo to lose, and they saw what they wanted to see. But I think a draw was fair. That's how I look at it. I mean, people can score how they want to.
A lot of people I talked to, a lot of people I heard from and talked to on these different channels, they were mad at Charlo for what he said, but they still were supporting Charlo in the fight. I didn't hear anyone that I knew of that was, I hope he lose and get his head broken in or this. Now, I remember Fred said he wasn't going to watch the fight because he had to do something with his daughter. So more than likely he probably wouldn't watch it. Or a couple others said they wouldn't watch it. But I never heard anybody real just flat out say they hope he lose, that, just switched up on him, that normally would support him. I was telling everybody, when we were talking about it, I said, I don't appreciate what he said, but I'm going to watch the fight.
But
so
I think
I'm watching the fight.
But I think
go ahead, Robert.
No, that was me. I think that stuff y'all talking about where people turned against because so much fandom in this damn side of the sport that a lot of people did turn on Charlo because of those statements. But me watching it, I was going for Charlo. Like I said, I don't get caught up in that fan crap. But when I was watching the fight, I didn't have Charlo winning that. Even in that third round where Charlo got hurt by Castano, I still had Charlo winning that round because Castano caught him too late. And I think Charlo did enough in that round to win round number 3. Castano hurt him with probably about what I think as soon as he got hurt, it was like 3 seconds left in the round. It wasn't enough of Castano to take that round, but moving forward from when he hurt Charlo, that's where things start to change for Charlo. You start seeing him backing up a lot, fighting off. He's throwing the jab off the back foot, sitting on the ropes. allowing Castano to work on him, and then Castano will find moments with a minute left to work. And even in the moments before he went to doing his, his work to take the rounds with a minute left, he was still punching with Charlo. Charlo threw a punch, Castano got a punch to meet him with. Charlo didn't give enough to keep Castano away from him in range with anything that was a long range punch. Castano was right there in his chest throughout the whole fight. Charlo hit him with something big. Castano walking back forward. And even when Charlo hurt him, look in the second round when Charlo hurt the guy, and Charlo's ripping away on punches. Castano will cover up. What did he do? He walked off that ring, walked right at Charlo, who was backing away from him, and launched a jab at Charlo. He caught Charlo square in the face with a jab. That wasn't a good look. It was nothing that Charlo did to kind of control the tempo of the fight. He wasn't the ring general. And majority of that, it wasn't until later rounds, but I thought he was too late to even come back. He almost Lomachenko'd the fight to me.
I think Charlo did himself a service, a positive service in the championship rounds. He fought his way back into a draw, in my opinion. After just watching that fight carefully, seeing what I saw, and I tried to make sure I gave credit where I thought credit was due. I don't want to watch the fight with a biased intention. Going into the fight, I'd already said that Charlo wins the fight. I didn't see anything that Castano could do to really beat Charlo. I didn't see him knocking him out, and I didn't see him, just outdoing Charlo. I just didn't think he would win. I thought it would be a competitive fight, though, and I knew the guy had good footwork. He cut the ring off good, and he was tough, hombre, and had good stamina, but I didn't see him win in the fight. And as the fight built on and on, I was like, whoa, this dude is better than I thought he was. It was a much better fight. A lot of people were talking about what Charlo didn't do, but was it because Charlo, they were saying Charlo didn't look right that night, but was it because this guy, was it that he was off that night, or was it because this guy was more effective to nullify some of the stuff he normally do? This kid is not a pushover. This kid's a competitive fighter. Yeah, this kid's a competitive fighter, and he's tough, man. He's not a cakewalk, and I had to give him credit because a lot of people would have went down in that fight to the mat. He never did, even though he was severely hurt. He had the stinking leg for most of the 10th round, in the beginning, the first half of the 11th round. He, by his own admission, which I saw with my own eyes before he admitted it. But I was pleased that he was honest in his assessment of what he experienced in that fight. As far as Charlo getting to him a few times, but he never went down. That's ring IQ, and that's a mentality of a veteran fighter. He knows to get on his to hold or get on his bicycle and get back. But one thing I did notice throughout that fight, the many times he was hurt, he stayed in Charlo's face. He stayed cutting that ring off. He was always the predator. Every now and then he gave weight, but not that often. I mean, he pushed that fight the majority of the fight, and I can't take nothing from him. He's competitive, and every time he fights, if I got the opportunity, I'm watching him fight. I don't want to miss his fights anymore because I know he can fight.
Yeah, and that's very unusual from a pressure fighter. Usually a pressure fighter can't, when they hurt, that's pretty much it for them. Like when you get them going back, but he was very strategic. His movements was very good, and I'm not overlooking that. That shit is a part of defense. You don't see you don't see pressure fighters that can, when they get hurt like that, moving back and survive that. Right. Most of them, 9 times out of 10, that's a done deal. So I was very impressed with the fact that he was able to maneuver with a good offensive fighter like Charlo is. But like I mentioned to y'all that my former manager who was at the weigh-in and at the fights, because he's the one who presented Charlo with the glove, because that's Grant, that's my former manager. He fights in the glove, and he told me, he said he looked a little gaunt to me, when I saw him. But I figured, he gonna replenish like they do. But in retro, like when I look at the fight, like the second time and the third time that I watched it, he doesn't have quite that snap that he normally have in his punch, and his energy level didn't look. When we say something that was off, to me it was that his energy level just wasn't the same. Like when he attacking somebody and he going after them like that, he normally able to sustain that. But when your muscles is drained, because I don't care what nobody say. I've been in a training camp, and that 14 weeks in a goddamn training camp is too long to be in a training camp for anybody.
I was surprised to hear that myself.
I don't give a fuck if you. I don't care if you're fighting King Kong. That is too goddamn long for you to be in a training camp. You know, to be in a full out training camp like that. So that could have an effect on him. So I'm factoring that in more. But you know, I made some switches in the round because initially I had the first round even. You know, when I watched it that night, I had it even. I gave Charlo the second. I gave Castano the third. Then I gave Castano the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh. But then I switched that. I switched the fifth. I switched that one. I think I'm gonna give that to Charlo. So I saw the fight as could go on. I could definitely live with the draw. And for me, it could have went either way as far as the win. But I can definitely live with that draw. Like, you know, I can live with the draw. I can't say that it was no robbery or nothing like that. Nah, hell no. That shit wasn't no robbery. That shit wasn't no robbery.
The only misfortunate situation that happened in that fight is the wide score. And,
yeah, that was crazy. That was ridiculous.
That didn't change the outcome of the fight though. It ended up being a draw, and that's what it should have been, according to what I saw the second time around. And I wasn't thrown off by it being a draw the first time because I figured I had in my mind this shouldn't be less than a draw in my mind, you know, the first time. But I was so pissed at that judge for that 17-11. I don't care if he had gave it to Castano. That fight was never that wide. Yeah, that fight was never that wide, you know. So I was pissed and got caught up in that. So I calmed down. I said, I'm gonna look at the fight again tomorrow, and I'm gonna keep score this time, and I'm gonna give what I feel is a true assessment of the fight. I came over 114. So I was pleased in knowing that, and because I had to think about it. I was so pissed at that judge, but I had to think about this. It doesn't matter if he called it 15-13. It still would have been the same results. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I took my anger away from that judge pretty much, and I was able to go ahead and watch that fight and give an assessment for myself. But I think the right call at the end was made on that fight. I think these guys need to get it on again in order to resolve who's the king of that division, or if not, they both just stay away with their belts. You know.
Or they're gonna have to though, because even if they stay away for a while,
I think the public's gonna demand it. Yeah,
they're gonna have to, because eventually, even if they
they gotta run it back.
They have to.
Somebody wants to know who's the best. So
because it's a hot topic, man. We still talking about it today. We still talking about this today, and we're gonna probably be talking about it the rest of this week.
That's gonna be a pay-per-view fight.
Here it is. Yeah. Here it is Tuesday. We still talking about that fight, man. But I think the business of boxing is gonna get in the way. Like, you got Tim Tszyu chomping at the bit for his title shot. He's got Castano in the sight, and then you got Charlo with two mandatories right now. He's got Lubin, and then he's got the Bachram guy. I don't know much about him, but he's got Lubin on his heels. Lubin wants his get back. So are these guys gonna sit back until mid to late next year to get they shot? Because I'm thinking Castano and Charlo can run this back in December. Like, let's not wait around with this, man. Let's, these guys, it didn't seem like I'm not in their body. I don't know what they feeling. It didn't seem like they took too much punishment in that fight from each other. Now, was it a hard fight? Yes, but wasn't nobody eyes swole. I don't think anybody broke any bones. Didn't nobody get any cuts. So on the surface level, it looks like they're okay. But unless they have any injuries, man, or anything that'll keep them out any prolonged period of time, I say December is perfect to run this back. I don't think there's any fights lined up for December.
Yeah, that's more than a good enough time, and they can market it, and they can market it well. That's a good enough time, and they can market it as well too.
Yeah, it's definitely a perfect time. It's just a matter, because it could be like one of those ending of the year fights, but it also just really depends on, like DJ said, if the business of boxing is going to get in the way with these mandatories, if they're gonna be willing to step aside, or they're gonna have to pay them, or whatever the deal
they're gonna have to pay them. Look, they could do what they want to do. Let me tell you that. And my manager told me that shit. He said, "Let me tell you something. They could do what the hell they want to do. If they want to do it, they'll do it. If they don't think it's to their benefit, they won't. If they think it's to their benefit, they will. So they could do it. It's just a matter of if they want to or not. Keep it bottom line. They have the money. The funds will be there. They can do it. They just have to either want to do it or not. And like you said, the business of boxing, if they want to and they think it's feasible and they can make money off of it, they'll do it. You know what I'm saying? And if they don't, they'll make it. Well, let's try to wait for this and that and trying to be all strategic. But they can definitely make it happen. To me, it would be a perfect time. You have this happen in boxing from time to time. You have fights that turn out to be such good fights that they become events. You got to strike while that event is hot, or you take the chance, on losing that event.
Right.
Just like how Anthony Joshua and Wilder ended up. On Joshua ended up getting upset. You know, if you don't strike while it's hot, it can happen. Yeah. The same thing with Jarrett, with Hurd and Charlo. They could have made that fight. They didn't strike. You saw what happened. So you got to be willing to say, damn, we better hit. We want to strike this while it's still flaming. And it's just up to them if they decide to do that. But I think it would be best because it's definitely a buzz.
Yeah.
You know?
No doubt.
Right. I'm about to say the worst thing that can happen. I was just about to say that, Fuse. Worst thing that can happen is Charlo gets worked by Lubin in the rematch, and then Tim Tszyu knocks out Castaño. Oh, now what?
Which could happen.
Well, this is the fight game. Craziest things have happened.
Yep.
I personally don't know enough about Tim Tszyu. I've seen that last fight he was in, and I wasn't overly impressed. You know, it looked like he might have a little problem with that opponent he had. I wasn't impressed with it, but I need to see more of his fights. So,
he fought like his father. He fought like his pop.
That's what I was thinking.
Just like his pop. He fight primarily like his pop. He don't have as good a right hand as his father. I wasn't a big Costa Tszyu fan like that though. You know, I was never really a big Costa Tszyu fan like that. I thought he was more hype than anything. You know what I'm saying?
He got a lot of pub off knocking out Zab. He got a lot of pub off knocking out Zab.
And he was lucky.
He lived off that for a long time.
Matter of fact, I always get on Joel because that's my big bro, Joel Judah. I get on Joel to this day. I be like, why in the hell did you tell Zab to slow down? You got 12 rounds. I said he was whipping his ass. Why you just like, but he was like, it was a 12-round fight. I ain't wanted to burn and stuff. I'm like, shit, he was in shape. You shouldn't have been worrying about that. Shit, y'all was in training camp. He was in shape. He should have been able to fight like that for 12 rounds. You know what I'm saying?
And that was at 40. That was at 40, wasn't it? Wasn't that at 40? Yeah, that was at 40.
Yeah, that was at 40. So and then you know Costa, he beat a lot of older guys. He beat like Chavez and them when they was old and stuff like that. But he got hype. I never thought he had a lot of heart like that. I thought that's why when what's his name beat him. You remember when Vince Phillips beat him down? When Vince Phillips beat him down and took the title from him, I found out that he was offered a rematch against Phillips, and they turned that shit down. So I knew he was soft then. I was like, "You're a duck. He don't want no smoke. He a duck." I knew that then. That's why, like when he lost to Ricky Hatton, I picked Ricky Hatton to beat him. But I was like, Ricky Hatton is tougher than him. I said, Ricky stayed on like a wet suit. I picked Ricky Hatton. I won money that night, kid. And I said, Costa Tszyu soft. He got y'all fooled. He got lucky because if Zab wouldn't have got hit with that shit, Zab was gonna stop him. And I said, but he not tough like that. If you put pressure on him, he gonna fold. That's why he lost to Vince Phillips, because Vince Phillips put pressure on him, he folded. And sure enough, like I told motherfuckers, Ricky Hatton, I said, Ricky Hatton ain't the most gifted, but he got heart. He not soft. And sure enough, he beat his ass.
Well, you know, reason why I brought up Lubin, I was like, because you got to think about it. Coach Cunningham and Lubin watched that fight Saturday night.
Oh, of course.
Best believe they watched that fight, and they gotta be sitting back thinking about it now. It's like, oh, we can beat him. That Charlo that fought Saturday, oh, we can beat him. Let's hurry and get in here now before he figures out, you know, his mistakes, and let's not give him too much time to figure out his mistakes. We can beat that guy. Yep. So, you know, let's not waste too much time in booking this rematch, man. So I believe Lubin can beat it. But
he's talented enough.
It'll be a good fight. It'll be a good fight. It won't be over in the first round, man.
If Lubin don't get caught, he can beat him, but he's still chinny, man.
Yeah, that's the only thing. That's the only thing. But you take away that chinny thing, you take away that chinny thing, skill for skill, he can match him, man.
Lubin will beat him. Lubin can outbox him, but he got to bait his that punch, man.
That's the only
thing. Yeah, he got to be on his P's and Q's. Bento. You did see.
I don't think they got. Listen,
Go ahead, Rob. My bad.
I don't think they got anything to worry about from the WBC. Suleiman has already talked about how good of a fight he thought that was. He realizes that in sanctioning fees, he can make more money going with that undisputed fight because they're taking a percentage of everything. You know what I'm saying? So the only one you got to worry about, the WBO, like Tim Tszyu is not the mandatory. People keep saying that he's ranked number 1, but he's not the mandatory. Remember the Sean Porter thing? You got to turn in paperwork, right? All right. So with the WBO and the IBF, both of them kind of go with the notion that unifications trump mandatories. Now, the only problem with the IBF is that Mertalev or whatever his name is has taken step aside money before. Bakram. Yeah, he's taken step aside money before. But I find it hard to believe that if you put that as a pay-per-view in another showcase, that Bakram wouldn't jump on there and take some money and fight maybe a Lubin as a double eliminator type thing or whoever. You see what I'm saying? So, and then you got, I know everybody loves, to talk about Lubin and this, that, and other, but last I heard, Lubin them was talking about maybe Danny Garcia for big money and more name recognition. You see what I'm saying? So I think the only problem might be with the IBF.
I didn't take that serious, but now that you say it, I didn't really take it serious when I first heard it. I was like, man, Danny ain't moving up no damn 50 folks.
I'm gonna jump out, brothers. I'm gonna jump out, brothers.
Reg, you take it easy, bro.
Bro. And let Cal know that I think Trey and KC was trying to jump on. All right.
Okay. Yeah, KC trying to get on, Cal. I'm not all the Cal, see if I can get there.
Yeah, that'd be a good fight. Those would be, if they could do that, they could look the money will make you take the step aside. If they offer them the right money, they're gonna step aside. That's the key, the money.
And then you might get lucky. You might get lucky, like Rigo and Usyk, take step aside money and still get the fight.
I've been wondering, man, is he gonna have to get that money back since he getting the fight? I've been wondering about that.
You wouldn't get a dime back from me.
You ain't gotta give it back. You don't gotta give it back.
No,
that's his money now.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of figured that Usyk took step aside money because he was pressing the issue, trying to get his title shot. Then he went away once Undisputed was on the table. I think Eddie Hearn greased his palm. But Rigo definitely stepped aside so him and Donaire and Casemiro could unify. And then Casemiro decided he wasn't gonna drug test, so Donaire said, "To hell with it, I don't want to fight him." But Rigo took step aside money and still gonna get the fight.
Casemiro signed up for the drug test, man. Donaire just, I don't know what he's doing.
Okay, cook on that for a second, because that was my understanding from the surface level. And he disrespected Donaire's wife. Am I right about that too? Because I know Donaire's wife is his manager. So did he say something about her? And that's what made Donaire pull out the fight.
He did, DJ. But this is the thing, bro. If I said something about your wife, wouldn't you want to fight me, bro? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, we gotta get it. Ain't no more talking after that.
So that's what I'm saying. We got. You need to sign up for vital testing. He signed up. Well, you didn't sign up when I said you should sign up, and he basically said you don't run nothing. And see, my opinion has always been this: men should deal with men, and women should deal with women. Your woman should not be addressing me. That's the problem that a lot of us, when we was talking, people had a problem with. Listen, your woman should not be addressing me because no matter what I say to her, it's wrong. You see what I'm saying? So put your woman in her place. You know what I'm saying? Let her deal with women. But if we're talking about men, let men deal with men. Now, she jumped in and she said whatever and started accusing this man. He responded. His girlfriend got into it. So now when we talk about excuses, you said, the drug tester. That's one excuse. That fell apart. He said something about my wife, and I'm standing up for all women. Well, the best way to handle a wife beater is to whoop him, right? Teach him that, you know what I'm saying? You want to talk bad about women? Come do that with a man. Am I right?
You're right. So you say he's quacking. So in other words, you say he's quacking, Rob. You say he's quacking right now.
If it look like one and talk like one, then what is it?
Oh, I'm hearing that you saying he's quacking right now.
You know, can y'all hear me pretty good?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Okay, Donaire seemed to be capping to me, man, crying about the drug test, then said he was gonna fight for women like the brother just said. You know, the funny thing is, you know what we forgot about? I want y'all to think about this. If y'all remember, Donaire was the champion of VADA testing with ESPN. ESPN ain't said shit about no drug testing since then. ESPN don't give a damn about no drug test no more. They use Nonito Donaire as the face of VADA testing so they can oppose Floyd Mayweather. That's what they did. And now you don't hear them say nothing about no drug testing.
Hold on, say that again, bro. Say that again, bro. I missed the part about Floyd Mayweather. I cut out for a second.
ESPN used Nonito Donaire as the champion for VADA drug testing to oppose Floyd Mayweather back then. And now they say nothing about no drug testing. They don't give a damn about cheating no more. When Canelo Alvarez tested positive, they tried to sweep that under the rug. When Tyson Fury just did this shit he just did, they swept all that under the rug. You just pay attention to how they move and what they do. They got like a selective way of doing shit at ESPN. And I don't think people really pay attention to that no more because Donaire was the guy that they used to run out there for the VADA testing. Y'all remember that?
Damn good point, bro. I forgot all about that. But good point.
I swear I forgot all about that.
Olympic drug
Yeah,
test.
they was running that
with that. You
man,
right.
they was running his ass out there every week talking about that. Bob Arum was talking about it. All of a sudden now, drug testing don't matter, cheating don't matter. Man, them motherfuckers don't give a damn about nothing. They just want you to fight and they'll give you $10,000 and some bullshit. That's it.
That's a fact, bro. That's a fact.
That's why they hate PBC so much. Because they know them guys is getting paid. They don't want to pay the guys. So they gonna run out. You know how they used to do. I know y'all used to see this guy last year all the time, that Navarrete guy. That dude was like 126 or something like that. He fought like 5 times last year.
Yeah, he's at 126. I know what you're talking about.
The dude fight like 4 or 5 times a year. Y'all think they really paying him some money?
Nah, not if he's making that much. You look at Terrence Crawford. He got a nice little guarantee. He only fighting once a year, so yeah, they be paying him that much.
Listen, Casey. Hey, listen, bro. You can't be coming on here with all this common sense now. We like to debate.
Yeah. What we gonna argue about if you come on here speaking common sense?
I'm saying, man. You just messed up all this. Come in, dropping mics, and just leave. Nah, bro. You can't do that.
Hey, I'm just telling the truth, man. I'm just watching it from a point of view like, where's the think about this though, y'all. We got Andre Ward, we got Timothy Bradley. Andre Ward went to the Olympics, so he knows about Olympic style drug testing. Nobody's saying nothing about the dude pulling out of a fight, close to a fight, 2 weeks from a fight. He disappeared. He supposed to have COVID, flying out the state. And ESPN is quote unquote the worldwide leader in sports.
That's a fact. But Andre Ward weighed in on the Charlo fight though. But hey, you got to catch up on your news, bro. You got some more stuff to talk about besides that. You're right though.
Man, it's crazy, man. It's crazy when you really sit back and you watch how they be maneuvering the people and they kind of guiding the people to a certain direction. It's kind of like it's okay. The film thing that Fred is doing. The way that people treat Bob Arum in boxing is they treat him as if he's like the Catholic priest. The media does. They treat him as if he can't do no wrong.
Yeah.
When they know he done robbed everybody.
Yeah.
I made that point before. How many of his fighters have to sue him before we realize he's doing shady business over there, man?
It's facts. It's like we already know, right? Let's just say one of y'all sons came up. He was a hot rap artist. You already know that what you heard about Cash Money in the record business, you wouldn't take him to Cash Money, right?
Oh, you talking about them cheating some of their fighters?
About them cheating they artists out of money. You know,
I
Cash
said
Money
fighters.
Records.
I meant
Cash Money,
artists.
yeah, Cash Money
Yeah.
Records, right? So you wouldn't take your kid to Cash Money because you heard enough about it. More likely than not, you probably even try to take him to Master P rather than Baby because you know he got a better business sense based on what you see and what's put out there about Master P and how people talk about him, how they revere him. You know what I'm saying? So like for fighters to sign with Top Rank, it kind of like goes against regular logic. Like nobody's y'all not gonna send y'all daughter or son to go buy a car from a dude y'all know that sell cars they got bad engines. You ain't gonna do the shit. But these fighters be signing these long-term contracts every couple of years, and then they be sitting on the shelf looking at everybody else fight, talking about who they have beat up, but they ain't fighting nobody. Like, shit don't make sense.
I think the reason the reason they take Top Rank over like PBC sometimes is because they get a large sum of money up. Well, I ain't gonna say large sum, but they get a certain lump sum of money up front, signing, for signing with them. Versus PBC pays their fighters in the beginning like a couple of grand a week or something like that, or a couple of grand a month or some kind of way I've heard, and they say they bet on the long term situation of them making millions of dollars and not on because the money that they get from Top Rank, from what I understand up front, they got to pay that. It's almost like a record deal.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like it's set up like a record deal, and Bob Arum is sitting at the top like hell. I don't know. He might be sitting up there like Jimmy Iovine or Jerry Heller. I don't know. Shit.
Yeah, more like my man from Red. He's more like Red from Five Heartbeats.
Yeah. 5 Heartbeats. That's him. That's him.
my office hours
he
are from.
He hung Bud Crawford over the balcony the other day and told him he ain't getting no damn fight.
Yeah. He hung his contract, even though he got a shorter year out of it, but still, he get these guys to resign like it ain't nothing to it, man. Even when these guys realize they're getting a banana in the tailpipe. So I don't understand it either.
Yeah,
I guess they understand when he asked them what his offers is. I guess they all chump out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep. Gotta be.
Crazy, man.
Old Bob, boy. Old Bob, man. Shit. Old Bob, man. Old Bob got him, man. But that's part of the game. I don't see how those black fighters can see that, sign with him, and see how Manny Pacquiao had to get away from him after all them years.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Manny Pacquiao, Mikey Garcia,
Oscar,
Floyd,
Floyd,
yep.
Cotto.
Yep.
And you go down the line. Everybody.
Who was it?
Everybody.
Yep.
Oh, what I missed, fellas? What I missed?
Yep.
Oh, you didn't miss too much, man. We just talking about Bob robbing him, sticking him up when he get him sign that contract.
Yeah. Robbing him without a gun, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, this rematch needs to happen sooner rather than later. I'm really looking forward to it, man. That's about all we can. About the only hope we got right now until Manny and Arrow fight, man.
Did y'all hear about Charlo using Joan Guzman as like trainer or something during this camp or some shit like that? Did y'all hear about that?
Guzman was in his corner.
He used one. Yeah, he used Juan Guzman. He used Juan Guzman. But what's his name was working with Errol, so they split the camp. Juan Guzman had him for a while.
Okay. So that
Guzman
probably
was with him for a while. He brought Guzman.
That's probably why it was hard for him to listen to, because he's kind of going between two opinions at the same time.
Yeah, but see, that shouldn't have been the case, because James should have been telling, like, if I'm working with a fighter, I'm the head trainer. I'm gonna tell him what I want him to work on. Right. I know Juan Guzman personally. That's my dude. He was a talented boxing type.
I remember
And he could do
Juan
it.
Guzman. He used to fight at
And he-
130 or 135, right?
Yeah, he was a champ. He had the belt. Yeah, he was a talented dude. Real talented fighter. He just had some issues with his management, and it hindered his career. But Derek James should have. You're supposed to be overseeing that. This is what I want him working on, because you still got the strategy for the fight. You've been watching the tapes of this guy when you was in the camp. You watching the tapes. This what you see that the guy does well. What you think of his weaknesses. You have that next trainer work with him on that. You don't let Juan Guzman come in and teach his style. Juan Guzman was a good boxer, slick boxer, counter, could punch. You know what you do is this is what I want him working on. You be sure that he's working specifically on this strategy and on this technique here. So that shouldn't have been the issue, because you don't let the trainer come in. You don't let a trainer come in with a different style than you and train your fighter out of the style you train.
I'm sure that didn't happen. I'm like you on that, Peaches. I'm sure, you know, you got a head coach and then you got assistants, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it went that way. You know, this is what we're working on, you know. When I saw Guzman speaking in the corner, a lot of people were saying something about that. When I saw him speaking in the corner, it was more or less, to me, it looked like he was just echoing what my man Derek was saying. It doesn't look like he was trying to give him his own agenda or anything, because he wasn't hiding anything. He was right there by him. So I'm sure if he was saying too much wrong, Derek would have corrected him.
Yeah, he just was echoing what he was saying, what James was saying. That's all.
Yeah, that's all it looked like to me. And that mean that I don't think that had any bearings on him executing what was told to him from the corner. I think Charlo said this himself. He said in the post fight interview, he said, yeah, they would tell me what to do, but man, when you're in there, it's different, man. It's different. Something.
He ain't lying.
Sometimes you can't always do that.
And, he ain't tell no lie. Shit.
Right. When you're in the ring, you the one fighting. You know what you going through. You know what I'm saying? You can try some stuff and it might not work. You know what I'm saying?
Those pressure fighters. Look, if you look at the history of boxing, one of the greatest fighters. Those pressure fighters. That's pressure bust pipes, man. That shit changed. I don't care how good a good boxer you are.
Yeah.
The greatest of boxers, like to this day, when I watch old footage of Sugar Ray Robinson versus Gene Fullmer, I don't know why the fuck he had so much trouble with Gene Fullmer, but he was struggling with him every time they fought. You understand what I'm saying? Because that awkward pressure style just gives those good classic boxers difficulty. You know, they just have a difficult time with that. Those pressure fighters, whether it's Muhammad Ali when he's fighting Joe Frazier, who Muhammad Ali first lost was to who? A pressure fighter.
Right.
Joe Frazier. You know them pressure fighters. Sugar Ray Leonard first lost to a pressure fighter, Roberto Duran. That style, it does that, man. Usually, you want to find out the truth about a good fighter. You want to find out the truth about your fighter, let him fight some guy who bring him pressure. You're going to find out the truth about his ass then. That's when you're going to find out the truth, right then. You know, and those styles always bring out the worst. And it seems that when you fight guys like that, that's when something seems to always go wrong that night. Like you don't look your best that night.
Mm-hmm. Like I think we were having this. I think we were having this discussion on another channel, man. What Castaño did Saturday, like I give him all the credit in the world, because we know how Charlo is supposed to look. We know how he's looked in the past, and he didn't look like that against Castaño. Is it the same? Did Castaño really have the Sean Porter effect on Charlo, do y'all think? I think we had that discussion on another channel. Castaño had the, I think it was the Sean Porter effect. I really do. It's hard for people to look good against Sean Porter. You may knock him down, you may hurt him, but guess what? He's going to get right back up and get right back in your face, and you're going to have to deal with that for 12 rounds, man. Nobody's ever really dog-walked Sean Porter in any of his fights, man. And like I was saying, leading up to this fight, and Best Fuge has heard me say this, Santos has heard me say this, that kid, I put a lot into that, man. That kid is undefeated, dog. He does not know how to lose, man. So you're going to have to beat that. You're going to have to beat the wheel out of him. And I thought Charlo could do that. But after watching that fight twice, he just wasn't able to do it, man. So he's gonna have to come with some major adjustments that next fight. And I think the big adjustment for him is just dig into the body more, man. Take something out of that gas tank.
Yeah, he took nothing out the gas tank. He took nothing out the gas tank, and you're right about the Sean Porter effect. But I also think this too, guys, is what we overlooking. Jermell Charlo, 154. He's bound to get beat. He's not fighting bums. He's fighting guys at his.
That whole division is tough.
Yeah, he's not overwhelmingly better than everybody at his level. He's not.
That's true.
So he's bound to lose a fight. We kind of have this idea that they're not supposed to lose almost.
Yeah, I think we got fooled and seeing them knockouts of seeing him knock out Rosario and seeing him knock out Lubin. But people forget he had 2 hard fights with Tony Harrison, even though he finished that second one. Those were 2 hard fights, man. And he's fighting he's fighting the best of the best in that division, dog. And there's no way around that. So
he
about got the best resume in boxing, just about, bro. He got the top one of the top, I'll say the top 3 to 5 resumes in boxing. That's what he got.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
He's fighting stiff competition,
every
man.
time.
Exactly.
And you know
he's not gonna look great all the time.
The best opponent he said he's had so far, that he's faced so far, is Tony Harris.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he don't
like
have
he said in the post-fight interview, him and his brother, in his training. They said Casano is not the best that they faced. They said Tony Harris was a much better boxer, which he was. I mean, we saw what Tony was doing, but Tony didn't have the chin to last. He lost focus. But let me tell you something. That whole division is tough. That ain't a cakewalk with either guy that you put in that ring. I hadn't seen a cakewalk in a minute. I don't think there's a cakewalk in any guy that I've seen in the past 2 years in the 154 division.
And none of those. I'm gonna make this point. None of those guys at 54. If I look back, none of those guys at 54 right now, do you say could run the gauntlet that Felix Trinidad did at 54?
Felix Trinidad.
None of those guys right now. None of those guys right now at 54 could possibly do what Felix Trinidad did at 54. None of them.
Oh, do what he did. Oh, yeah, you're probably right. I mean, because Trinidad was a beast. But
yeah, Trinidad was knocking everybody out at 54, man. So,
but he also had his dad also did a special rap for him with his hand wrap. So I don't know how many of them he knocked out with that or not. You know,
but
hey, ever since they discovered that rap, he wasn't the same out there. If y'all remember though.
Yeah, I think Charlo could.
He fought an all-time great fighter that night though.
You know, I think he could. I think he could though, Charlo. I think Charlo could do that. Look, man, like I said, we always say this, and it's the truth. Styles make fights, and I just think that like I said, those type of styles, like we tend to pick like they'll say Harrison. He's a good. Believe me, he would much rather face a guy with a style like Harrison than a guy with a style like Castano.
Right.
Any day. Any day. Because you don't have to have this guy coming at you all the time. You get time to breathe and set up your attack. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of time pressure fighters don't get the credit that they deserve to get because they seem so one-dimensional. You understand? Because you said they can only fight.
That's a good point, bro, because I've been in a ring with one, and your coach telling you to do stuff, hit him with this, hit him with that, and no matter what you hit him with, this joker's still there, man. And it's like, man, come on, you know, let me hit him with the stool out the corner, bro. Is that gonna work? You know?
Coach, it ain't working, coach. It ain't working, coach. I tried it already.
100% facts.
Coach, he's strong. He's so strong.
And if you got over 30 fights, or something, and everything your coach has told you has always worked, and he's saying, listen to me, this works, I'm telling you, but no matter what you do, it's not working. And you're getting tired, but it don't seem like this guy's getting tired because he's still there. And you start to lose faith in him, like, man, hey, somebody else got it. And so you start looking to other people like, hey, man, Somebody else got a suggestion what I got to do to this guy. You know?
Yo, you couldn't have said it better. You could not have said that shit better. Cause I experienced that shit too.
Me too.
You in there, you moving, you fighting the guy, and you
It ain't.
pop, you thinking, and you hitting this dude with some stuff that's hurting other guys.
I
And
told him, I
you
said,
know,
it ain't working. It ain't working, coach.
and it's not the same thing. So those pressure guys, they're known to be the truth selectors. Like when you really want to find out the truth about your fighter,
What you need.
when he getting there with that first good, truly good pressure fighter he fight, that's when you're gonna find out the real deal about them.
It's funny that you said the truth because I was just about to mention the Errol Spencer Mikey Garcia fight where Mikey was coming back to the corner. Robert really didn't have no answers for him.
Yeah, man. That pressure
like,
fighter,
bro, he killing me.
I know y'all noticed it. The other night. Even though, look at it. Even though he got rocked and was on his heels a couple of times, he still was coming forward.
Yeah.
He didn't suddenly start fighting like, well, I'm gonna step all to the sides. He still was coming forward. After that shit, it was times when Charlo would get off a good shot and he'd step right up to him after he had got hurt.
Yep. That kid was tough.
Like he would step right up to him. And I don't take nothing away from like when DJ said that about that undefeated thing. I echoed that shit. Like you gotta beat. That's why when he said that, I said when he said that, yeah, he gonna have to beat him because he don't know how to lose. What did I say? I said, and he's gonna have to. That's what I said. I said, and he gonna have to beat that shit out of him. He not gonna quit like that. And the kid been boxing since he was 6. That's his family. That's his family lifeblood. His father was a fighter. It's in him. Those guys like that. That's why the same thing I told y'all. Like Mama Santos, we talked about this when his brother fought Montiel. What did I say? I said that shit is in their family. The Montiel family. The Montiel family is a legacy family in Mexico. I remember his uncle well. His uncle was a champion for a 10-year period, in a 10-year period in those lower weight divisions. You understand?
Yeah.
His grandfather.
Yeah, I remember when I think it was you and Shelton brought that up. Do y'all know who his daddy and his uncle is?
Uncles is So I'm like, yo, that shit. Those guys, them guys, they in their blood. Like even if and that's why you notice he fought so hard because it's a part of who they are. It's a part of who they are. They was raised in this. They was raised in that shit.
His dad said he didn't want to do nothing else but fight.
Yeah,
nothing else.
That's it.
That's all he ever wanted to do. He never wanted to do nothing else, you know.
And you gotta look at Argentina's a boxing country too. They got soccer and boxing. They have some great fighters. You got Carlos Monzon in them from there. They don't have some. You got Marcus Maradona. What's the other guy? The guy who just
Martinez.
The guy who just retired. That fought Pacquiao recently. What the fuck is his name? Matisse. They got a lot. That country has produced some very good to great fighters, man. So
one Mayorga from Argentina? No, he's from Nicaragua.
Nah, he's from Nicaragua.
Okay, I remember.
Also, you got. That's a good point, man. You got. Go ahead.
You remember Juan Koji? Not Juan. What's my man? Yeah, Juan Koji. He fought Frankie Randall. He was the champion at 140 for a couple of times. He was from Argentina. Remember when he
No, he wasn't.
No. You remember him? What's his name? Juan. I think his last name was Koji. He's from there. He's the one who got knocked out that time by that guy from Colombia, and they went in the ring and picked his ass up over there in Argentina and took him back to the corner. And then he came back the next round and he stopped him. Y'all remember him? I know y'all know him because he fought Frankie Randall. Y'all know him.
He fought at 140, right? 135 or 140?
He fought 140. He was the champion at 140.
I can't think of his name right now. It's something though.
It's Juan something.
I know you're talking about. Yeah.
Because he fought Frankie Randall. After the time when Chavez, when you know that whole little time area, that whole little era right there, he's from Argentina.
That's right. Yeah.
So Argentina has a history of producing those type of good. They have a legacy of pride when it comes to boxing there too.
Yeah. And so that be the thing, man. When you get in there with some of them guys, man, and you know, a lot of times, you know, the trainer, coach, you know, they're telling you, like, basically do what we worked on in the gym, do the same thing, do what I know you can do. But if that don't happen for the first few rounds, you almost want to hear something different, you know what I mean? And then you start, and it gets in your mind that, like, hey, this dude ain't the dude we've been dealing with. Like, he just, you know what I'm saying? So, like you said, a lot of times that pride in country, and especially in some of them countries, and I ain't about all this, but in some of those countries where, you know, boxing is the sport. You know, it ain't no other options. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Boxing and soccer, that's the sport.
That's it. Boxing and soccer.
And you,
Puerto Rico.
like
Puerto
here,
Rico's a
you
country
can be
like
a
that.
champion. But see, that's my point. In the United States, you can be a champion and walk down the street, and a lot of people may not know who you
That's
are.
a fact.
You see
That's
what I'm
a
saying?
fact.
But in
Yes.
those countries, it's not like that. So people see that, they grow up idolizing that. That's what they want to be. You know, now here, if you're the heavyweight champion, we may say something, but a lot of people don't even know there's other weight classes. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a whole different dynamic sometimes when you fight them guys, man.
Because you remember you got, what's his name who fought Marvin Hagler? Juan Domingo Rodan. He's credited as having the only knockdown against Marvin Hagler. That shit wasn't really a knockdown, but Juan Rodan, he knocked out Frank Animal Fletcher. He was from Argentina. So that knockdown that's on Hagler's career, it was Juan Rodan. That same Juan Rodan that Thomas Hearns ended up knocking out. And I forget the other guy, the one who he was the junior middleweight champion too. He's from Argentina too. He beat what's his name? That's the trainer right now, because he was the WBO champion. The Southpaw. He a coach now. He trained Clarissa Shields. He used to be a WBO middleweight champion. Clarissa Shields trainer.
Oh, you talking about Jackson?
Jackson. Remember when Jackson lost the title, he lost it to that Argentinian.
Yeah.
The Argentinian, he was lighting his ass up the whole fight and then got caught with that hook and got knocked out. That guy's from Argentina too.
It wasn't Martinez, right? I know Sergio Martinez from there, but you're not talking about him, right?
No, Sergio Martinez is from Spain.
Before that. No, I thought he was Argentina.
That's right, Spain. That's right.
Martinez is from Spain.
Spain.
He's from Spain.
Okay.
He's from Spain. He's from Spain.
That's right.
This other guy I'm talking about, Castro. His name was Castro. I think his last name was Castro. He was from Austria. Castro. He was because he ended up when he fought what's his name who you just mentioned. I wasn't about Jackson. When he fought Jackson, they fought at the middleweight or the junior middleweight, and then he ended up fighting as high as cruiserweight later at the end of his career.
Godbody Sports put in the chat, Juan Martin Koji, 75-5 from Argentina. That's the one you was talking about.
Yeah, Juan Koji. So I was right. Koji. Yeah, Juan Koji.
That's right.
Juan Koji was Juan Koji. Yeah. He was from 140. Yeah, so they got a history there. So boxing is a big thing to them. You understand? So when I see these guys and they good, and another reason I was leery and I had to give him some props, because he beat Errol Spence, man. Errol Spence was a damn good amateur. And Errol Spence's style was pretty much very similar how it is now. He didn't have to make a big adjustment to turn pro. If you watched Errol Spence fights as an amateur, which I did, Errol Spence fight pretty much the same way.
Yeah.
Spence had a pro style. That's why he didn't have an amateur style. You're right.
Amateur style.
And that's why a lot of the Cuban boxers, they still have that amateur style. They rack up the points and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But some guys, that's why I don't really go by the amateur record a lot, because a lot of times, it's just different in the pros and the amateurs. And you know what I'm saying? You don't get as many, you don't get the credit for a knockdown in amateurs like you do.
No.
More so in the pros. You know what I'm saying?
1 point.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I respect that. I said, shit, if he was good enough to beat Errol Spence, he good, man. He beat Errol Spence and he beat Darianchenko.
Yeah, that
those
impressed
two
me
good fighters.
when I saw those two names that he had beat. I said, "Oh, this kid ain't no joke."
And when they asked Errol Spence about that, he said, "What do you remember?" He said, "I remember he threw a lot of punches."
Yep.
That's right.
I remember.
That's right.
He said,
this is why I give credit to both of the fighters though, because like you said, Charlo didn't or couldn't do what he normally does, but also if you watch Castano fight, he also had to adjust too. You see what I'm saying? He wasn't he didn't fight
absolutely.
Charlo the same way. And I think what some of us thought was that Castano couldn't adjust. He was just one thing. And he showed you that he was more than that. You know what I'm saying? And so that's where people are like, and that's what we were saying. You got to judge the fight. Just two fighters in there. And so that's why I want to see him running back, man. I do.
Yeah,
I have no dispute in my mind that those are the top two guys, you know?
Yeah, they both made adjustments. They both made necessary adjustments in the fight. And I think it's going to make for another, it should make for another good fight. I just think that after a little time, because I really didn't, the way that Jamel was behaving after the fight, you could tell it was not what he expected. His behavior was totally different than it's normally. Because like when he lost that fight to Harrison, he was wilding. Because he was like, I ain't lose that shit. You know, you could see he was mad, but he was too happy. Like, I'm happy with this shit. I could live with it. I was relieved. I just did. As long as I didn't get that L, I'm happy.
Right.
You know, I didn't.
He told his brother he didn't think he'd done enough.
Yeah. He said I might not have done enough. Yeah, when it was over there in the corner when they was talking. So he know that means that he was worried. That meant in his heart he felt like he didn't give his best performance because he know what he got an expectation of himself and what he's capable of doing too.
Right.
Because he's been doing it recently. So when you don't do that and a guy come in there and hit you, like I said in that third round, when I said when he clipped him with that hook, and and them damn ropes held his ass up. Because I don't know how people keep saying they ain't see that shit. That shit was clear as day to me.
Man,
and when they showed that, and then when they showed it again, in the replay, that's why I want to get the Showtime version of us watching it. Because in that Showtime version, they showed that replay. You saw them ropes clearly hold his ass up. I was like, damn. He would have went down if them damn ropes didn't hold him up. And then everybody like, why he wasn't fighting like that? Because he was in there. He was like this month. He felt them punches, man. He felt them punches and them pressure coming on him. And I got to make an adjustment because he can box, even though he been getting a lot of knockouts lately. Because did you see when they asked Errol Spence about how was when Custer did the interview? When Custer did the interview, and he was talking about how it was when Charlo first came to work with them, and he said Charlo used to move a lot.
Hey, all right.
Remember he said that? He said, when he first came to us, he used to move. He used to move a lot. He used to move a lot before he started that. Cause earlier, you know, there was more boxers. But when he went there, you know, James, you know, he teach them guys to be aggressive boxer punches. And he started doing that more. So it's not out the realm of possibility that he could move around the ring, because he did do it when he was with what's his name? The other trainer that his brother is with. Damn, my mind, I'm tired, man. I just got from work. That's why my mind leaving me right now. Ronnie Shields. When he was Ronnie Shields, they boxed behind the jab and stuff more. So it's not like he was doing something that he's not capable of doing, because he's very capable of doing that. It's just that since he got to Derrick James fights more with more of a boxer, aggressive boxer puncher style with his fighters. You know, so he's taking on that.
Yeah, that's right.
He's taking on the ideology a bit more since he's been with them. You know.
Yeah, because the big Charlo used to be more considered the power puncher more so than Jamel back in the day. It seemed like, you know what I'm saying? He was more the boxer, you know.
Yeah, he was.
And then
he was considered.
now it's kind of flipped a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? But you're right.
Yeah. So
Mel was mean, but you know, it seemed like Maul had the more of the power. So yeah.
Yeah, he was considered the more of the power. So he was considered more the boxer. So it kind of switched a little bit in recent years. But it makes for a good fight. They should make it. Like I said, to me, I still think that's one thing that's always been with the history of boxing. Like, you can have fights turn out to get into a good fight, a good performance, and you can seize the moment on it. You understand? Like, just like how Floyd did with Marcos Maidana. Marcos Maidana gave him a tougher fight in that first fight. They seized the moment. You make quick rematch. Sometimes you gotta strike, man. A good promoter will know that. Strike. Let's strike now. Let's strike while it's hot. Let's get this money. It's a lot of interest in it. Because they smart. You should have somebody on this damn internet watching all these shows still talking about it. Like, we got to make this happen sooner than later, so that before that buzz really die down. Keep the interest high. More people are turn out for it. It's not really rocket science. You know, we ended up we expected a decent fight, ended up getting an even better fight. Strike now.
Those are the type of fights that boxing needs, man. You want to make boxing come back and get the buzz going. Those are the type of fights that they need, you know.
I agree, 100%. That's what they need. You know, that's what you need, and this is the time you jump on that. You try to make that happen. Like I said, they can make it happen if they want to. There's enough money out there. Pay whoever you got to pay. The extra step aside money. Make that fight again. You understand? And go for it, and just go for it. You know, and you should have a good event. You put a halfway decent undercard on it. Believe me, the turnout gonna be even bigger this time around.
Yeah, it's so much smoke at 154, man. They could do, you know, like they was talking about with the Wilder Fury, the all heavyweight card. They could do an all 154 card, and man, it'd be a whole night of good fights. You know what I'm saying? So
what?
You're right. Strike while the iron is hot, man.
What? That'd be magnificent. I don't see why they don't even think to do that. Like, come on, man. Like that'd be dope. You got more than enough good fighters at 154 to make that happen. More than enough.
And they all on the same network, the same, you know what I'm saying? So they could just, the whole fight card just feature the deepest division in boxing, if you want to call it that. And man, you talk about people tuning in, man. I think it'll be worth it, you know?
Absolutely. But hopefully, you know, as fans, hopefully, you know, we get something to that liking, or at the very least, at least get that fight. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, we making too much sense for boxing right now.
Huh?
I said we making too much sense for boxing right now.
Yeah.
DJ, don't come with the reality check, bro. Let us live in dreamland a little bit
Man,
longer,
we
man.
making too much sense, man. I tried to put it in I said it on Fred's show. I put it in a super chat. I was like, listen, man, this shit sell itself. Like, if I could sit here and think about it, you know, if I could sit here and put it together, y'all can put it together. It's like David Benavidez is gonna beat what's his name, Uzcategui, however you say his name. He's gonna beat him, right? And then whoever wins between Caleb Plant and if they ever get that fight together, because I still don't even think they have a date for that, even though we all think it's September. But here it is, almost the end of July, and they still don't have a date. So I was saying David Benavidez, Canelo, University of Phoenix Stadium next May. The Cardinal Stadium, Duday Stadium next May. That's too easy, man. That's easy money. David Benavidez is from Arizona, and you know all the Mexican fans are going to come out and support Canelo. That's too easy. That is too easy, man. That fight is too easy to put together. But Canelo don't want to sign a multiple fight deal because they know that you're not just going to beat up Caleb Plant and take the belt with you. No, we're going to lock you in for 2 or 3 fights, and you're going to fight David Benavidez and somebody else. I don't know whether it'll be Big Charlo or somebody else. But Al Heyman trying to lock him. Reportedly, he's trying to lock him into a 3-fight deal. But yeah, you're not just going to beat Caleb Plant and take the belt and leave, man. You're going to do some business over here. You let Eddie Hearn get all that money. Let me get some of it too.
Yeah, I just think, you know, like, you know, traditionally to me, it seems like in boxing, and the fact that people, you know, so many people, as we review it, people keep, you know, I saw it this way, I saw it. So many people see it differently. Those type of controversies, those type now, inside the ring, that's what sells the next fight. You know what I'm saying? That makes it that much bigger, because now there's questions about the last fight. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why I say that's such a good fight. And like we were saying, to go on and strike while the iron is hot, because look at it. We got so much debate about it. You know what I'm saying? Every channel, people going back and forth. People see one thing one way, people see it another way. Some saying, you know, this happened, that. That sells the fight. If I was a casual, I'd tune in because you said, you know what I'm saying? Like and DJ, y'all know this, I consider myself casual as far as UFC, but I can listen to some of y'all talk about it. And if there was controversy, all right, I got to see this next fight. I got to see what happens here. You know what I'm saying? So you play on, people love, you know, the world loves controversy and something to talk about. And you just play on that. You know what I'm saying? And so getting that stuff done, you know, what they don't like is when they know what they want to see. They know what they want to pay for here. I'm saying, take my money. And you like, I don't know. Let me give you this. I don't know if we want to do that. I want to save
No,
that from later. Let it
we gonna
cook
let
a
that
little bit.
cook. We gonna let it cook. Yeah.
Yeah, we chefs or we promoters. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? This don't even need promotion no more.
Nope, it really don't, because it's intriguing. It's intrigue connected to the fight because you got different perspectives. People seeing it a different way. It's easy. You don't have to do too much. The fight pretty much is selling itself. You know. So if they were smart,
And
man, they would jump on this.
that's what, even though I don't like all of his practices, and you've heard DB and Reg talk about him too as well. Even though I don't like all of his practices, that's what makes Dana White such a great promoter, because he's a fan. That's to his benefit and to his detriment. He runs the organization like a fan. That's why he gets into it with a lot of his fighters. He'll go back and forth with his fighters in public because he's a fan. He was a fan first, then his friends bought the company, and then they made him president. So he's running the company like a fan. So therefore, we're getting all the fights we want to see, because guess what? He wants to see them too. It ain't no let it cook, let it build, none of that. Oh, no. You're on an 8-fight win streak. You're going to fight the champion. You fought your way up here. Ain't no sitting. Fine. You don't want to fight the champion. We'll knock you down 8 spots in the rankings and let somebody else get up here, because ain't one belt. Ain't but one belt in MMA in each weight class. Ain't but one belt.
That's dope.
So
that's great.
I mean,
that's a good thing though.
Ain't nobody gonna pull
made
a
good point in the chat just now, man. He said they could do 154, 130, and 126. You know what I'm saying? Cards for each of them. That's a good point. They so deep, man. Yep. They got it.
Yeah.
Yep. In the war division, 122. While you at it, Fulton, them guys, man, they ready to go. You know. But you're right. They could do it.
We just need to go ahead and make them some tournaments.
Without question.
That way they can be ducking and all that stuff.
With that 122 division, I'm just waiting on Monster to move up, man, so it can get real spicy. Yes, sir. Because me and Kyle talked about it after we watched his last fight. A slick southpaw with a good straight left, take him right out. He faced. Oh yeah, it'll take him right out, man. Go watch his last fight, man. Look how low he holds that right hand, bro. Man, he'll be eating jabs, straight lefts all night, bro.
I think Gary Antonio got some smoke for him down there, to tell you the truth.
That 118?
Yeah, I think Gary Antonio got him. I think he got some for him down there. Honestly, I think Donaire got something for him if they fight again. Donaire gave him something in the first time, you know?
And see, this is the thing, man. Thinking back on that fight now, seeing what Donaire is in his career. See, I thought Donaire was washed at that point. I was like, oh man, no need no Donaire still fighting. What are we doing here? But him coming back and winning the world title just a few months ago erased all of that. That was a big win for Monster now. But I'd love to see that rematch as well, man, because that was a hard fight for him. Both of them was messed up. Didn't he break his orbital bone? Broke his ribs and his orbital bone, wasn't it?
Orbital bone. I know definitely the orbital bone.
Yeah. I know about the orbital.
He fucked Monster up. Monster may have won the fight, but Nonito Donaire fucked him up in that fight, dog.
Yeah, that'd be a good fight. And believe me, Donaire gonna definitely be more confident going into that rematch.
Yeah, that's what they built it for. Them two.
Yeah, it was supposed to be undisputed with them two, but Donaire and he ended up not fighting Casemiro and getting that other belt. So
very interesting. Now. They're gonna be very, very interesting if they can do that again. Make a break.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna have to jump off, man. I just got news, bro. I thought I was gonna get off, man. I got 4 more hours to do this. It's overtime, man. So let me go ahead and cut some folks out and
I know that.
Talk to him how I'm gonna talk to him how Fred say we don't talk to our bosses. I'm finna talk to him just like that. Let him know. All right, bro.
Man, that's the very reason.
All right, bro.
All right, Rob.
All right, good one, Max. We'll talk to you later.
Sure. Yeah. Old Rob, man. But yeah, they were talking about that George, that ain't Joe George. Yeah, Joe George fighting this weekend. I don't really care too much for it.
Mm-hmm. That's on.
I know
DAZN?
Sento's gonna watch it. I know Sento's gonna watch it though.
You already know. I'm about to say it too.
That's
he
DAZN?
fights. I think he fighting tackle, man.
On DAZN?
Yeah, he fighting Carlos Takam. Yeah, I think it's on the zone. Hey, they on the zone because they match room.
I'm not sure what is on. Cause you know, Joe Joyce is he's with Frank Warren, ain't he?
I think so.
It might be on BT.
Well, I got that, so I can get it.
I don't know.
I can get it.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it all.
Get it. I can get it. I can get all that.
I'm gonna watch the same time they watch it.
I get all that. My joint.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I got a. Hey, that's why I stick with what I got. So I see it all, man. If I ain't asleep, I see everything.
Yeah, I pretty much see it all too with what I got. You know, I get all the master. I'm just about to turn on the Box Nation now to see what they got on here.
Yeah.
I just walked in the house.
I miss a fight, man. If I'm asleep, man. 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, it's overseas, so I'm pretty sure it's Sky Sports or BT Sports or something like that.
Yeah, I got all that. I get all that. So if it is whatever is on, if it's matching, they be doing their fights kind of early sometimes though.
Yeah, it'll be early for us.
Yeah, it'll be early over here.
It's gonna be.
Yeah, it might be one of them 2 o'clock in the afternoon fights.
And that's why I be missing their fights sometimes because I be forgetting that they early sometimes.
Yeah, that Tim Tszyu fight, I know it. Well, it was in Australia, but I know that came on at like 5 in the morning. Yeah,
it was early. It was like I was on my way home from work, and matter of fact, I think I was on age. I think I had been listening to how I even knew the fight was going on.
I watched that while I was driving my truck.
H Money Show. I think H Money Show was on, and he was talking about it. That's how I knew it. That's how I found out the fight was on. So they was talking about it on his show. And I was like, oh shit, I didn't even know they was fighting. And it was early. And I was leaving work. You know? So we'll see what happens, man. You know. Right now we can look forward to this Spence Pacquiao fight. And I guess we don't have to worry. I guess with Spence we don't have to worry about the Wilder curse since he showed Wilder love. So we ain't got to worry about that shit. We ain't got to worry about that shit. You know.
That was the first thing come to everybody's mind. Like, darn, he should have said something about Wilder. That's what I was thinking in my mind. that boy Castano, he's a real fighter, man.
Yeah.
It's good though, man. We deserve good boxing matches, man. You know what I'm saying? We deserve good boxing matches. We had a whole year basically without boxing, so we need some good things to happen, man, for the sport. You know?
Oh yeah, Santos, you went on the show last night, man. They what you think about that Fundura kid fighting Sergio Garcia?
Sergio Garcia.
Is it Garcia or Martin? One of them. Garcia, Martinez, one of them. Yeah, I think it's Garcia.
Is this Garcia or Sanchez or something like that? One of them.
Morning. You must be a Jamaican, Santos, like me.
No.
You must be Jamaican.
On his own, right?
That's a long daggone show, boy.
This is short.
Your phone breaking up, or is it my phone?
Yeah, it's mine. I'm on a bad stretch of highway. Hey, I hope Cal or somebody out there can put me back in this joint, man, because I'm about to get canceled.
Oh wow. Yeah, I'm about to get off anyway.
Fundura is fighting who again? One of the Garcias. Hey, Fundura's at 154, ain't he?
Yeah.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, they got him. They got him. Yeah, they got him ranked. Yeah, they got him ranked high too. I think he's like number 2 in the WBA, and I think he's like number 6 in the WBC or something crazy like that.
Yeah, yeah, they got him ranked high.
Trying to think.
Yeah,
I got a
man,
question
but-
for y'all. I'm sorry, go ahead.
They got him ranked high.
I got a question for y'all. Let's just say Spence loses to Pacquiao, gets out boxed, he gets TKO'd or whatever. How does that curse apply then?
Nah, it don't apply because it ain't gonna happen. That's first off. It ain't gonna happen. It ain't happening, man. He ain't, like I said, you know, he got past Thurman, but Thurman ain't. He got past Thurman. He got past Thurman, but Thurman is not as talented as Errol Spence is. Straight up.
I agree with you.
Not as. So it was easier. That was the best. That was the best of those 3 fighters he could have fought, which was Thurman, Spence, or Crawford. That was the best person for him to fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I was not surprised. I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised. Honestly speaking, I was not surprised at all. Because I was real leery about him, and especially with the fact that Thurman had been off for so long and he looked so bad against Josecito Lopez. I was real reluctant to try to put any hope in him. I'm gonna be honest with you. So I was not. I kind of was expecting exactly what I saw. You know what I'm saying? So
right,
he picked the best guy of those 3. But I think Spence is gonna.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. But he still got tagged up in that fight. I'm talking about Pacquiao.
Yeah, but look, Pacquiao is an all-time great. He
is. Yes, he is. He's actually the greatest fighter that's still fighting.
He's a legendary fighter. You know, understand what I'm saying? So, you know, I expect him. I know he wasn't gonna fold like that. You understand what I'm saying? That hasn't been his history. And I did feel that Thurman had some limitations from what I had seen recently coming into the fight. It wasn't the one-time Thurman who had that streak where he was looking really good.
Well, you know, no. He lost that because everything's timing a lot of times, and he was going for a while and his timing was off. But how does this curse work, man? Because it don't seem to work on Tyson Fury. So how does it work?
Yeah, it's all good, man. Look, Tyson Fury got knocked out in the first fight. Luckily he had the right referee in there. He had the right ref in there in that first fight because he should have been counted out. You understand? He had the proper referee in there to help him get through that fight because he should have been knocked the fuck out. Because in my opinion, he got knocked out. He was in the right situation. How they say that shit, in the right place at the right time with the right referee. Plain and simple.
Well, you know what I asked?
Even if you were viewing it as he was, even if you one of these people who was viewing it as that he was outboxing him and so on and so forth, he got KO'd and he was at the right place at the right time because he was in the right ring with the right referee who was not going to count, who didn't count him out.
Okay, let me ask you another question that's pretty much on that same level. If he was so out of it, let's say he got the 13 extra 3 seconds or whatever, Wilder had 2 whole minutes in that round left. How come he couldn't take out a man that was supposedly out of it?
Because he's not. When he woke up, he woke up. He had enough time to be clear.
Okay, so he got
time to be clear.
Right. But he got an extra 3 seconds, and he was clear. And Wilder had a whole 2 minutes and couldn't take care of business.
Oh, it happens, man. It's the sport of boxing. But hopefully, if this guy doesn't duck out, because we know it was some clear foul stuff going on for them to pull out of the fight. Clearly, you understand what I'm saying? Clearly, he wasn't in condition properly. So they did what they did. It was a business move. Like I agree with Fred with that shit with Bob, and it was like, look, you got COVID. We out of here. We know that now, but I'm saying we knew that.
I knew that from the start.
But I'm saying my point is they did that to give him more time, to get prepared. You understand what I'm saying? He did that to give him more time to get prepared because they know he wasn't properly prepared.
It also gives Wilder more time to prepare, right?
Yeah, I agree. And I'm thinking, I'm looking at it as a good thing because it gives him more time to learn the new techniques that he's learning. Because as my 2 bros know, you know, as my other brothers on the show would know, Mark Brilliant is my dude. You know, I came up under Mark my big bro. So I know, I felt, but I do feel things need to happen sometime. And I felt like that needed to happen. That needed to happen with Deontay to take him to the next level of his career. Because I do feel that Malik, a lot of people trying to criticize, no, Malik Scott is a better trainer for Deontay Wilder at this point in his career.
He's a better friend.
Nah, he's a better trainer, man. I'm not dying. I know him
I don't
too.
know if he's a better trainer.
Nah, he's a better trainer, man. Because that boy, I've been knowing, he a boxer, man. He's been boxing for a long time, and he was a prospect, and he was a prop. He a better for the style that Deontay Wilder need to beat Tyson Fury. He's a better trainer for him.
Okay, well, how come his style?
I trained at the Bad Style Boxing Club.
I got you.
I
how
trained
come
there,
his style
so I
didn't
know
work with Fury when he fought him? Or sparred with him? Malik Scott. Malik Scott. How come his style didn't work on Fury when he sparred?
Look, Malik Scott was a prospect for many years. He had issues in his career because he was a prospect for many years in his career. But some things went deviated in his career as far as on the management side that I heard years ago. And to me, that long layoff, it messed up his career and the trajectory in which it was going. And then when he came back, to me, he wasn't the same. So whatever other issues that happened, but it's not like Malik Scott wasn't a talented fighter, because he is. But there's many talented fighters who things happen in their career and they don't end up materializing to what they could have been.
That's true.
It happens to many great fighters. It happens to many talented fighters. Talent alone is not going to always get you to that peak. But Malik Scott was a talented fighter. It was a time when he was a prospect. But like I said, he had that long layoff because from what I heard at the time, it was with some management issues, whatever. And to me, that stifled his growth and his career as a fighter. So it happens. You understand what I'm saying? Most truly great trainers wasn't necessarily great fighters.
That's true.
They were good.
He was a great trainer. He wasn't a fighter. Eddie Fudge had a heart condition, so he couldn't follow through to be a fighter.
Yeah. Now he sparred with Joe Louis back in the day.
Yeah, he did, and he worked with Sugar Ray Robinson a lot, and he worked with the Mongoose too. He worked with
so you have a lot of
guys.
You have a lot of guys. Look, one of the most well-known trainers in the sport right now was not a great fighter. He was, you know what I'm saying, he was a journeyman fighter, which is Freddie Roach.
Yeah.
Freddie Roach, but
Freddie Roach Eddie Fudge. Eddie Fudge again.
But Freddie Roach going to be a Hall of Fame trainer.
Exactly. Right. He came up on
like I'm saying, I'm not going to be the one, because a lot of people criticize. You got to look at the style and the techniques. He got things, and like I said, Mark, my big bro, and the whole thing. But he got Deontay to a certain point, but he needs more. He's getting more of what he needs from Malik Scott as a trainer now.
We won't see.
He did.
We won't know any of that until the fight actually happens.
Well, but that's why I'm not even so upset about the fact that the fight got postponed, because to me it gives Deontay more time that Deontay to prepare and train and get that muscle memory of doing those techniques over and over. Because as a boxer, you have to, it's constant repetition. It should be boring as hell sometimes, but you're doing it over and over and over, so that when you finally have to fight, it come out instinctually.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll find out, right? We'll find out what happens when things get a little tight in that ring, and we'll see if everything works out there.
Yeah.
That's when you find the truth.
That's if it happened, because I'm not 100% sure that it's going to happen, but we shall see.
I'm not 100% sure the fight's going to happen, and if it does, it don't. I don't care one way or the other, to be honest with you. I just don't care anymore. Yeah. But all right, man. You said you're from Bed-Stuy. Yeah, I'm from the Bronx. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
have a good day, man. Have a good day. I was just curious about this whole curse. First, I haven't heard about that nonsense, but yeah.
All right, man. I'm out, man. So the rest of the chat, bro. Y'all stay safe out there, man. I'll holler at y'all later.